something I'm sure we...
Oh, the music. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, the music. Oh, yeah. The horns are a little too angry for... Like, I liked the original music in Windy. I didn't think it needed to be touched. 'Cause, I mean, this is good. It's not like it's not higher quality, but I think it is a completely different song, though. It doesn't sound like a remake. It sounds like a completely different song, which is weird, you know? I mean, it's the same song, but it's, you know, it's all... I don't know. It sounds good to me. I'm not trying to be a hater. It sounds good to me, you know? Oops, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to hit the mic, you know? Oh. Man, you came in fast. If you're whoever this dude, you know, whoever this dude is, you know. I mean, I can call it off tonight still. I can call this off tonight still if you give me a reason, you know? Yeah, you are. Yeah. Okay. Fucking Chrome won't let me in my goddamn email accounts. So fucking annoying. Edge has no problem, but Google can't get in Google. It's a wonderful thing, let me tell you. Totally competent. Hurry up. Man. I can't believe I'm doing this. I should put you in jail. No, I shouldn't. I'm sorry. I'm going to change my opinion about that. I think we just had a bad argument. I'm going to leave it at that. And I'll definitely never engage in hate speech again. Thank you for your valid, your valid concern. I've been trying, if it helps any, I've been trying so hard for 10 years not to use homophobic slurs. Most of my best friends are gay, and I still use the F words. They use the F word. It's kind of how black people use the M word and stuff. Like, trust me, like, most of my friends are gay, and they freely use the F word all the time. That's another part of it that sucks. It's not like I'm emulating, like, hate speech from, like, right-wingers or whatever. I'm emulating hate speech from gay people. The people who use that word the most are gay people. In my experience, anyways. So, I mean, I don't... But no, it doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it okay. I'm not saying... It doesn't make my actions any better, and it doesn't make their actions any better. It doesn't make them being gay change... Them being gay doesn't change any of it. It's still essentially hate speech. And boy, I don't like doing this, but I'll concede the point. And I will promise you, I hope I didn't lose you as a fan, but I would understand it if I did. And I will do my best to curb those horrible things about my personality. And I would hope that you accept my apology and my commentary that I don't have hatred in my heart. I've slept with Jewish, black, Mexican, Indian, white girls, etc. Not that has anything to do with it or anything, or it makes it okay. Sounds like some kind of toxic masculine thing. I'm just trying to say I don't have a disgust, fear, or dislike of people of other races. Quite the opposite. The only race that I dislike is my own. And I suppose that's racism, I guess. But is it okay to dislike your own race? I don't know. I dislike my own race, okay? But I don't dislike any other race or sexual orientation. I dislike my own sexual orientation, which is straight, and I dislike white people. If you want to hit me for actual racism and get me banned for hate speech, get me banned for the actual reality, please, and I would be okay with it. Because I've never made a hate speech comment. But if if you're gonna get me banned, do it for this. I am a white person and I dislike white people. That's the only racism you'll ever hear out of me. You'll never hear homophobia. You'll never hear, like, bigotry of any form out of me. I just dislike really stuffy white people who dislike people of other races and gay people. Okay? The reason I say this isn't so I'm not welcoming you to attack me or ban me, but go ahead if that's what you need to do. I understand, right? I'll give you the ammo to do it, right? I need you to understand who you are watching. I am not a being of hate. You know what I'm saying? I am a being of hate of those who are beings of hate. And it needs to be said. Please crucify me if you feel you need to. You know what I'm saying? But you'll never hear a real sexist remark here. You will never hear a real racist remark here, other than I dislike white people. I dislike my own race. I dislike my own gender. I dislike my own gender orientation. They tend to rape women and children a lot. You know? I dislike my own, I dislike my own class that I'm in, which is lower echelons of the lower class. I'm talking, I don't have $1 in my bank account. If I had to pay rent, I'd be out on the streets next week. You know what I'm saying? I dislike my own fucking class system. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're down here, it's desperate. And they treat you badly. And those things, if you want to slam me for hate speech, do it for the correct things. I hate white people, right? I'll give you the ammo. You understand? I'm like, please do report me for something that actually is real. I am a white person and I hate white people. You want some actual racism? Unlike whatever you think I think? You know what I'm saying? Every other race I love. Friends with them. Had sexual relationships with them. Had 20-year-long relationships and friendships with them and stuff. Helped them in gay rights marches. Helped them in BLM marches and all this other fucking crazy shit. I've burned down buildings in riots before because of police brutality and shit like that. Understand that you are listening to an extremely left-wing anarchist liberal. Not that is what I am worried about. I'm not worried about what you think is going on. I need you to understand what the actual reality is. I am quite the opposite of whatever accusations you are making to me about what you think I am. Because I assure you, sir, it is quite the opposite. You see, I'm very proud of my actual bigotry. I'm proud of it. I dislike my own fucking race. And I dislike my own gender orientation. Okay? That's the only bigotry you will ever see in my past, future, or present. Do you understand? I can make crazy comments about trying to like equalize the Holocaust to some kind of billions of hours of lost, like billions of hours of lost time, right? But they're not the same thing. They cannot be correlated. They are apples and melons. It's a bad argument, and I admit it, and I apologize, right? But understand, right? If you're going to hit me for being a bigot, understand the only people I hate is myself. You understand? Nobody else. So please, if you're gonna attack me for false fucking reasons, do it for the right ones, please. For all the thousands of hours and 14-hour fucking backtracks to look for words in my streams or whatever, and all the free entertainment I'm providing you, I'm asking you for something in return, right? Here's what I'm asking you for in return. If you're going to go ahead and try to cancel my career, please do it for the fucking right reasons. Please. I love black people. I love gay people. I love Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? I don't like straight men and I don't like white people. Hit me for the right fucking bigotry. The right bigotry. I'm a straight white male. I don't like straight white males. That's the only bigotry you will ever see on this fucking channel, and I'm fucking proud of it. Hit me for a real reason, and I'll give you the ammo to do it, and I'll look backwards, and I'll look back at this moment, and I'll think, I did the right fucking thing. I stated the right fucking shit. I said the right fucking things to the right person, to the right people, the right witnesses, in all this, right? Please get me for the right reason, not the wrong one. You've taken this down the wrong fucking road. Please, I'm giving you a box of ammo. Load up your M2 and destroy my fucking career for the right fucking reasons. You gonna hit me for bigotry? Do it for the bigotry that I actually have. You know what I'm saying? Not the fucking shit that you're trying to say I have. That's all. And I'm sorry, that anger, by the way, is not at you. I'm saying, like, that anger is 30 years... You know, I've been like an adult in this country for 30 years. I have been marginalized, fucked, destroyed, and lumped in with all the rapists, murderers, and all the people that, you know, that I resemble in terms of my skin and my orientation, right? So you want to destroy my career? Please do, right? This is the hate speech that you will actually hear. I hate myself. I hate what my gender and my fucking color of my own skin represent. It's self-hatred. It's very common. Very, very common. And I'm sure it's racist, and I'm sure it's bannable. Please ban me for the right fucking reasons. You understand me? The right ones. What you'll never hear here is some kind of actual bigotry. I think I'm allowed to hate my own race. I think I'm allowed to hate my own gender orientation. I don't hate anybody else. Please get it fucking right. I beg of you. like peoples of all colors, except, you know, white people. And please, you know, make it a big deal. Cancel my career. You go right ahead. You go right ahead. If this is what this shit is, if you are what this is, please do. Please do. I don't care. I don't care. If this is what this is, I don't want it. If you are what this is, I don't want it. You have acted despicably. You have attacked a stranger like some kind of rapist in public in a town square. You have attempted to assassinate someone's character, career, and it is a felony. You belong in jail. And guess what? I just emailed the FBI telling them to disregard, and I made peace with my fucking stalker. You want to see some crazy? If streaming means people like you, it's the worst job in the world, and all you idiots have told yourselves that it's the best. Oh, also, I really don't like Republicans. Fuck Republicans up their effing asses. And I say that in the most straight way possible. Get me for the right reasons. I have not emailed the agent. Excuse me. I have not emailed the agent. God fucking damn it. I'm emailing the agents. I'm emailing this FBI agent. I'm not emailing. I'm replying to this FBI agent who opened a, a teleportal thing here, and I will call up the dogs. I am sorry that I called the police on you. I'm sorry. I believe I have a case of overreaction. It's the right thing. The right thing to do is call off the dogs. What a weird life this is. It's not like the insanity that you represent is not attractive to me. Does that make sense? The insanity that you, sir, represent is not attractive to me. If this is what it means, you can have it. Go ahead, destroy it all. I don't care. I never made $1 anyways. Go ahead, destroy it, please. You go right ahead. Well, I did. I made $500 in what, 10 months, great. $50 a month, that's pretty good money, Not that I'm bitching about money, I'm talking about, I didn't, it would be okay if it ended now, it'd be okay if it ended now, because if trying to provide billions of, or whatever, thousands of hours of, free entertainment and this is what you get, something's really, really wrong with people like you. I don't know, and I'm sorry. I know I'm attacking you again. I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry. As I call the police off. I have made a mistake. I overreacted. And I'm so sorry to have wasted your time. I don't know where we go from here. Please call me or email. I will elucidate what happened. Why am I doing this? Because the kid doesn't deserve to go to jail. I mean, he does deserve to go to jail, but he's a kid. I've never wasted an officer's time in my whole life before, and I feel incredibly shamed for doing so. I'm so sorry, sir. You provided the best service I've ever received from a police officer. Well, I mean, he's not a police... From officer of the law, I guess. Officer of the law. Please call me if needed, and I understand if not. You needn't reply if you don't want to. Oh, damn it. On top of it, I wasted a police officer's fucking time. God. Why do humans treat me so badly?
We've all done before, but check your real first name and surname. As well as on your social media pages, your name might be found on your employer's website or in regional news and press releases. Information in the media most likely can't do you any harm. And as a rule, you can arrange with your employer to remove information about your place of work from public access. If you want to remove mentions of yourself from Google search altogether, use the link to the special requests form. I'll leave a link to it down below so you can check it out if you want to. If you didn't find anything out of the ordinary, try searching for a pseudonym or a username known to the attacker. For example, search by email address or by an old nickname. Sites and forums that you have long forgotten about may appear in the search. It doesn't matter if it's a review for a hotel in the mountains or a forum about firearms. Delete all of your old posts and messages. Even with these small pieces of information, an attacker can find out a lot about your hobbies, travels, and possible friends. Why let them get their hands on such information?
Look at that shit. Like they say, remove non-consensual, explicit, or intimate personal images from Google. I don't have any. Remove all involuntary fake pornography from Google. I don't have any. Please, I'd be okay if people really wanted to put my 400-pound fat body into fucking, Rule 13 or whatever. I don't care about that. I mean, I don't want to. I'm not going to watch or pay attention to. I don't pay attention to the internet. It's funny. Like all the other streamers, you can tell. Like they're on YouTube all day. They're reading their Reddit. They're reading their. You ever see me go to Reddit? Have you ever some of my friends have been watching me for like 10 months, and I don't believe I've ever voluntarily gone to Reddit in my whole life before, much less, every day. You know what I'm saying? I've never been to 4chan, not once. I've never been to Twitter, not once. I'm sorry. I went to Twitter to sign up for Twitter for my stream career, but I've never voluntarily signed up for Twitter or Instagram. I've been on Facebook, but I didn't use Facebook the last 9 years or something like that. I'm not a social media person. There's these elements of streamer that, like, all these sides of it, like social networking and stuff that has to do with, like, reaching people that I'm bad at, and networking and reaching out and self-promoting and professionalism and all this other crap, right? I'm not like any streamer I've ever seen. I think that's sort of the point. I'm not making it up as I go. I mean, well, I'm sorry, that's a bad statement. I am absolutely making this up as I go. But I'm not making up the business plan, the image, the approach. I'm not flying off the handle. Like, this might seem like I have some kind of impulse control problem, but I very much believe in everything that I've said here. And the weirdest part is, I've screamed all of this stuff 20 years. For 20 years, I've screamed this stuff, and the most attention I ever got was like 5,000 people or something like that. I'm okay with screaming the exact same stuff that right now tonight that I just said to you. I used to scream on stage 20 years ago when I was a punk singer and shit, and nothing's changed. I'd be okay if that was the accusations, you know what I'm saying? I'm not okay with bigotry accusations because I spent my whole life talking shit about bigots. And I'll talk shit about bigots and get banned. I'm not scared of it like everybody else. I don't care. I don't care, Pierre. I don't care about my career. Don't care about the humans. Don't care about money. I've been through this so many times. Please assassinate me and end my career. Make it easy for me. Please. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't care. So we go on about... So reason that you... Like, things that you would want Google to remove, right? Remove content about me on sites with exploitative removal practices from Google. I don't even know what that is, but I know that I've never exploited anybody or ever hurt a living thing. So I don't care about exploitative removal practices. Whatever the fuck that means. What is exploitative removal practices? Have you ever heard of worse? Exploitative removal practices. You know what I'm saying? Exploitative removal practices. What the fuck does that even mean? What does that mean? What are exploitative removal practices? Remove content about me on sites with exploitation. Upon request, we may remove links to content from Google search results if the content is on sites that require people to pay money directly to the sites or to other agencies to get the content removed. So I believe this is sex tape neighborhood. Kim Kardashian, oh my god, the one with Paris Hilton. Ugh. But anyways, I never did see the Kanye text or whatever it was, that Kanye thing. I've only ever seen I've seen one sex tape and one celebrity, one celebrity picture, and I won't talk about him any further than that. But, you know, because it's disgusting. That stuff's disgusting, you know? So I'm not guilty of this. I'm not scared of that. I'm not guilty of this. I'm not scared of that. I'm not guilty of this. I'm not scared of that. I'm not guilty. Everything I've ever been guilty for, I faced my fucking... I'm an upright citizen. I could call my probation officer and put him on stream. He would probably do it. And I'd be like, hey, man... I was about to say his name. Hey, man, will you tell my audience that I'm an upright citizen and that I pay my debts to society for every crime that I ever committed, and that I'm totally right in the eyes of the law, and I have not broken the law since I got on probation and never will again, and all this, and I'm an upright citizen. You know, I am the Upright Citizens Brigade. I haven't done anything against the law now in so long. I don't know, like 3 years or something, 3.5, something like that. So yeah, I suppose you could call it against the law if I did engage in hate speech. It was by accident or my Asperger's or something. You know, if I did break the law, I guess maybe, I don't know if I've broken the law or not. I don't believe I did, though. I don't believe I've broken the law, or I would be in jail. I don't believe I've broken the law. I don't believe I have anything to fear from anybody. That's one of the beautiful things about this. Notice that I'm not afraid of you. I will admit, I am not you. I'm sorry, not you. Of this guy. I'm not afraid of this guy. What I'm actually afraid of is like not having a resolution or closure and wondering maybe if he was right. But I know now that he's not, you know. I was wondering in the back, and I was like, is there some weird thing that I'm deluding myself about? And the answer is no. I'm very clear about what my biases are. It is myself. I don't hate anything in this fucking world except myself. That's it. And I don't hate myself. I'm talking about myself as in the royal self, as in the straight white male. I hate the straight white male. It's the only thing I hate. Everybody else, I don't care. I love you. Everybody. Don't care what you look like, what you smell like, where you come from, how much money you have, what your religion is. I don't care. I am of the believer that everybody in America is totally equal, including Trump. Even though he's a criminal, I suppose he's an equal. I mean, he's a war criminal, and he's caused a lot of problems and killed people. Did you know 3 people roasted to death in a fire in Trump's tower because he refused to buy water sprinklers in one of the most expensive towers ever created by mankind? And so 3 people burned to death in his Trump tower. Did you ever hear that? Go Google. But anyways, so even then, right, I'll go against my deepest fucking instinct, which is to say that Trump is the most inhuman thing we've ever created, right? But I would say he is an equal, unfortunately. This guy who's stalking me, he's an equal. My friends, they're equals. My enemies, equals. White, black, red, white, purple, yellow, purple, up, down, right, purple, right, yes, yellow, what, down, right, left, up, purple, you know? And I use purple because it's not a color that, I don't know, whatever. Burnt sienna, right? I suppose purple could be somehow construed as racist, but the burnt sienna is a better color, right? Burnt sienna. I love burnt sienna, right? There is no color that I really hate except my own, right? And I think I'm probably allowed to. Or I'm probably not allowed to hate my own color, but I do. And I'm sure all the white people love me. Let me tell you. I'm such a good guy to look up to. I am such an idol. Let me tell you how you all should grow up to live like me. Y'all should be 400-pound, do nothing, fucking no career, criminal assholes who sit around and play video games all day, you know? I'm such a good person, let me tell you, you know? And, these days I'm just honest about it. I don't like many of the things that my own race and gender choose to be. And that's the only thing that I don't like. The only thing. The only thing. I have knelt and prayed with Hindus, Muslims, Syrians, Chinese, Japanese, white, Hispanic, black, what is that, 8 races or something? I have knelt and prayed. I would mingle my blood with them. I would cut my hand and I would shake it. Black, red, white, yellow, purple, doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, excuse me, because I use the word white, but That's not correct. Would I cut my hand and shake my hand with a white person? No. You want some real racism? Get me off for the real racism. You know what I'm saying? I hate my own race. It's the only racial hate I have. It's the only racial hate I have. My own race has made it so difficult. My own race and gender have made it so difficult to be a white man that it is incredibly disgusting. How many black men were brutalized by white police this year? White would be... Look at this beautiful graph. Do you see this? White people shoot white people the most. Do you see this? White people shoot themselves the most. White people are kind of messed up. I know because I'm one of them. You know what I'm saying? White people are kind of messed up. It's fun to get into the race stuff, right? Because see, you made all these accusations that I'm a racist, but I've never actually taken my channel in a racist or hate speech direction until now. So let's go in the racist and hate speech, direction and talk about some racism and hate speech. I don't hate any race but my own. Simple, fun. I don't know what all this has to do with video games, but yeah. White people kill a lot of everybody. Look at that. Whites doing half the killing. The other races are doing the other half. And we begin to wonder why a white man might hate his own race. How many... 139,500 reported cases of rape this year. Gee, I wonder why I dislike men. Now, look at these beautiful numbers. It's about 1,000, right? There's only been about 1,000 people shot to death by U.S. police between 17 and 22. And I'm using Statista, which I'm not so sure I trust or not. Let's go see, I mean, they're still killed at a higher rate. This is, this is NBC. This is questionable. I don't trust them. So, and they're already kind of messing with me, so I'm just going to move on. But I don't know. Let's see a reputable... Let's look at a reputable source, like NPR, right? Fatal police shootings of unarmed black people reveal troubling patterns, right? And we're looking for the statistics on this. I don't want the rub. I want the statistics. Many officers will go their entire career without shooting, sometimes without pulling their gun out at all, which is good. This is horrible. This is not appropriate content for my streams. But I'm looking for a statistic, and that's what they promised. But I don't see the charts and graphs and statistics at all. I'm beginning to see kind of a fluff piece by NPR. Though, look, it's in depth. Look, it goes on and on and on and on and on. They're very serious about the things that they're saying. But I still feel like this is fake news fluff piece, sort of, even by NPR. Because the statistics aren't delivered here in a way... They're using words like often, and I really don't like that. They're like using hearsay, and they're like listening to cops talk about other cops and stuff, but I want the goddamn charts and statistics. That's what I came here for. And this did not impress me at all, NPR. I am a little bit ashamed about what I just saw. I saw a fluff piece full of goddamn words like often and such that those yellow journalists use. And there wasn't statistics in there at all. There was some, There was some numbers here. If I were to read this whole thing, 30 judgments, 142 million and stuff. But I'm not seeing statistics at all. I see a bunch of words about some deaths and like special incidents and such, like in pictures of victims and such. But I don't see a chart, graph, statistics, or any sort of actual real science here at all. It seems like junk science a little bit, right? A review of the evidence. This is the Manhattan Institute. I don't know who that is, which kind of troubles me. But I mean, you know, let's see if we actually have. On duty police fatally shoot about 1,000 people every year, right? So I would posit that the reason that I might be able to make a statement that it is horrible, like I don't like my own race, is because the media has painted them as these horrible killers. We don't see Africans committing stuff like the Holocaust. But if you look back enough in mankind's history, I believe every race has some kind of terrible moment like that. And I'm not trying to justify or rationalize any of it. But, you know, and approximately a quarter of those 1,000 killed are black, right? And that's exactly the statistics we saw earlier. So I believe that we now have almost kind of corroborated the evidence, essentially. We have an unarmed civilian shot thing that's going on, and I'm not trying to say that this isn't goddamn war crimes and goddamn debacles and all this. And I'm not going to weigh in on political issues of the present and such on a fucking Final Fantasy stream. But I've never been afraid to say what's on my mind in any goddamn given time of day. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Like a better statement than saying I dislike white people and I dislike straight white men, right? I actually don't, because many of my friends are white people and many of my friends are straight men. It would be, it would be false to make a statement like that. I'm being hyperbolic when I say things like that, because I do have an intrinsic dislike for those two things, and I'm just gonna be honest about it. But I have my reasons, But I will say that the statistics don't really support a real reason to feel that way, and I am going to re-examine my feelings about that. I think mankind is an animal. I don't think it's the white man, per se. Even though we do stuff like commit holocausts and, I can't breathe and, stomp on India for hundreds of years and, Indochina and World War II and all the silly stuff that white people get, white people behaving badly, right? My own race. And I realize that race is an uncomfortable issue, but, you can call me racist if you mean white people. You cannot call me racist if you mean any other race, because it's just not the case. Call me a self-hating white man. And the rape thing is absolutely real. I really don't like straight men because every year, apparently 140,000 women get raped by straight men. And it's not just women, it's just people in general. I do know for a fact that my gender likes to rape, and I really don't fucking like that. I don't like the damage that it's done to my fucking friends and the women that I have loved. I don't like the damage that the Holocaust did. I don't like what it did to the fucking world. I don't like what Trump did to my fucking country and setting us back 500 years in world politics and reputation. I don't like a lot of the things that rich white people behaving badly do, I don't like a lot of things they do. But do I dislike them? Not in general. I just have a bias, right? I'm okay with white people. I hang out with them all the fucking time, just like all the other races. They're just humans to me. They're all the same thing. So it says blue M&M, red M&M, white, black, purple, brown, yellow, etc. human. They're all the same color in the end. It's shit brown. M&M's, people, we're all the same deep color inside, which is shit brown. right? So no, white people don't get to be the bad guy or whatever the fuck. Everybody's bad. The human race is fucking bad, right? But see, I'm a lot more worried about my own race and gender than anybody else, and I'll be honest about that. I'm a lot more worried because when all of the women I've ever been with were raped, it was by white men. When I was brutalized by police, it was white men. When my friends who are of different ethnic origin were brutalized by police, guess what color the police were, right? So I understand that I have a bias about my own color, but that's it. Love everybody else. I've never been tortured by anybody but white people. Never had my job made illegal by anybody but white Congress. You know, and so it's not hate. It's not hate that I have for my own color or my own gender. It's bias. Because the numbers are real. The fucking numbers and the charts and the statistics, they're not fake. They're not fake news. They're fucking real. You know? Real. So, like, let's talk about biases and racism and bigotry that I actually have. Which is, there's only one color and one gender that I hate. And it's me. And I really love being able to say this stuff. I'm repeating it over and over again in hopes that you might use it as ammo to destroy me. Because if you really need to destroy me, I hope you do it for the right reasons. That's what I need from you. I don't need you to stop. I don't need you to stop liking me or following me or being my fan or any of this stuff. I don't need you to do anything at all except get me for the right reason. That's all. Get me for the right reason. You want to assassinate my career, my character, my life, what I care about. Guess what? That's already happened 25 years ago. You're kind of late to that party, so you go right ahead and join that long conga line full of rich white men. You go right ahead. I love, like, being honest, you know what I'm saying? Most people, they, like, don't really know who I am, you know what I'm saying? They don't really know. I don't hide it, they just never ask. You never asked. You just called me racist and bigoted. You never asked what my actual opinion was. Yes, should have. You easily could have got me banned in 5 seconds. You stumble around this, looking around, trying to get me attacked and fucked up and all this stupid shit. Right? But really, just ask me a question and I'll sink myself. I screamed on stage my entire life, pretty much. Even after I got off stage, I still screamed about it on the streets and everywhere else in my own room. Get, you know, pump on some punk and freaking, like, scream. You know what I'm saying? Scream. And it's not hatred, it's bias. These numbers, they're hard to ignore. I don't believe any white person is evil until I meet them and judge them on a case-by-case basis. Or not judge, but, you know, make my value judgment on a case-by-case basis, right? Like, you know, like, I don't think anybody's evil till I know that they are, you know? But boy, my bias towards my own race and gender is pretty strong. Hit me for the real bigotry, you know what I'm saying? You want to hit me for bigotry, you go right ahead. But please do it for the right reasons, you know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure you can get me canceled. Please, get me canceled for hating my own race and my own gender. They're a bunch of rapist murderers. Trump loved to talk about how Mexicans were rapists and murderers and we got to get him out of our country. I want him out of my country. I want Rich Whitey out of my country. Here's some race talk. You said tone down the hate speech. No, I'm not going to do what you say or anybody the fuck else tells me to say. No. I'm not going to tone down the hate speech towards rich white men. No. I've never done that my whole fucking life, and I'm not doing it now. The only hate speech you'll hear is this, I hate rich white men. Yeah. You know, this goes back to Sunny, right? Always Sunny did this pretty. I've been showing this almost every day, and we're going to show it again. Always Sunny, right? Blasting me in the ass, right? Is it black politicians blasting me in the ass? Is it poor politicians blasting me in the ass? Nah, it's the rich white man. Am I statistically or factually wrong? Are the Koch brothers black? Is Murdoch black? Is Zuckerberg black? Is Elon Musk black? Is Trump black is, I'm sorry. I can't think of a black person I dislike. Isn't that weird? I can't think of a black, Mexican... I can think of a Russian person I dislike. And his name starts with P. Pussy. But one Russian person that I dislike. One. Right? One. That's it. One. Oh, and his cabinet, too. Fuck them. They're all just as corrupt and fucked up spy master, Fibby, CIA, spook, Republican, fucking right-wing fascist, fucking March of the Bastard, Nazi, let's have World War III and Holocaust 5 and all this shit. Oh, the rich white man's gotta stomp all over the world. Sack Ukraine! Sack Germany! Sack America! Rich white man! White man's got a whole lot of problems. Oh, white man's got a whole lot of problems. White man's got a lot of bright ideas. White man likes to play God. White man says, he says that God is a white man. Everybody else. I'm going to sing the song, right? Yeah. Fuck Marxism. Yeah. Fuck socialism. Fuck capitalism, fuck anarchism. White man's got a whole lot of solutions. Oh, white man's got a whole lot of problems. White man's got a lot of bright ideas. White man likes to play God. White man says, he says that God is a white man. And everybody else and everything else gets systematically objectified. White man says, he says that nature is not a part of God. Fuck communism, yeah. Fuck democracy. Fuck science. Fuck reason. Fuck rationality. White man's got a whole lot of solutions. Oh yeah, white man's got a whole lot of problems. White man's got a lot of bright ideas. White man likes to play God. White man says, he says that God is a white man. And everybody else and everything else gets systematically objectified. White man says, he says that nature is not a part of God. White man's got progress, but it's only pollution. White man's got technology, it's only confusion. White man's got nature, yeah, and he's got the papers to prove it. White man's got a bomb, and he's stupid enough to use it. White man says, he says that God is a white man. Everybody else and everything else gets systematically objectified. White man says, he says that nature is not a part of God. To kill her becomes justified. White man says, yellow man, red man, black man, they are not a part of God. To kill them becomes justified. Man against man, against man, against man, against man, against man, against man, against man. Man against God, man against nature, man against woman, man against child. Man against man, 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 man against God, man against nature, man against woman and child. Man against man, 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 man against God, man against nature, man against woman and child. Man against man, man against man. So, you want to hit me with some fucking reality? You want to hit me with some actual fucking reality? Hit it for the racism where I actually have it. Whatever the fuck you think is so goddamn fucking crazy that she can just go... It's just not the reality. It's just, and I can prove it. You go ahead and torch me. If you need me to die on that hill of like, I am exactly the opposite of whatever accusation you're fucking making, right? You know, it's there. The reality, you know, I mean, this is the reality. This is like my, you know. This is who I am. Nobody knows. They never asked. So I just never say anything because it's just incendiary, crazy, and no, it's not too good for me. None of this is very good for my brain. It's not good for society. It's not good for culture. The biases aren't good. I don't like the phallicytical fucking thinking and all the fallacy of all the fucking straw man and mountains out of molehills and one true Scotsmans and all this other horse shit about, oh, I'm a racist and I'm a bigot and I'm a homophobe and all this. But honestly, dude, it's quite the opposite. It's like quite the opposite. And no matter what you fucking say, it doesn't make the reality of that case. It's still the white man kind of fucking us all, isn't it?
Doing? Keeping trash in here? Take it outside. There's no room outside. Can you believe these trash bozos?
Is it like tone down the hate speech? No. Please ban me for the right reasons. No. Tone down the hate speech. Yeah, no. I've never toned down the hate speech. If my career won't let me say whatever the fuck I think about my own goddamn gender and my own fucking race, I don't want my career. Fuck them. No. Right? That's the only person I'll ever speak out against because I've never been crossed by anybody else. You know? You ever had your job made illegal? You ever had your women raped? You ever had your family murdered? You ever had your friends kill themselves because they're poor and unhappy and crazy because of the fucking shit that the white government got up to and all this? Oh no, Trail of Tears never happened. No. Japanese internment camps in America never happened. No, that stuff just never happened. I'm a internment camp denier or something. I'm kidding, by the way. That stuff absolutely fucking happened, and I didn't fucking forget. Now, for a refresher, why you might hear some hate speech, legitimate hate speech on my fucking channel, let's take a look at the motherfucking Trail of Tears, because I'm 13% Choctaw, 50% Sicilian, 30% Anglo-Saxon, 4% Black, some other weird, stuff in there, but mainly Italian Choctaw white. Right? So let's talk about the Trail of Tears, or the Redwood Summer Justice Project. Well, let's talk about you want to talk about some hate speech. Whatever you think's going on is, I would guarantee, the opposite. Pretty much. Whatever your retard ass has gotten up to in your fucking retard head about what you think I am, get it right. Get it right. If you're gonna lump me in something, cancel my fucking career, you better fucking believe it's for the right fucking reasons. You understand? Now, let's take a look at the Trail of Tears. Oh, I totally love white people. Yeah. I totally love white people, let me tell you. Oh, yeah.
The Trail of Tears was the forced migration of numerous indigenous American tribes from their ancestral lands in the U.S. Southeast to new territory in Oklahoma. The journey resulted in the deaths of over 4,000 Native Americans along the way. But what was everyday life on the Trail of Tears like? Well, today we're going to take a look at some of the brutal realities of everyday life on the Trail of Tears. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, we'd be much obliged if you would leave a comment and let us know what other Indigenous American topics you would like to hear about. Okay, let's walk down this Trail of Tears. On May 28, 1830, U.S. President Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act, a document that authorized the American government to extinguish Indian titles to lands in the nation's southeast.
Oh, cool. So we just took all their land. No, that didn't happen, right?
That act also authorized the president to negotiate with native tribes in order to gain access.
These are the battles I fought my entire life. You can call me my enemy. It doesn't make it the reality. These are the battles I screamed about my entire fucking life. You can call me my enemy. It won't make it the reality.
own time, the act was highly controversial. While many Americans, particularly those in the South, in the largest state, Georgia, supported its passage, many others opposed the act, including a large number of Christian missionaries and several sitting members of Congress. Indeed,
Go with God, good Christians.
there was a series of debates that the act finally was passed by the legislature. While its ultimate goal was to turn those lands over to settlers, the Indian Removal Act did not explicitly grant Jackson permission to forcibly remove Native Americans.
Oh yeah, it turns out America totally. Where do you think Hitler got his idea from? Where do you think Hitler? You think Hitler was original? Do you really think Hitler was original? Yeah, it turns out America, amongst many, many others, kind of provided America mainly, but America kind of gave him a playbook, pretty good playbook, and he pretty much copied it. Yeah, I'm so belittling the victims. Yeah.
Inhabitants. Nonetheless, the 5 so-called civilized tribes, which included the Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, Cherokee, and Seminole, as well as the Wyandot, Kickapoo, Potawatomi, Shawnee, and Lenape, were all ultimately removed from their lands, and force was often a major factor. The tribes were sent west on a trip that would eventually become known as the Trail of Tears. Native Americans, still ubiquitously known as Indians among the white population at the time, weren't terribly popular in many of the states the Trail of Tears took them through. Therefore, at numerous points along the journey, they were forced to go many miles off the main route in order to avoid towns and cities where residents simply did not want them to come through. In some of these places, the landowners would charge them fees to cross over their lands. And not surprisingly, those fees weren't cheap. For example, after traveling through Tennessee and Kentucky, the Cherokee reached southern Illinois, but they had to cross the Ohio River to get there. To cross the river on a ferry, the Cherokee were charged $1 a head, the equivalent of $22.26 today. Other users of the ferry, meanwhile, typically paid a mere 12 cents, which was the equivalent of $2.67 today. A soldier named John G. Burnett, a private in Abraham McClellan's company who was assigned to help translate on the Trail of Tears, recorded his memories of the trail on his 80th birthday. In those memoirs, he pulled no punches, and, based on his first-hand knowledge, he characterized the trail as the most brutal order in the history of American warfare. While Burnett's recorded memories provide many deeply moving and personal details from the trail, it is his recollections of the brutal weather faced by the travelers that he refers to the most. And the natives who walked the trail were, indeed, forced to face harsh weather. In May of 1838, for example, the Cherokee were rounded up and put into stockades in Cleveland, Tennessee, until October of that year, when they finally began the trail. This means that they had to complete the 1,000-mile journey in the dead of winter. As Burnett remembers, many were forced to walk in bare feet with only the thinnest blankets for warmth, as the sleet and snow fell on them. Due to the cold and exposure, many contracted illnesses like pneumonia, and untold numbers succumbed as a result. Picture this scene. After being removed from their ancestral homelands and forced by the U.S. government to head to an unknown place in order to survive, hundreds of sick and dying Native Americans struggled to travel across miles of freezing, desolate land. And as they persevere, spectators stand along the sides of the road, offering no help or relief, but rather staring on in silence, watching for their own interest. It sounds cruel, but that's exactly the way it happened. Consider, for example, the testimony of Samuel Cloud, who turned 9 years old on the Trail of Tears. His story was recorded by his great-grandson, and among the many sad reminiscences that Cloud recounts, the very ending of his story stands out in its perversity. Cloud recalled that by the end, he hated the white people who lined the roads in their woolen clothes that kept them warm, watching the Indians pass. Native Americans weren't the only ones who wound up walking the Trail of Tears. Piling one injustice on top of another, many of the Cherokees brought their slaves along the trail with them as they moved from their homeland in Tennessee to the land allotted to them in Oklahoma. These enslaved African Americans were not only tasked with dealing with the incredibly inhospitable conditions of the trail, but they also had to serve their Cherokee masters while they traveled. They hunted for food and prepared it, washed clothes, cared for the sick, guarded camps, and served as scouts along the trail. Along the trail, pretty much every essential was in short supply. Travelers had no regular or easy access to food, water, shelter, clothes, or medicine, and very little game could be found and killed along the trail to supplement the meager available rations. As a result, many died of starvation along the way. Even coffins for the dead weren't readily available. In addition, there was a terrible drought that same year, and the first group dispatched along the trail in August of 1838 had to return to the base camp in present-day Chattanooga, Tennessee, because the creeks and rivers were dried up. Dehydration, along with starvation, wound up killing many on the Trail of Tears. Private John Burnett remembers taking part in only one confrontation on the trail, one with a teamster who was whipping an elderly man to hurry along into a wagon. Private Burnett would later write that the sight of that old and nearly blind creature quivering under the lashes of a bullwhip was too much. Having reached his breaking point with the cruelty, the private started a fight with the teamster in order to defend the man, sustaining an injury to his face in the process. And Burnett's account isn't the only one of its kind. Conflicts, either with brutal teamsters or with local militias, were regular dangers to those that walked the Trail of Tears. Many accounts of the Trail of Tears included discussion of the lack of wagon space available to the travelers. Because there weren't enough wagons, like pretty much every other necessity on the trail, only the very young, the very old, the sick, and nursing mothers were allowed to ride in them. As a result, the majority of those forcibly relocated along the trail were forced to cover 1,000 miles on foot. And if that wasn't bad enough, many were forced to make the walk without shoes. A traveler from Maine happened upon one of the caravans in Kentucky and wrote that even aged females, apparently nearly ready to drop into the grave, were traveling with heavy burdens attached to their back in their bare feet. The route that most Cherokee took west used what is now called the Northern Route, which wound its way from through Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, and Arkansas before reaching Oklahoma. The distance totaled roughly 1,000 miles. The Cherokee anticipated this route taking 2 months for completion. However, as a result of the terrible traveling conditions, meager rations, and illnesses, the journey took nearly 4 months to complete. If you do the math, it means that the travelers had a meager daily mileage of between 8 and 9 miles. The passage of the Indian Removal Act didn't leave the Native Americans with a lot of great options. Their choices were basically to move or to stand and fight against an overwhelmingly...
Mark carefully what this man says here.
The passage of the Indian Removal Act didn't leave the Native Americans with a lot of great options. Their choices were basically to move or to stand and fight against an overwhelmingly more powerful force.
That's my life. You can call me the overwhelmingly powerful force. Quite the opposite. I use those words. I do. Always have. Because to me, they mean the rich white man. The F word. The CSR word. That like you, remember? Remember how you're a rich white man? Remember that? You know? All those words that you think are hate speech, they're hate speech. Those words, F word, C word, CU word, all those things, people say it means vagina, people say it means penis and all this stuff. You know what all of those words mean to me? All of them. Right? The M word even? The rich white man. So most of my life, I've freely used them. And when somebody said, I don't like the use of that in polite conversation, I said, oh, no, I mean that in every way. I promise you, sir, from the bottom of the depths of my being, I promise you, in my earnestness, in my honesty, that I mean that in the most lame, white, straight, rich, white way possible. Even if it's a word about black people. All of the derogatives that I know equals rich white man in my head. From the M word on down, Rich white man. F word, gay words, all that other stuff. I don't mind gay people, don't mind women, don't mind black people, don't mind Mexicans. Never been raped by anybody who isn't, who isn't white or rich or destroyed. Never been destroyed by anybody who isn't rich. Yeah, you know what most punkers would say. The core of the punk ethos would be destroy what destroys you, right? So, an overwhelmingly powerful force, my own gender and race. Overwhelmingly powerful force fought in my entire fucking life. They made my job illegal. They raped every woman I was ever with. They, destroyed everything I ever loved. They enslaved the world. They put plastic in our ocean. They stopped the space race. They quibbled in a Congress for 60 years and passed 2 laws. They stole all of our money. They stole all the gold in Fort Knox. They ran credit cards from the 80s on and stopped using cash, so now they really do pretty much have you on credit consignment. They borrow money horribly and never pay back a cent, like a bad fucking neighbor or a bad family member or something like that. Oh, how much do we owe Japan? And all this other stuff that the irresponsible white people behaving, rich white people behaving badly stuff that we get up to, right? And I say we because I'm one of them. I'm not rich, but I'm definitely white, and I came up rich. You know what I'm saying? I'm poor. I don't have $1 in my... If you'd like to see the 63 cents in my bank account, I will gladly show it to you, except for the personal information involved in that. I am not a rich white man, I'll tell you that. And if I were to get rich, guess what I'd do? Lobby the government to make my job legal so that I could get rich and, prosecute. I'd probably prosecute. Probably sue him for a whole generation of lifetimes suppressed by an utter brutality of a police and prohibition fascist prison industrial complex. And so these images, you think it's some secret little dark hatred in my heart. But see, it's never been a secret. I am so racist against my own race. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm a racist, all right. I love every ethnicity but my own, So, just get it right. Once again, the takeaway should be get it right. Because you're always wrong. You're always wrong. I'm so sick of you being wrong. Just don't open your mouth until you get it right.
The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, or USSR, was a communist state from 1922 to 1991, and was a big rival of the U.S. from World War II to the end of the 80s. But what was the Soviet Union really like? What was it like living there? Well, it turns...
Maybe you sat around, played video games, got an education, fucked girls, and did drugs, did nothing your whole fucking life, your nice little privileged life, or whatever the fuck. I pretty much spent my whole life battling this. Every word, every thought, every attitude, every conception, every fucking misnomer, every fucking lie, every semantic blockage, every fucking atrocity, all of it. I studied all of it. I was given the best education I believe a human can receive, essentially, in terms of its value. For, 14, 15 years, something like that. All I did was learn everything I could about the mantle that I was assumed to don when the changing of the guard occurred. When I rebelled and said no, and, kind of threw the status quo out the fucking window, started living in a fucking commune, and kind of fighting the government, and hunting police, and, selling drugs, and stealing and stuff to get by, and living homeless for 5 years straight, and all this stuff, right? Sounds like a loser, doesn't it? Because I am a loser. But see, to me, as long as it's not being told what to do, I'm still the American. I'm still the patriot. As long as I'm not being told what to do by my government, I'm still a fucking patriot. And I'll speak about patriotism like these idiot fucking, Rush Limbaughs do. But there's a big difference between me and them, which is that I believe in what we actually built this shit on, which was the melting pot. Give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry. Not get those Mexicans out of our country, they're rapists and murderers. Just saying.
It's complicated. So, today we're going to take a look at things you didn't know about daily life in the Soviet Union. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. After that, we'd be much obliged if you would...
I love my Mexican brothers in this country. And I would see that man jailed. He will not divide us.
Leave a comment and let us know what other geopolitical topics you would like to hear about. Okay, you don't know how...
Okay, enough politics on a video game stream, guys. Sorry about that. Just had kind of a little bit of a false accusation there. Gotta kind of set it straight, you know what I'm saying? And if you don't know, Google me, bitch.
We're going to tell you how things worked back in the USSR. From the late 40s to the early 60s, the Soviet Union had a counterculture.
And, I believe that time is the most valuable thing that we have. I would say it is as valuable, no more, no less, than life. I would say time and life are of the exact same value and are the exact same thing. So if you lose billions of hours because of what they did, you know, to me that's death. It's the same as death. It's a loss of production. It's a loss of thriving. You can't feed your kids. You can't move forward. You get marched across the land in bare feet and shit like that, and you get ostracized and marginalized. That's what actually happens most of the time in this fucking country. It is, right? So before you step in and call me racist, please, before you call me racist, add the word against, or sorry, add the words against white people at the end, please, because it's the only one that actually fits. The rest of it that you're actually trying to accuse me for, no.
Culture group that aped Western beatnik and hipster culture and even made bootleg LPs. This being the USSR, the so-called Styliagi were forced to make the bootlegs out of recycled X-ray films. This meant the records had ghostly bones all over them, which, to be honest,
cool.
Sounds pretty badass.
It is badass. I want a Styliagi record. I wonder how much they are. But I'm not a collector. Fuck collecting anything. Everything is borrowed. I came to this world with nothing, and I leave with everything else. Everything else is borrowed.
Words of one style blogger, a group of dandy youngsters dressed up in colorful American-inspired get-ups that were unafraid to make a bold fashion statement. Those critical of the Styliagi claimed today he dances jazz, but tomorrow he will sell his homeland. Talk about your slippery slopes. McDonald's and Coca-Cola are often cited as being the two American companies with the most worldwide influence and reach. But it was actually Pepsi-Cola that made it into the USSR first. Yeah. Pepsi was available in the Soviet Union a full 21 years before McDonald's and 16 years before Coca-Cola. It had a lot to do with Pepsi's appearance at an exhibit at Moscow's Sokolniki Park in 1959, where the soda was given out for free in disposable paper cups. The Soviets struck a deal with Pepsi a decade later that also included the distribution rights for Stoli vodka. Despite the head start, however, Coke would catch up, and as of 2020, Coca-Cola was the most popular non-alcoholic beverage in Russia. Pepsi.
I will stop streaming on Insurrection Day. How's that? I'll stop streaming if that's what you want. I'll stop streaming. I'll stop streaming on January 6th. That'll be fine.
Pepsi was second, but speaking of beverages...
That's fine.
Famous beer lovers like Homer Simpson and Norm Peterson might have loved Russia because, while this sounds wild, it wouldn't be until 2011 that beer came to be defined as an alcoholic beverage in the former Soviet nation. Prior to that, legislation classified it as a foodstuff, meaning it could be sold like a soft drink. This meant it could be sold in street kiosks and could be imbibed openly in just about any public place in the country. Now, to be clear, this wasn't because the Russians didn't know beer was alcoholic or anything like that. It was really a legal consequence of an international trade pact known as the Nice Agreement. The agreement classified hard liquor and beer as two different types of goods, something Russian liquor producers spent years trying to change. In any case, was wildly popular during the Soviet era. In fact, when Mikhail Gorbachev, the country's head of state from 1990 through 1991, tried to pass a dry law that raised the price of booze and restricted when and what quantities it could be sold, it affected his popularity. Some historians think it even hastened his downfall. Studies have shown that Gorbachev's program correlated with a rise in life expectancy and a drop in criminal behavior. On the other hand, it cost the country about 100 billion rubles in tax revenues and became a massive source of income to organized criminals and black marketeers. So it was a mixed bag, or a mixed drink in this case. In an era when everything is made to be constantly replaced and upgraded, it's hard to remember that there was once a time when things were built to last. Like, for example, Soviet cars. According to Russian author Alexander Kabakov, from the 1930s to the 1950s especially, car owners in the Soviet Union took great pride in making their vehicles last as long as possible. And in some cases, they lasted a lifetime. It wasn't just careful owners that gave these vehicles their longevity. Quality control on the manufacturing end was a huge part of it, and so was build quality. In fact, Kabakov says the metal frames were so thick coming off the line, they were basically resistant to corrosion. Everyone's heard of long Soviet red lines, but that's not even the half of it. Even a self-proclaimed well-off American student living in Moscow in the mid-60s said that getting any food at all was a tremendous chore. According to Dr. Naomi F. Collins, she was constantly in a state of exhaustion just from the efforts of daily living. Even buying staples like cheese and rice took forever because you had to stand in long lines for nearly every item you wanted. And even after waiting, you didn't get the item directly. You had to get vouchers at each station, pay a cashier before going back to the station and picking up your item. Soviet authorities in Stalin's time considered private kitchens, dining rooms, and even apartments to be dangerous to the regime. So an idea was tossed around in the early days to force people to eat in communal cafeterias. Sounds like a storyline from a Dr. Strangelove type political farce, but so-called kitchen politics were actually considered such a threat that Soviet leaders wanted houses built without kitchens at all. It wasn't just about preventing people from having privacy. The idea was also meant to relieve a housewife from her daily chores, so that she could develop as a personality, and free the country from the Tsarism, and bring happiness to poorer classes. Because I guess we all know cooking only brings sorrow? Not surprisingly, the idea did not pan out. And soon, widespread industrialization led to over 100 different ethnic groups all being served the same exact meals, such as canned soup, meat, and fish. A New York Times feature from 1989 reveals quite a bit about the Soviet attitude regarding the poor and the homeless in the last few years of the USSR. One Western diplomat is quoted as saying that Soviet officials stopped gathering statistics on poverty because they insisted it simply did not exist. When presented with the idea of combating the issue with American-style soup kitchens, one Soviet official even said, "We are opposed to this system where poor people get free dinner." Psychologically,
Oh yeah, poor people deserve farts.
will not consider such a variant. They probably should have considered such a variant, however, since the state of
Poor people should be farted on.
earning one's dinner incredibly difficult. In fact, in 1989,
Especially when they steal.
it took a Soviet worker 10 times longer to earn a pound of meat than it did the average American. But not everyone was having a hard time getting the foods they wanted. In 1984, the year, not the George Orwell novel, Konstantin Msini's
Yes, the George Orwell novel.
nationwide food shortage.
Yes, the George Orwell novel. Yes, the George Orwell novel. Yes. Yes, the George Orwell novel.
The canteen was a network of special stores that sold food of particularly high quality to those with special passes. Sausages, fish delicacies, cheeses, bread, vodka, cakes, as well as fruits and vegetables produced and grown on state farms that supply the canteen system exclusively. There were also American cigarettes, Scotch whiskey, English gin, and pharmacies that sold prescriptions you couldn't find anywhere else in the country. Joseph Stalin really did not like the gay community. Soviet-era documents
the fuck?
in 1993
God
showed he
damn it.
insisted on the passage
Fucking
of
fascists, man. They're all the same. Trump,
33,
Stalin, same person.
which expressed
Putin, same. All of them.
was added
Same exact person. Same beliefs. Same bullshit. Same spy master. Fucking rich bullshit. So stupid.
Stalin wanted the law due to a report from the Soviet secret police
Same
that
thing.
warned of pederasty.
They make $20 an hour, and they want more.
I know, $20 an hour. I've only ever made more than $20 an hour, and it definitely was when I became my own boss. No time that I ever had a boss did they ever pay me that much. You know what I'm saying?
That's an outrage. These guys are blasting us in the ass.
They're blasting us in the ass, and I'm supposed to love them. I'm supposed to love my own race and my own gender. Ah, they've been blasting us in the ass our whole lives. I love them so much. I'm supposed to love them. What do you mean you don't like your own race? Well, you're a Soviet white man? What do you mean you don't like white people? You're a white person. Yeah, but they've been blasting us in the ass so long they got nothing left. No family, no friends, no life, no property, nothing. No job, no hope, no prospects. No body to speak of, no mind left, nothing. They destroyed me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, well, yeah, I don't give a flying fuck what I say about white people. No. Are they gonna ass blast us some more? Go right ahead. Yeah, I don't care. Like they're gonna threaten me with prison. I don't give a flying fuck what they do. They can throw me in fucking prison. They've been doing that my whole fucking life. Go right ahead.
Pay taxes.
Who am I supposed to vote for?
Who am I supposed to vote for? You know, so I want to start a political party, right? It's the INR party. Have I talked to you guys about this? Have you heard this? Have I hit you with this one? Have I hit you with this one yet? Right? The INR party, right? The I'm not represented party. The INRs, right? I'm an INR. I know exactly what my political affiliation is. I am not represented, not even remotely. We kind of have like some semblance of a good political party if you kind of mix the worst parts of, not worst, I'm sorry, the best parts of like libertarianism if you keep away from the right-wing fascist side of it, and the best parts of the Green Party if you keep away from the fascist side of it and the socialist side of it, and just have nice, normal, middle-of-the-road politics where we all admit that we don't like abortion but we don't know what to do about it, as opposed to just saying I hate that and I hate you. Maybe we should admit that no, none of us like abortion, but we don't know what to do about it. Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Like, I don't want to be represented by pro-lifers. I don't want to be represented by pro-choicers. I am an INR. I'm not represented because I'm right there in the middle saying I can see it from both fucking sides. I'm not a Democrat in the respect that I don't want to be told what the fuck to do. Democrats really like to tell you what the fuck to do. The same fascism that is in the core of the Republican Party is in the core of the Democratic Party. They're basically the same Republic rats. You ever heard of Republic? We used to say Republicrats, but it's actually Republic rats. You know what I'm saying? They're the same Republic rats that they've always been. I'm Jim Johnson, and I don't approve of what the other guy says. I'm John Jimson, and I don't agree with what Jim Johnson says. And that's like, you know, god damn it, like that's kind of how it is. They've been blasting us in our whole fucking, you know, blasting us in the ass our entire fucking life. I've been sick of it because I haven't even lived a normal life now for, I don't know, fucking 17 years or something, you know, like 17 years or something crazy. Kind of like going to war and never coming back or something like that. I've been at war for like 17 years over this, a holy war in the fucking mental, screaming about it. To anybody who cares to listen, which is no one. And I know because the numbers are 3. It's hilarious. So nobody cares to hear this shit. I don't give a flying fuck what you care to hear. It's my channel. I don't care what you think about my speech. I don't care what you think about censorship. You go right ahead and report me and let them judge it. I don't care what you think about that stuff. I could give a flying fuck what you want to hit me with about censorship or what you think about censorship. Fuck censorship and its stupid F-it asses.
Look at who's blasting me in the ass, or the Democrat is blasting me in the ass.
Yeah, say like, come on, like sooner or later, you kind of like this isn't some bit of power. I would never run for goddamn president. That's like saying I want to be Hitler. You know, I love Joe Biden, but I don't really respect anybody who would want to be American president post Nixon. I love me some whatever. I really don't love Bill Clinton. He repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, and I dealt with predatory lending my whole goddamn life, and it really hurts. Hurt all of my friends. Really bad. I don't know anybody who owns a house. I know some people who owns houses because their parents died. I only know, I think, like 2 people in my whole life. 3. Mustn't forget my friend Kyle. Kyle worked hard his whole life and earned everything he ever did. But, I mean, overall, right? I know about 3 people who, in my entire goddamn generation, who own a home. You don't think that might make me a little jaded and kind of hateful towards the rich, white, goddamn fucking hegemony? You think just a little bit? You kind of wonder, like, oh, I got 60 cents, and, you know, and I worked, I got 60 cents to my name, but I went back and kind of tracked that I did work 27 years, 40 hours a week, and I've got 60 cents to my name. Oh, no, did the white people steal it? Oh, no! Let's do a South Park episode about this. Integrity Farms said the way, you know, like, it's kind of hilarious. It's like, oh, no, and it's gone. And it's gone. And it's gone. We're just gonna invest it in a, you know, in a 401k, and it's gone. This is what I've had my entire fucking life, and it's gone.
Interest and it's gone. It's the earnings into foreign currency money market mutual fund. Then we'll reinvest the earnings into foreign currency accounts with compounding interest, and it's gone.
What? I stole it. I'm the rich white man. I stole it. I sit in my McMansions and I talk about Elon Musk, and all the poor people seem to want to talk about Elon Musk too. So let's just talk about Trump and Elon Musk all day instead of actually the systematic rape and destruction of my country. The systematic rape and destruction of my generation. The systematic rape and destruction of the generations younger than me. The systematic rape and destruction of the American dream, so that white people could you know, just so white people could renovate houses.
There's been a lot of hurting in our country lately. You can either be a part of the solution
Or part of the problem. Or you can renovate houses as a rich white person.
Ago, my wife Sharon and I decided to be part of the solution.
Part of the solution.
By remodeling and flipping houses for people all over our town.
I live in this town, by the way. I live in the town he's talking about, by the way.
This doesn't all sound familiar to you guys?
Oh yeah, every year, every day of my life. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Activists holding orgies and engaging in espionage. Throughout the Soviet era, being openly gay meant facing prison or even hard labor. Not only that, gay people were widely considered pedophiles and fascists, and still are in parts of modern Russia, where homophobia still lingers. Stalin's
You know.
in the mid-90s, after the
Don't know too many fascist gay people. There are some gays for Trump and women for Trump. That's exactly like, you know, Jews for Hitler. I don't see the difference. Women and gays for Trump, that's quite literally gay, you know, Jews for Hitler. There's no difference. I don't see a difference, except for the, you know, whatever their actual designation is due to the skin color or orientation or whatever, which I don't make a difference. I don't care. They're all the same. We're all the same. There is no difference there. They're just people, right? But, you know, don't know too many gay fascists, but I absolutely know a lot of rich white fascists. A lot of them.
the fall of the Soviet Union. Gay people in prison for sodomy didn't even receive amnesty when the laws that put them there were repealed.
I've always wondered, it's a really dark subject, so I won't do it on stream, But how does one, in a fascist state, how does one get convicted of butt sex? Does the girl or guy tell the government that you had sex with their butt? Or does the government come to the scene as you do it and witness it and then charge you like with a police officer? Does the butt sex occur in a prison? And is the offenders put to death in communist Russia or Nazi Germany or, you know, fascist America? I just kind of wonder. I mean, because we used to do this too, you know? Sodomy is a big bad no-no to the fascists, you know what I'm saying? That's against God. Good old white God gave us all our money, you know? And, you know, there's no other gods, by the way. The one true God, remember. And I'm kidding, by the way. You know, anyways, just the stuff that white man gets up to, you know? I like me some hate speech. I'm into hate speech if it means white people. Well, I could do hate speech. Tone down the hate speech. Yeah, no, I'm going to take the advice of all the actual successful streamers that came before me, like Ninja and fucking Asmongold and fucking Amaranth and fucking, you know. And I'm gonna hit you with this. I'm going to do a lot more of what you're telling me not to do. Because you are my boss and I give a flying fuck what you think. But I do care particularly what this person thinks because it's wrong. I don't care what he thinks. I just care that it's wrong.
Built in 1993.
He thinks I'm racist and and bigoted and towards like gay people and people of color. No, those are my brothers and sisters. I love them. Ooh, no, quite the opposite. Let me tell you, I will freely admit to it and get banned and lose my career and be proud and use it as a story while I dandle my grandkids on my motherfucking lap with my bottle of Jack like a pimp and, you know, pondering this fucking life with a bottle of Jack in one hand, you know, like babysitting for Haley while she's out getting trash kind of shit, right? And, no, I'm gonna do more things that you tell me not to. Thanks for telling me. You know, I just had to come at you, you know, and get what you wanted from me, so I could just do a lot more of whatever the opposite was.
Facing accusations of religious obscurantism.
You're not my
and
fucking boss.
anti-communism,
I don't give a
heavy
flying
metal
fuck what you
bands
think.
such as Black Sabbath,
Nobody's my boss.
Iron Maiden,
YouTube and Twitch are not my fucking boss. I don't give a flying fuck what YouTube and Twitch think. And if I can't make it in this, if I can't make it in this, you know, if I can't make it in this, you know, this arena, I'll step to another. So many streamers are like, what do I do if I get canceled? And I'm like, oh my god, the greatest thing that could ever happen to me is getting canceled. Please! Say, please cancel me! Please cancel me, or I will use this as a fucking pulpit to march my way into the streets and start a revolution and storm the White Palace and get these rich white fascists out of our fucking faces, you know? Kind of like the King of England or something like that. You know, get the rich white fascists out of our face. We used to hate that, but now in fascist America, it's you know, all the right wingers really hate the PC thugs who won't let them use their language and such, right? But boy, no. Anyways.
and Judas Priest were on a secret blacklist kept by the Soviets and distributed to party officials.
Why you gotta blacklist Judas Priest, Russia? Stalin? Not Russia. I think Russia probably loves Judas Priest. Oh my god. Okay, so like, you know, you ever seen Iron Maiden play Russia? You ever seen Iron Maiden play Russia? Woo! We gon' see it. We gon' see it. Oh wait, no, that's Metallica, but I mean that's a whole different meaning. I'm talking about Iron Maiden, motherfucker. This was in 2016, which it is not indicative of when Iron Maiden was popular. So we're gonna actually do that. We're gonna see Iron Maiden Killers live. Yeah, but where is it though? You know, St. Petersburg, Russia. Here we go. Oh, it's 2013 though. I love Iron Maiden, don't get me wrong, but like I'm not looking for 2013. I'm looking for, you know, the greatest year that's ever occurred, 1979. I want to see Iron Maiden in Russia in 1979. I'm not gonna find it, but I should. But anyways, here's a video that's somewhat indicative of what I am trying to talk about. Here is Santiago, Chile, 2011, because I guess only boomers had, or not boomers, excuse me, only millennials had cell phones. Excuse me. So, you know, we didn't have cell phones in 1979, so we don't really have this kind of footage that much. And probably the footage that we do have, we charge for. We probably got to buy it on DVD. You probably can't see that on YouTube, because there's a lot of people feed their kids through, you know, marketing music. People that I like. I don't like the industry tools, but I like the industry. I like me some Derek Shulman. That would be the lead singer of one of my favorite bands, Gentle Giant, who ended up being a record executive. He became a prominent record executive for A&R and Polygram and Atco, Cinderella, Kingdom Come, and Enough Is Enough, Dream Theater, Pantera, Tangier, Bad Company, AC/DC, you know, and all that. And of course, Gentle Giant's why I really love him. But I mean, this guy is a living fucking god. And he's still around. We love you, Derek. We fucking love you. Thank you for being one of those reasons that makes life worth living. Derek Shulman, right? I mean, I'm supposed to remember the lead singer of Iron Maiden, but I couldn't, so I just came up with who my Iron Maiden was, which was Gentle Giant. And Derek Shulman. But anyways.
Officials in 1985. It wasn't just heavy metal that threatened the establishment, though. Plenty of pop and indie acts made the list, too. Bands like Talking Heads, The Village People, and Ffxi were listed in the document, which was written up for the purpose of intensifying control over the activities of discotheques. The translated title of the blacklist, by the way, was The Approximate List of Foreign Musical Groups and Artists whose repertoires contain ideologically harmful compositions. It's hard not to be amused by a totalitarian regime feeling threatened by the Village People.
They were threatened by the Village People because they're fascists and they don't like gay people. Sound familiar? Trump and, you know...
Production of tasteless bric-a-brac. But that's exactly what the Soviets did. The Soviets apparently hated kitsch, at least in the early days. In 1928, the state-run newspaper Komsomolska Pravda even launched a campaign called Down with Domestic Trash. Why? According to the state-run newspaper, all these dogs, mermaids, figurine devils, and elephants only help smuggle back mishchanstva. Mishchanstva, for the record, is a virtually untranslatable term meaning preoccupation with everyday. I wonder how they'd feel about Funko Pop figures. Jewish people living in the Soviet Union after World War II were forced to hide matzah in pillowcases inside suitcases and transport it when visiting relatives because baking it inside synagogues was explicitly forbidden. Matzah, for those who don't know, are the flat crackers Jews eat to commemorate Passover.
Lambas bread.
Secret police would patrol synagogues to enforce the rule, so Jewish families in the USSR had to get secretive themselves. It's odd to think of making crackers as an act of rebellion, but it was. A man named Slava Frumkin, who lived through it all, says it was a point of pride. It was like a sense of secrecy around this, and it was filling, to some degree, with some pride, your heart. You're doing something secretly that the government doesn't want. Yes. The staples that held together Soviet passports were made from an inferior metal that could corrode and get rusty. This may seem like a bug, but it was actually a feature. And for secret agents trying to use fake passports, it was a huge deal. Unlike passports in the USSR, American passports used stainless steel staples. So anyone trying to pass their fake Soviet passport off as a real one gave themselves away if they were using the wrong staples. A Russian FSB, or Federal Security Service, official told the Chicago Tribune that hundreds of American agents got caught because they didn't know this. It's always the little things. So what do you think? What Soviet facts surprised you? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history. Lurking within the shadows of Joseph Stalin's Soviet Union was a system of forced labor camps known as the Gulag. Gulags were nightmarish prisons containing anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 prisoners apiece. If you were unlucky enough to find yourself as one of those prisoners, you would be subjected to backbreaking labor, brutality, extreme weather, starvation, and disease. Today on Weird History, we're exploring what life was like for a prisoner in the Soviet Gulag. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. And while you're at it, leave a comment and let us know what historical prison topics you'd like to hear about next. Okay, time to take a disturbing trip back to the USSR. And we don't mean we're taking a drive in a Moskvich. The Gulag was notorious for imprisoning people based on false or even non-existent charges.
You know, like the Prohibition and butt sex.
And anti-revolutionary activity. Sympathy toward anyone perceived to be enemy of the state could also be punished with a trip to the camps. That means if Rocky had lost Ivan Drago, not only would he have been shipped off to the Gulag, but so would Paulie. And probably the robot as well. The Soviet Union relied...
I love history that talks about fascism, because it always sounds like Flight of the Valkyries right before, like, a big fucking conflagration of, you know, some kind of crazy fucking war that the fascists seem to really need.
On these flimsy pretexts to incarcerate anyone they pleased. But the real reason was the economic value of...
But really, they just can't handle anybody who isn't rich and white. They can't handle gay. They can't handle black. They can't handle female. They can't handle anybody who isn't rich and white.
Labor. Stalin's aggressive 5-year plan, an effort to quickly bring industrialization to the Soviet Union, required a huge amount of labor for its massive construction projects. The only problem? A lack of knowledgeable and skilled specialists who could do the work. So Stalin's plan created enormous labor camps to get the job done. A guy who has sketchy facial hair with an ambitious business model that relies on unpaid labor. Sounds like a tech startup CEO to me. Millions of people were arrested, deported to the Gulag, and forced to become the builders of Stalin's dream. Camp survivors shared chilling stories of being picked up by secret police and shipped off to the Gulag without a trial. Unsuspecting citizens could be snatched up while at work, in the middle of having a meal at a restaurant, walking down the street, or even asleep in their beds.
Oh, walls? Oh, walls. I fucked that up, huh?
The lives of over 8 million civilians and 800
Walls? Okay, Waters. Waters is Heaven's Tower.
Desperate to live,
Walls.
turned to crime to survive, and were often rounded up and sent to the Gulag to bolster Stalin's workforce. You are never too young to swing a hammer for the motherland. Following a terrible interrogation, prisoners would be loaded onto a cattle car with others, sometimes waiting days for the train to depart for the Gulag.
I think I went the wrong way. I did. I had to remember it.
Given nothing but salted fish. Of it was a hole in the floor. Many succumbed to dehydration and extreme heat or cold before they even arrived at the Gulag. World War II proved to be another boon for the Gulag, and not in the way you might expect. After the Germans invaded the Western Soviet Union in the summer of 1941, the Red Army beat a hasty, chaotic retreat as Hitler's forces swarmed over the land. Eventually, the Soviets regained control, prompting Stalin to issue Order Number 270 in 1941, which stated that any Red Army soldier who was captured or retreated would face a terrible punishment. Not only would they have to deal with the consequences of their actions, which in some cases would mean being shipped off to a German POW camp, but in addition, their families would be denied food and potentially be sent straight to the Gulag. Basically,
Yay, straight to prison.
either win
Oh, you did drugs? Prison.
Otherwise, your family would be breaking
Oh, you're gay? Prison.
As if that
Oh, you're
wasn't
poor?
bad enough,
Prison.
Gulag prisoners were assigned
You know.
to special penal
Oh, you're handicapped? Prison.
Some
Asperger's?
minefields,
Prison.
clearing them for other soldiers to cross. Others were effectively used as human shields to protect the good soldiers. Anyone who
Not
tried
rich and
to
white,
run for it
human
would be
shield.
gunned down by special
Operation Get Behind the Not Rich and White
orders
People.
to fire upon deserters.
Operation Get Behind the Not Rich and White People.
Getting blown up by a mine or shot by Germans and or your fellow countrymen.
Misa non-rich white people, non-rich non-white people gonna die? Misa non-rich non-white people gonna die?
Following the hellish train ride to the Gulag, inmates had to contend with the harsh reality of daily life in the prison, where countless lives were claimed by disease.
Oh, cool. When you get to the prison, that's when the death starts. Yeah, that sounds like the fascist, I mean, we're talking about Stalin. I mean, the Gulag is just not anything like... Oh, wait. We kind of did have Alcatraz and Sing Sing and Supermax there in Golden, Colorado. And, Oh, wait. Turns out we do have gulags. Yeah, there is a lot of death in prison, and we are kind of fascist Russia, except it's America.
And exposure. Food was always in short supply.
Yeah. Turns out we just told everybody we're kind of like peacenik hippie Americans and stuff. We love everybody, but actually, it turns out that the rich white people just sort of took over the country, destroyed everything, stole all the money in the banks, and started wars with every other country. Whew. I mean, honesty, man. It's true, but I shouldn't say it, right?
Most camps provided almost no clothing or shelter. The barracks were often nothing more than ramshackle wooden shacks, offering scant protection from the elements.
This is going to depress me too much, so let's listen to a spoken word, right? We're going to listen to a spoken word now. Spoken word on YouTube. Let's do Jello Biafra spoken word, right? What do we want to hear? I blow minds for a living, right? I think so. Let's listen to the Jello.
Hostage to oil. Use our Star Wars know-how to build solar-powered cars.
Can't have solar power. The rich white man couldn't sell us gasoline. And we need our gasoline and our oil, right? That's always why we go to war. So I mean, if we have like solar power running our cars, what are we gonna go for? What are we gonna? We as rich white people, what are we gonna go to war for? Come on, man. So kill the electric car. Come on, we can't have world wars if there's no oil to fight for. Come on. You know the fucking deal. It's oil wars. That's why we're here. That's what we do. That's why the rich white American government is fascist and all this. We need oil. Remember? We can't have solar power. Come on.
Won't need an army either.
Who holds back the electric car? Who makes the Gutenberg a star? We do. We do. Who wins every Oscar night?
One clerk in the
We do. We do.
patent office might be all it would take to find blueprints for a solar car General Motors shelved away. But oh no, that's
In 1986,
too simple, and there's money to be made.
which is when this album came out, by the way. I'm just kidding.
Especially
I think it was actually more like 1999. I think this album came out, yeah. But still, I mean, in 1986, yeah.
you already have more than you ever need. For those of us who can't buy our way out like rich folks like Dan Quayle do, it's burn your draft card, burn the flag, and burn the Pentagon.
Goddamn right. Fucking testify, brother. You think this runs like... Do you think I'm half-blooded about this? Or that I'm like, conflicted? Or I don't know what my own opinions are? What my own opinion... Like, what my fucking stance is on this? Or where I drew my line in the fucking sand and left humanity? This is not some act or like... I'm not putting on some fucking act for you guys. I'm sorry. It's quite the opposite. I believe this shit and I will say it. Please cancel me. I don't want to be an irresponsible, like, successful streamer. Because that's what I would be. I would be an irresponsible, successful streamer. I'll use it to change the world. It's not too good. It's not too good. And I'm not talking about fucking like Bill Gates philanthropy. I'm talking about toppling the fucking White Tower. You better not give me a follow or I might use it to topple the American government. I'm kidding, by the way. It's said in jest. It's farce. It's, I'm kidding, by the way. I just like kidding with them a little bit. They're so serial, Why so serious? You know what I'm saying? The American government's so goddamn serious. I never see them laughing unless it's kind of like at poor people, like who had kind of like like the waiter in the Simpsons episode. I'm pretty sure Congress thinks most of America is like that clumsy French waiter from the Simpsons episode where Diamond Joe Quimby's kid supposedly beats up the French waiter, right? They think it's these JFK Democrats beating up a French waiter or something like that. They're making fun of something that happened in the press in New York or something like that. I'm not sure what that reference is. I could pull the book. I have the book with the reference in it, but I forget. But anyways, yeah.
That's why we got the world's first tabloid war. No bodies, no funerals, no wounded, no gore. Super Bowl every day, where we always win. So much yellow ribbon, we are hanging ourselves.
Anyways, now that I have had my daily mental breakdown, right? I'm gonna when they cancel me, or whatever the fuck. I doubt they'll cancel me. I'll never get famous, right? Or not famous. Excuse me. I don't want to be famous. I'm talking about like at least get a crowd or whatever. I'm too angry, which is good. I think it's good that I'm too angry. Everybody else thinks it's too bad. I think it's really good because it keeps everybody away. It's probably pretty good to keep everybody away. I'm probably far too crazy for most people. I would say, stay away. Don't follow me, kids. Please. Please don't follow me. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I just don't really want to be an idol. I never was an idol. I like my heroin. I like my speed. I like my butt sex with perfect 10 women and my fucking, like, pot and my fucking, like, my liberalism and my intelligentsia. You've got your, you've got your big jeans. I've got my fucking hash pipe, bitch.
That's what's so different.
That's the difference. But anyways, so now that I've had my daily mental breakdown where I essentially do everything that everybody told me not to do, which is a recurring theme, people really want to tell you what to do, I noticed. And you guys just seem to think that I'm an idiot because I don't listen. But see, I've been told to do my whole life. The likelihood of me listening to you is just, let's just be fucking frank. It's zero. It's zero. I don't give a flying fuck what you think, So, but anyways, now that we got all the anger and the vitriol out, I am going to meditate in my Shangri-La. For me, meditation is seeking the void.
Different from.
I never ever leave. I'm capable of doing all kinds of things like astral projection, prescience. Not direct telepathy, but never telekinesis or anything like that. Never fire or any of that. But I definitely have technobane, and I definitely am pretty good at manufacturing luck. I'm a bit of a I'm the opposite of a cooler. When I need to win, I win somehow, and it's never skill. I'm talking about something like poker. When I need to win, I will win. Right? So here we go, and so I would like to draw. This remake is not as holy, so I will play the original. And I'm sorry to my Final Fantasy fans here. I'm so sorry to mangle Heaven's Tower. I didn't mangle Heaven's Tower, they did. And before I go on, I would like to illustrate what my meditation looks like for those who might not understand it. I don't calm my BP. I don't leave my body. I don't seek nothing. I don't follow anything. I partition my mind like this. And we have our black background in my mind. Oops. I need you. No, it is that. Right? I believe so, y'all. It's a little more gold, but I don't know. It's fine. So, oops, no, that would be wrong. Yeah, that, right? Like that. And then almost done. Sorry, guys. Oh, well, Microsoft ruined Paint, so, and I'm not going to relearn it. I really used to be a master of Paint, but now they're just... But anyways, black box, gold, I'm sorry, gold box, black background, black box inside the gold background. And if I could draw, I guess I could draw it. I could draw it like, it's weird how the Rust Paint program is better than the Microsoft Paint program. Why did Microsoft mangle Paint? But anyways, I realize it's much better to use probably for people who use it to make money. But I don't think it has the soul of a 2004 Paint program. So I see my black box and I see my gold. And the gold is the box that is left after the black has slaughtered my mind, slaughtered my body, made my job illegal, destroyed my country, destroyed my people, destroyed my peers, destroyed my generation, and enslaved us all in a prohibition war that killed the entire world. The reality is the gold box. It's not the black background that the rest of the humans would see it be. The reality is the gold box in the center. And that is my meditation. The one place in all of existence that has not been raped and tortured by the rich white man. Sorry, guys. All my life, I have stuck my thumb in the earth in the heavens tower. You now know my greatest secret. This is my actual home. This is the only thing that I value. You can't destroy it. It will always live on. It'll be on someone's hard drive somewhere. You can call me a racist or a bigot and try to destroy me or destroy my career or whatever the flying fuck your stupid ass wants to get up to or whatever. But you'll never actually get anything that I value. For it is this. It is a thing that you cannot take away. It is my angriest inner peace. Stop trying.
Ugly Vietnam. Media that brought that war home's been bought out. General Electric controls NBC News. They want to sell weapons. They distort what we view. Can those rah-rah we love war polls be believed when so many of us everywhere are out in the streets? Pentagon parrot papers won't admit we exist. What that says to me is their owners are scared. That we will get as strong as they have in Berlin and tear down their walls and their new order scams. Yellow ribbon McCarthyism can't hold us too long. We support our troops most because we say, bring them home.
Woo!
Be all you can be. Say no to the Army, Air Force, Marines. Get off your butt before your butt's blown off. Don't die for oil. Don't be a sucker.
Testify.
And speaking of dying for oil, guess where a lot of the people coordinating the carnage were when it was their time to go to Vietnam? We all know about Quayle opting out in the National Guard because he had rich parents, but there is much more. Sylvester Stallone was living in Switzerland as an athletic coach in a girls' school and reportedly a part-time porno star. Patrick Buchanan, he didn't go, he had a bad knee. Senator Phil Gramm,
I really like Sylvester Stallone, always have, but he scares the shit out of me.
conservative from Texas, hey, he was going to school, he didn't have to go. Newt Gingrich, student deferment, he didn't have to go. Remember Elliot Abrams, the Assistant Secretary of State under Reagan, who was a Contra and El Salvador Death Squad sympathizer and all?
Yeah, but we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Bad.
We don't talk about Bruno.
And if that's not enough, our Defense Secretary, Dick Cheney, he didn't bother going either. He had school and an internship with the governor of wonderful Wyoming.
Oh, I'm too busy, being the cultural elite to go to war. Come on. I gotta go work for Murdoch. Come on, man. I don't want to go to war. I'm rich and white. I don't have to go to war, right? That's what black people do. I'm Dick Cheney.
My, how well we've learned. How many of you out there think this country's a democracy?
No.
Or is
No.
it really more...
If we were to poll, we absolutely do not have free trade. Most of the things that we are empowered to trade, most of the things that we could trade, we can't. And what is, a little bit of a history and civics and sociology and social studies all at once, right? And American government and all this other stuff, right? We'll call it politics, right? We'll call it politics to keep it simple and stuff, right? What is the cornerstone of a good democracy? What is the cornerstone of a good democracy, huh? Can you answer me this, huh? Oh, is it free trade? Oh no, we kind of killed that. There's no free trade. We can't trade drugs. We can't trade sex. We can't really trade other things unless we're a corporation. We can't trade unless we pay our taxes. We can't trade unless we pay for our vendor's license. We can't pay for a stall to sell our goods in if we don't pay our vendor license first, and then pay protection for our stall in New York and build the mafia and stuff. And pretty much free trade is just this. I would call it the American dream, you know? It's like that paint bubble that the conservative, you know, it's that conservative bubble that's filled with paint fumes, you know? Yeah. And I'm just going to say it, like, you know, we don't have free trade anymore. This isn't America. We live in fascist Nazi Germany. Just saying, where did the free trade go? If it was free, right? Oh boy, what would we do with our prison industrial complex if the trade was free? If we actually believed in free trade, we wouldn't have the prohibition, would we? If we actually believed in free trade and weren't a total fascist fucking hegemony, excuse me, the prisons wouldn't be filled with nonviolent drug offenders, prostitutes, and such. And I just don't know what America would do if trade was actually free, because then we wouldn't really have too many poor people, you know? Wouldn't have too much poverty, destruction, prisons filled with poor people, fascist government, and wars overseas in the graveyard of nations, and, you know, all the things that good old America gets up to in its older age.
More of a one-party
Older age being 300 years.
masquerading as a
One of the things I love about America is we think we know better than everybody else in the fucking world, and we're totally self-delusional about this. But every other country in the world has been recognized for thousands of years. We're the 3-year-old toddler that bombs Japan.
two-party state.
And no, I'm not trying to make light of it. No, I am not trying to make fun of the victims or making it like, I really hate that my own government dropped a bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I don't believe there's been recompense paid yet. Anyways. And, we haven't made amends with our beloved Asian brothers. We absolutely have not done that. Not really. We've made our apologies and stuff. We made our peace with it. And they love us, and we love them. They loaned us a lot of money and such, and we're friends again, you know. But I'm not really sure we ever really made that right. Can you make that right? Making it right would have been never doing it in the first fucking place. And, I guess I'm just supposed to support my government wholeheartedly, which I will do. But I do it with my eyes open, you know? I'm going to support you wholeheartedly and be a patriot and try to believe in the things that you guys are stumbling towards. But, I mean, the free trade thing in particular is one of the major reasons I play MMOs all day. It's the last bastion of free speech, and the last bastion of free trade is online. It doesn't exist in the real world anymore. You fascist that up too much, and now it's, you know, goose-stepping through Trafalgar Square, where you tell me I can't sell sex, can't sell drug, can't sell anything without a vendor's license, can't do anything without a liquor license, and if I die and and I kick off and I give all my shit to my kid, you take 40% of that, right? I just don't know, man. I don't really think that's free trade, is it? I mean, I don't know. Let's just be honest, you know. Let's just be honest.
The Democrats are on the inside what the Republicans are on the outside, each having almost identical financial backers to grease all the appropriate orifices and holes. So maybe it is no surprise that Ron Brown, head of the Democratic National Committee and a Jesse Jackson protege, has announced a full Democratic Party endorsement for Bush's war against Saddam Hussein. Did you vote for the Pentagon?
No.
Did you vote for Wall Street?
No. Did you vote for the lack of free trade in this goddamn country and a prohibition of and sales of pretty much everything that we've sold our entire fucking existence?
Vote for a nuclear arms race? Did you vote for the CIA?
No.
Ever try reading the Bill of Rights to a cop?
I did.
People didn't vote for Star Wars. People didn't vote for drug wars. No one voted for acid rain. No one voted for being...
One time I got pulled over 3 blocks from my house for a quote-unquote taillight out. Except I had a 1.5 grams of methamphetamine in my wallet, and one of the most notorious white gang members in Denver tatted up and strapped, right? So, of course, I'm rolling around methed up in my fucking white Suburban and shit, like a good American or whatever the fuck you want to call us, right? And they pull us over 3 blocks from my house. We're going to the King Supers to get us some soda and shit. And before I got in the car, every time I get in a car now, and since I was like 17, I check the lights, I check the brakes, I check the seatbelts, I check the fucking everything. I check the turn signals. I do anytime that I roll dirty at all, I pretty much run a fucking TWA flight checklist on my fucking car, including that time, right? Including that time, because I knew when he pulled me over, I was like, nah, what's the excuse here? Because I checked. Yeah, I'm kind of in possession right now, and I was only going 3 blocks from my house, and, I really kind of checked first to make sure that I wasn't culpable to something like a light being out or any of that, because don't really want to go to jail for 10 years or whatever the fuck for driving 3 blocks from my house in possession, right? Wasn't high, but I was in possession, right? And he pulls me over, and he's like, oh, you got a taillight out, and I'm like, no, don't. And he's like, get out of the car. And it just got worse from there, where I began to call him a fascist pig, and that I really didn't like that he was trampling my rights. And when he said, well, I'm going to search your car, so can I search your car? Because if you don't say yes, I'm just going to fucking tow it and search it anyways. And I was like, really? And this was before cell phones, by the way. This is how old this is. This was before cell phones, by the way. I didn't have a cell phone. So, I'm 16. And I'm looking at my friend. He's going to jail. We all know it. The gang boy, he's going to jail. We all know it. He's sitting there. He's like, dude, this isn't your fault. Don't worry. As we're getting pulled over, he's like, this isn't your fault. Don't worry. They're running their shit. You know how this works. And I'm like, yeah. And they see his gang tats, and it's already over at that fucking point. So we're profiled. I look like a normal young rave kid, but this kid looks like he's tatted up in some kind of white gang and, and all that. And they're slinging meth and stealing cars and shit. And that's what they were doing, right? And so he pulls us over, and I say, no, my light's not out. And then I proceed to walk to the back of the car and show him how my light's not out. And then I was like, no, I'm not going to let you search my car because, A, I have nothing illegal in my car, which I didn't. The meth was in my wallet, I always wear a chain wallet, right? Because I lose wallets, right? And so I'm always terrified of losing my wallet because that's where I store my drugs. And so I knew I had 1.5 grams of meth, and I was going to go to jail for at least 5 years and shit. And I was like, okay, well, no, there is nothing in that car. And so I say, no, you can't search it. And he was like, all right, guy. He gets on his radio. He's like, we're going to get a tow truck down here, blah, blah, South Sheridan in 29, or whatever it was, like 23rd, right? And we're going to tow this asshole's car and bring on down the drug dogs. And I don't know what it was, but I don't know. I think it was mainly that my wallet was very good leather. And I believe that the leather actually created an airtight seal because I had been sitting on the wallet for 1.5 years. So between my back then I wasn't fat. So it's I was just sat on that wallet for 1.5 years. It was like a really squashed, leather wallet, and it created a perfect seal where the dog just couldn't smell it, and plus it was basically up my ass. It was a chain wallet in my back pocket, right? And so they're searching that car. I almost said his name, but my friend and I are sitting there, and he's in chains, and I'm not. But we're sitting there, we're like, oh, this is going to go bad. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, dude. And he's like, dude, this isn't you. It's him. This has nothing to do with you. I've been through this 50,000 times, and I'm going to be through it 50,000 times more. You don't worry, this isn't you. None of us. The cop knows that it isn't me. My friend knows it's not me. No, all of them know it's not me. It's fascism. It's just direct fascism. It's just, violated my civil rights, searched my shit without my goddamn permission, fucking, committed a felony, broke his badge, violated the law, committed a crime, and all this terrible shit right in front of us, in front of like 11 witnesses. The man creates, basically throws everything about America right out the fucking window while I'm standing there and shit. So I battle his ass, and I'm like, nah, you can't. No, you can't. And if you search that car, I'll fucking sue you. You fucking fascist pig. And at that point, they got nasty. And they were like, what the fuck? And I'll never forget this. They searched that car for 4 fucking hours. And the only thing they found was an empty beer can under his seat. It was mine, right? But they took his ass to jail for 2 months for my empty beer can under my right seat. I don't drink in my car. I just don't, like, leave beer cans in, alleys and parkways and shit like that. I actually take them with me and throw them away afterwards in the fucking recycling and shit. So, like, I'm not drinking in my car because that'd be, I'd go to jail or whatever. And I've never caught a Dewey or a possession in a car before. I mean, I caught possession in a car, excuse me, but not like, but only once, though. Only once, really. Most of the other times, I don't drive under the influence, most of the time. I haven't driven under the influence since I was 17. That was the last time I did it. It was that day, So, or I wasn't even, I was high that day, but it wasn't that much, I wasn't like drunk or whatever, I wasn't 3 sheets to the wind. I was basically sober, just high, And, so he was like, all right, fuck it. And they searched the car, and they we all know it. My friend knows it. They know it. We know it. There's drugs here. They can sniff it. They can smell it on the wind. They can smell our fear. And they just don't understand. They tear every panel off that motherfucker. They're looking for some kind of press box or something. They really want to catch these dope boy teenagers, who are slinging dope. Real bad, you know what I'm saying? They really want us, they want us like the shark wants the blood in the water. They're really smelling it. They're like, oh my god, I can smell the felony bus here, and all we've got is an open container, and they're so pissed. You can smell the rage in the fucking air. And he searched me repeatedly, and I'm shaking. He can see me standing there shaking, nervous. Because I'm shaking nervous because I'm so angry at him for violating my rights. I'm scared I'm going to deck him. Not because I'm scared of the dope in my wallet, because I'm fucking so angry at him that I'm shaking, and he can see it. And he's like, you got to calm down. I'm like, nah, man, you violated my rights, you Nazi pig. I'm going to take this, I'm going to sue you. I was like, no, I'm not if the milk goes sour, I'm not the type of pussy to fucking drink it. So I went to goddamn court over this. They towed my car. They found nothing. They arrested his ass. His ass went to jail for 2 years for an open container. There are 2 months, 2 months, not 2 years. 2 months for an open container that he didn't even fucking own on top of it, that I took credit for, and they're like, nah, we're rolling him because it was under his chair. They really wanted him. They're like, nah, those are gang tats. He's in 1013 or whatever the fuck clique was back then, and Wheat Ridge, Colorado, or whatever the fuck his old clique was. I love my friend, but he had problems back then, anyways, and he was a baller. You know what I'm saying? And so, anyways, and so now I tell them, no, you can't search the car. And so they let us go. They let me go. They took his ass to Denver County, which isn't too fun because A, he's not from there, and B, it's just terrifying. I've been there myself. And on top of it, not on felony charges though, by the way. And on top of it, I go to the court date for the fucking tail light out that wasn't out. And as I talked to the judge about this, I fight the ticket. And he was like, why are you fighting this ticket? You had a light out. And I was like, no. I checked that light before I left. Trust me. Because my friend had an open container under his right seat. I did not want to go to jail for an open container. I checked that fucking car for the lights beforehand. And the judge looks at me and he realizes I'm telling the truth. And he sighs and he's like, fuck, he's telling the truth. I can tell. And I'm like, motherfucker, I've never lied in court. I've never needed to. I've never had a legitimate charge. They're all prohibition bullshit. So I've never had a real charge of ever harming anybody, really. I've had one. That's it. And so and I paid my debt on that. 5 years of probation and a bunch of bullshit and 50,000 drug tests. I paid my price on it, so I don't feel I don't feel too much remorse anymore because I didn't harm anybody ever. I never harmed anybody ever with any of my crimes. I broke a window once. That's about it. So, the whole thing. And so the judge begins to lecture me. And I was like, no, sir. And at that point, we're in traffic court, by the way, because it's a traffic ticket that the cop handed me. So we're in traffic court, and that's on Saturday morning at 9:30 in the morning or something. And there's about 85 people packed in that courtroom. And the judge says something to the tune of, I really take exception to you calling one of my officers of the court a fascist pig to his face. And I really resent this sort of behavior in the young men in my community. And I am thinking of giving you the maximum charge for this taillight that was out. And I was like, Judge, I was in possession of nothing. I did nothing wrong. The taillight was not out. My friend was doing nothing at all when they took his ass to jail for 2 months. It had been it was like 4 or 5 weeks later. My friend's still in goddamn jail. I'm like, man, they took my friend to jail for my open container, and I know I didn't have a light out because I did know I had an open container, and I didn't drive with a light out if I had an open container under his seat. And the judge was like, wow, yeah, that does stand to reason. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, I can't believe you're agreeing with me, sir, but this is the actual reality. I can't believe you believe me, but this is the actual reality. I checked those lights before I drove because what I did know I had in the car was an open container. And he was like, well, we can't hit you with the ticket if I believe you when you say that the light wasn't out. And I was like, the light wasn't out. And he was like, I'm so sorry that the police officer treated you like this. And then I began my lecture for 90 people. And I asked the judge, I was like, can I read you the Constitution? And he was like, no, I've read it. I said, can I read this traffic officer the Constitution? And he says, no, he's probably already read it. And I was like, can I read him the Bill of Rights? And he was like, no, he's already read it. And I was like, all right, well, I grew up in America, not Gestapo Germany. And I don't believe in these jackbooted thugs acting like the SS or the Gestapo. I don't want my America turning into Gestapo over fucking prohibition. I don't want that. I don't want my people to die, lose their time, lose their freedom over fucking substance abuse in the privacy of their own fucking homes. We used to have freedoms about this sort of thing. So I began my little lecture here, and he was like, "Sir, I'm going to drop this ticket in the interest of getting through this court day without only dealing with 5 people and actually getting through all 85 people here. And I understand that everything you say is absolutely correct, and I apologize for your treatment here today. We are going to dismiss your ticket, and we are going to refund the money that you spent on the tow, and we are terribly sorry for the horrible things that happened to you in this case. And this isn't the first time that I've done this. That was the first time, excuse me. That was the first time I ever did that. Then I did it 7 more times for 7 more false fucking charges. You ever had charges dropped in fucking court? It's kind of like seeing Shangri-La open in the sky and gold coins rain upon the masses. It's something that you never see. Dismissal of a traffic ticket. They'll do it if they think it's wrong, but that's it. Other than that, you know, you're paying that fucking traffic ticket. That's how they pay their fucking salaries and shit like that. Taxes and, you know, tickets. And so, you know, you're never gonna have that fucking ticket, especially if it's like a radar one. You can argue and argue, maybe the lawyer can win, but you can't. But I didn't bring a fucking lawyer. I just slaughtered the judge and everybody there. And I did this a bunch more times in my fucking life. Every single time they fucking stuck me with a false charge. You gotta kind of wonder why I kind of dislike the rich white man and the things that they've done to this country a little bit. You know, and that's a little story where no one got hurt. There's other ones where they did get hurt. You know what I'm saying? A lot. And I got hurt. Everybody got hurt. There's ones where people got hurt that I will not say here in polite company because it's rude to everybody involved. But like straight up, some of those other ones didn't go so well, and lots of people were hurt, and tens of thousands of dollars were spent over nothing. People wasted their time and held 10-year court sentences over me for a year. You ever been a fucking victim of the fucking system in a real and verifiable way and have scars left afterwards? You ever actually had that? The proof. You want to see how much paperwork the city of Denver issued me in my lifetime? Mind you, I am not a felon. I am proudly not a felon. This is my legal paperwork. Legal paperwork. See it? I'm not kidding. You can scroll through here. You see it all, like fucking, like all of this shit, all the rehab and the court cases and all the documents and tickets and bullshit, all the fucking shit, right? Excuse me. Pants are falling. I have more reason than most to hate orcs. If you call me an orc, this is what you get. Fuck you.
Homeless. Hardly anybody in this country votes at all anymore. Meanwhile, people in places like China and South Africa are out there dying just for the right to vote. But in America,
And that's it. We're
people
done.
take it for granted.
That was the closure I needed. Thank you.
Out, they stay home, figuring their wishes aren't respected anyway.
No.
They don't make people like the popular myth of JFK anymore. They don't make people like Martin Luther King anymore. And
I'm
if
like
they
Martin
make
Luther
the cops,
King.
Just kill 'em anyway.
I'm like Martin Luther King. I'm like John Lennon. I'm like John Lennon. I'm like this. I'm like... they make them like me. They still make them like me. It still happens. It's okay. It'll happen.
After all, if the will of the majority of the eligible or even the registered voters in this country were really respected, guess who'd be president right now? Nobody! Nobody! No one would be president. No one would be senator.
Fuck, I forgot
no one would be governor.
forgot what I was
no one
doing.
would be DA or mayor either. The White House would be occupied by nobody. Except maybe a few homeless.
You saw the 650 pieces of fucking legal bullshit documents over non-felony charges? Did you see that? All the doctor bills and the shit when they broke my shoulder and tackled me and shit over a shoplifting charge. All that shit. All the hospital visits when they attempted to kill me and such. You know, all that shit, you know, it's there in the background, and I have more reason to hate orcs than most, you know. So don't call me an orc, you little bitch.
Homeless people tired of freezing across the street. Capitol Hill would be accountable to nobody. Is that such a radical change? None of the above came in second for senator in the Republican primary in Nevada last June. And
Which means that there was no race at all. Just, you know, hey, here's a congressman. He didn't have any fucking, you know, he didn't have any resistance. It's all right wings. It's all right wing in Hick, Nevada. So, you know, there was no Democrats in Hick, Nevada, you know? So,
seems to me there's
that's incredibly disrespectful. I don't mean Hick, Nevada. I'm talking about like back, like, remember the cop, Gary Busey plays the cop in Fear and Loathing. That kind of stuff, right? That kind of stuff. The pig did me on all fronts, right? That's Baker, California, or, you know, Vegas, New Vegas, basically. New Vegas is a good way of putting it.
similar reason why dead people
You know, the Republic.
Local election. How many of you out there pay taxes?
Me. I've paid taxes my entire life. Boy, I wish I didn't. I've filed taxes like 18 times, and I really wish I hadn't. I really don't support most of what they spend it on except for infrastructure. My whole life, I never heard the word infrastructure used by any politician my entire fucking life until I was 38. All my life, 15 presidents, excuse me, like I don't know, what is that, no, more than that, 6 terms, call it 6 times 4, it'd be about 24 years, yeah, so call it like 6 terms, right, 3-4 presidents, because they all had double terms and all this stuff, seen a lot of presidents, right,
Confess. I pay taxes. I can.
And I, kind of paid a lot of taxes. And, I remember now what I was going to say. I thought what I was going to say was important because it was. I didn't really know what the concept of infrastructure was beyond the FDR New Deal, right? As an American, I really didn't. I didn't really know what they meant, kind of. I was mystified by stuff like Paradise, California, and such. Really threw me for a loop because I was like, man, what if that happens all over Colorado? You know, 100-year-old transformers that dry up in the deep dead heat of the summer, the dog days, you know, August 22nd, something like that, when you haven't had water in like 3 weeks, there's been no rain, it's dry, it's hot, all the pine needles are fucking like straight up fried, like thin and dry, and everything's basically a powder keg at that point. And it's not that someone tosses a cigarette or, you know, burns a love letter in the Waldo Canyon and starts the Waldo Canyon fire in 2004 or whatever that was in Colorado. It was more like, oh, a power transformer blew and destroyed $3,600 million homes. $3,600 million homes doesn't add up too good, you know? That's a pretty bad disaster, or whatever, you know, Paradise was. I don't mean to belittle it. I'm just saying, this wasn't because of some cigarette in like Firewatch or something like this. This was a transformer blows out there by some fucking thing, some pole, telephone pole or something, and it burned down a piece of California, right? Which is what's always happening anyways. But that one was particularly nasty because it was about infrastructure. And I always kind of thought that it's so sad that Paradise must burn for a Democrat to start talking about infrastructure. I don't believe... Now, this was an agenda on Obama's thing, and it's always an agenda of all the presidents. I think they kind of do talk about, like, you know, they do talk about this a little bit, the infrastructure. They always talk about roads and bridges, right? But it's far worse than that now. And, you know, and so I was very, very delighted and honored and just ecstatic to hear any president talk about infrastructure in any major way. Because I did not think that, you know, that they cared. I figured they were just robbing all the money and wanted us dead. You know, I really didn't think they cared. But they do. They care about the infrastructure because if it all burns down, they can't, you know, they can't do anything. So it's sort of, you know, it's the fact that they lose too is why they don't kill us, right? If it's a symbiotic relationship. If they kill the lower class, right, they will, like, you know, they will have no they will have no host to suck off of, right? That's, I mean, really, that's what the rich white people are. They're kind of like vampires. They're like they like the thing about, I've always thought it's so funny that that's what vampires do. They suck off the homeless, you know. Kind of. Because, I mean, who else would you... If you were a vampire, you wouldn't go sucking the blood of rich people. You would go down to, you know, Skid Row, where nobody misses anyone. Which is terrible, but true. So, yeah. So, so infrastructure is this thing that came up. And you know, and I began to realize, like, this country's falling apart, and they pretty much do need to stop talking about foreign wars. Stop talking about getting involved. Stop talking about, like, you know, brutality and all this other shit, and actually focus on the war at home, because it's a bad one. The state of America's worst bridges is not too good.
Especially frightening for people who suffer from gephyrophobia. It's a fear of driving over bridges, and this woman has a serious case.
She's so scared of this. I love you, dear, and I'm so sorry that you had to go through this. This has nothing to do with your life. You are the essence of an innocent victim. Like Paradise. Why should Paradise burn? Because, you know, Nixon stole all that money and was corrupt as fuck and never spoke one word about goddamn infrastructure in any real fucking way. He just went to Vietnam, right? So, like, it's kind of weird. Like, the infrastructure, the same is true. Bush went to, you know, what? You know, Afghanistan, you know? It's very weird to hear them talk about infrastructure or withdrawing troops. Because that's so against their own agenda that it's not even funny.
Oh my god, I cannot believe I'm doing this right now!
This woman is freaking out.
I'm not gonna look. I can't look.
She's about to drive across one of the scariest bridges in America. Tori Forbes suffers from acute gephyrophobia.
When I see a bridge, my heart starts pounding and my body starts shaking.
The intense fear of bridges causes severe anxiety.
I don't trust bridges either, and I feel her. I don't have a fear of it. I just don't trust them. Why would you? The bridge doesn't care if you live or die. I prefer to ford rivers.
And even panic attacks. She says a bridge collapsing under her, like the recent bridge last week in Pittsburgh, is her worst nightmare. We were with Tori as she crossed the Delaware Memorial Bridge.
I'm scared to death.
I used to cross this bridge every day for 11 years. I'm sorry, 6 years. 6 years. But I used to cross Delaware every single fucking day.
of what I'm about to do.
I know where she is. She is in Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh
And I forget the name of the mall.
is her worst nightmare. We were with Tori as she crossed the Delaware Memorial
damn it, hurry up.
in 174 feet.
No, wait. There, that, right? This is King of Prussia. You want to tell me I'm not an American? You want to tell me I'm not an American? That is King of Prussia.
What to do?
It's 2 miles long and 174 feet above the Delaware River. The Delaware River and Bay Authority Police Department actually offers a police escort to those who need a helping hand to cross it.
We have a marked car that's in front and then a vehicle behind, and we essentially allow them to drive, but we escort them.
It sucks that she has to cross the bridge anyways. I have a bit of sympathy for that. I would be like, well, I just don't cross the bridge. You know, I suppose that's the pussy's way out. I suppose you would face the bridge, especially if your job is on the other side of it. You know, I respect it, but I also sort of like, I'm also sort of the mind of, you know, guy goes to the doctor. He says, doctor, it hurts when I do this. What does the doctor say? It hurts, then don't do that. Then don't do that, is the punchline of the joke, right? So if you're so scared of bridges... Anyways, I need to figure out where this NPC is, because I have been at this a long, long time, and I'm not getting a lot done, and I really just don't care. I don't care about any of that. So, like, now I'm just, like, trying to get whatever I can do done as I wind down my day, which started at 5 a.m. and is ending at, you know, midnight, my 5 to 9, right? I don't do 9 to 5, I do 5 to 9. Oh yeah, we don't watch that next, but I came here. Oh no, that is it, right? Yeah, but I need the actual information, which was something like a lilac, I think. Yeah, and then it goes for flower child. Yeah, flower child. Damn it! Why do you do weird links like this? Hurry up! Oh, what'd you do? Okay, so where is this? Oh, you show me that. You show me this map for a minute, and then you float away. Wait, where is this? Please. Oh my god. C13. Okay, that's good enough.
Them across to make sure it's safe.
Oh my god, I hate this so bad.
This is how I feel about humanity. How she feels about that bridge. That's how I feel about humanity. I would say they're the exact same phobia, the exact same damage, the exact same terror, and the exact same PTSD afterwards. I would say. That sheer terror, I feel it every day. Humans. Humans are my bridge that I don't want to cross.
Tori is in tears the entire way.
But they force me.
Last, makes it safely across. Now she can breathe again. Her next challenge,
I don't know if I can do this.
not too far away, is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge in Maryland.
Oh my God, it's huge!
This steel behemoth is 4.3 miles long and at its highest point, 200 feet.
Jesus. C13 is pretty far from me. What is that? That's like C13. Oh! Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember now, finally. Sorry, it's been a long time. Like 3 years since I last did this. A long time.
She starts hyperventilating.
We're gonna blow.
Oh.
No police escort here. She's got to make it all on her own. Finally, the other side.
I can't believe I just drove over that bridge. It's
Can you just, bring a friend, have them drive the car, and hire a cab? Put on a blindfold, have your friend wait on the other side of the fucking bridge. Or just have your friend drive the car. Why are you putting yourself through this? It's the same stupid human joke, the stupid human joke, right? Guy goes to the doctor, he says, doctor, it hurts when I do this. What does the doctor say? He says, don't do that. So just get someone else to do it. Get someone else to fucking drive you. Close your eyes and huddle. Don't have it be this psychotic episode that hurts you. Just have someone else do it. Isn't that what humanity is for? Oh no, who am I kidding? Humanity is for oil wars and suppression.
Huge.
Bobby Joe Cozen also dreads driving across bridges.
My biggest fear is having the bridge collapse. Free falling.
This is not what I came for. This is yellow journalism. We are looking the most dangerous bridge in every state. Here we go. 50 bridges. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. If you wonder why infrastructure is on the Democrats' minds, and Republicans too, is, paradise is burning. It's not funny.
On June 7th, President Trump rallied in Ohio for his $1 trillion infrastructure plan, a key campaign promise that's now part of his domestic agenda. One of the plan's goals is to fix America's bridges, which received a C+ grade in the American Society of Civil Engineers 2017 Infrastructure Report Card. Overall, U.S. infrastructure scored a D+. And the ASCE estimates the country needs to spend $4.5 trillion by 2025 to improve its roads, bridges, dams, airports, schools, and more. Every state has at least one structurally deficient bridge, which the U.S. Department of Transportation, DOT, defines as when one or more key bridge components, for example the deck, superstructure, or substructure, is in poor condition. There are 185 million daily crossings on nearly 56,000 structurally deficient U.S. bridges, according to the American Road and Transportation Builders Association. Using 2017 data from the U.S. Federal Highway Administration, Auto Insurance Center found the most structurally deficient bridge, based on the highest number of components in poor or worse condition, in each state and Washington, D.C.
Do you love stuff that connects one thing to another thing? Do you enjoy easy transportation without the need for constantly hopping in?
Both sides of things. Sick of being the bridge for everybody. Nobody can talk to anybody without me, right? I explain my mother to my father to my little sister to my brother.
Oh no! This might be really good. Oh no, I did not expect this. Clickbait! Let's listen to her. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for the excellent content from your stream. I'd like to sub to your channel, and I've been kind of bad about this, and I didn't mean to. Go back and fix it, right? Go back to the history, and we'll take a look, right? Thank you for the excellent content from my channel, Anti-Patriot09. I'd like to sub to your channel.
The only reason I...
Thank you, Chaos1024. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, CheckFacts360. I have liked and subbed to your channel. I'm not trying to steal your guys' work. I'm just trying to provide content to things that I think are important to me. Thank you for the excellent content for my channel. I'd like to sub to your channel. And finally, we have this. Oh, good. It's a TED Talk. I was like, oh, it might be good.
had enough. I'm sick of seeing and touching both sides of things. Sick of being the bridge for everybody. No.
I have never been a bridge for anyone. That is not true. I've counseled and saved several successful marriages that I wanted to end that I didn't like. But because I saw both sides and acted as the non-partial judge, it was very honest with several couples, both sides. I was able to enable them to torture each other for another 20 or 30 years. Yeah. And I've done this about, I don't know, I think it's like 5 times something. And I am not proud of saving marriages, but I've done it. And I'm not very happy that I did it, but I did it.
Fast.
Oops, wrong one, sorry. I don't recommend saving marriages. If anybody's ever like, you gotta help me save my marriage, you say, no, I'm gonna help you save your kids. I'm not going to help you save your marriage. Marriage is bad. Marriage is a financial contract designed to essentially make women chattel. Oh, shit. It's true, but I shouldn't say it.
Nobody can talk to anybody without me, right? I explained my mother to my father to my little sister to my brother to the white feminist to the black church folks to the ex-hippies to the black separatists to the artists, and the artists to the parents.
I am all of these things, by the way. All of them, right? Except black. I'm not black.
The black separatists to the artists, and the folks to the my brother to the white, my little sister to my brother. I explained my mother to my father to my little sister to my brother to the white feminist to the black church folks to the ex-hippies to the black separatists to the artists, and the artists to the parents of my friends. Then I've got to explain myself to everybody.
I don't like explaining myself to people. I really don't like doing that. I don't like telling scrub neckbeards why I cast Cure 2 instead of 2 Cure 1s. I don't like fucking explaining myself to anyone for any of the things that I do. And I feel no shame either.
More translating than the UN.
I feel no shame about any of the things that I chose to be in this lifetime. No shame. None of it. I know I'm supposed to feel so shamed that I'm fat, and that I was a drug addict, and that I was promiscuous, and I was crazy, and an outlaw, and a druggie, and a delusional streamer, and all this other crazy stuff. But dude, I was so fucking proud of everything that I ever did. I got like a couple of regrets. And usually they have to do with selling characters, or well, being a victim of the rich white man.
Get it. I'm sick of filling in your gaps. Sick of being your insurance against the isolation.
Yeah, like I always like I very seldom ask for social lubricant from others, but I need it all the time. I am a very abrasive person. I'm not very easy to deal with. I'm not. It's not like that. I go looking to tank situations. I'm just not very normal. I don't like. I'm the quiet guy in the corner who isn't talking. It's as crazy and as loud as I am. You should see me around a room of people that I love and as family or trust or relax around. I'm the quiet guy in the corner who's watching everything. I am exactly like this in my real life too, but only if they ask. Otherwise, I'm the quiet, respectful, loving family member in the corner who just kind of laughs and titters at their crazy assumptions that everything's fine,
Of your self-imposed limitations. Sick of being the crazy at your holiday dinners.
I'm the crazy. I'm always the crazy.
The odd one at your Sunday brunches. I am sick of being the sole black friend to 34 individual white folks. Find another connection to the rest of the world. something else to make you legitimate, some other way to be political and hip. I will not.
I like people for people. I don't give a fuck what they look like. I've never had a problem talking to... the only people I've ever had a problem with are white people. And it's not because I dislike them. It's because I don't trust them. It's very weird, and they can see it right away. You get victimized long enough, you just don't trust them anymore. You know how they're going to act. It's their bottom line. They're 3.5 kids in their house, and their job, and their cubicle, and their, ticky-tacky, made a ticky-tacky, and it all looks the same, and then it all feels the same. That kind of stuff, right? That's kind of what the white man's up to. So I respect it. It's the exact same thing that I want to do, which is, live free, die happy, and, and chase whatever my fucking version of the American dream, my version of the American dream is, right? So it's weird because, like, my whole life, I look at everybody equal. And people who are of different ethnic origin have never had an issue with me like I do with white people, because I trust other people. It's easy for me to trust somebody if they aren't in control of all of our world banks and stuff. If they don't cause wars all the time and drop nuclear bombs and stuff. It's like, I don't know why I would trust them. They haven't really given me too much to work with. And it makes me sad. Makes me a sad guy. So now I'm going to send this video to my friend in the hopes that she will watch it. And understand that she is the bridge most of the time. Can I use Messenger? Will you let me do that? Or is not having a Facebook gonna be an issue? Messenger. Yep, there we go. Yep. Oh, today. Yeah, log in.
You've been examined.
get it. I'm sick of filling in your gaps, sick of being your insurance against the isolation of your self-imposed limitations. Sick of being the crazy at your holiday dinners, the odd one at your Sunday brunches. I am sick of being the sole black friend to 34 individual white folks. Find another connection. connection to the rest of the world, something else to make you legitimate, some other way to be political and hip. I will not be the bridge to your womanhood, your manhood, your humanness. I'm sick of reminding you not to close off too tight for too long. Sick of mediating with your worst self on behalf of your better selves. Sick of having to remind you to breathe before you suffocate your own fool self. Forget it. Stretch or drown. Evolve or die. You see, it's like this. The bridge I must be is the bridge to my own power. I must translate my own fears, mediate my own weaknesses. I must be the bridge to nowhere but my own true self. It's only then I can be useful. had enough. I'm sick of seeing and touching both sides of things. Sick of being the bridge for everybody. Nobody can talk to anybody without me, right? I explain my mother to my father to my little sister to my brother to the white feminist to the black church folks to the ex-hippies to the black separatists to the artists, and the artists to the parents of my friends. Then I've got to explain myself to everybody. I do more translating than the UN. Forget it. I'm sick of filling in your gaps. Sick of being your insurance against the isolation of your self-imposed limitations. Sick of being the crazy at your holiday dinners, the odd one at your Sunday brunches. I am sick of being sole black friend to 34 individual white folks. Find another connection to the rest of the world. Something else to make you legitimate, some other way to be political and hip. I will not be the bridge to your womanhood, your manhood, your humanness. I'm sick of reminding you not to close off too tight for too long. Sick of mediating with your worst self on behalf of your better selves. Sick of having to remind you to breathe before you suffocate your own fool self. Forget it. Stretch or drown. Evolve or die. You see, it's like this. The bridge I must be is the bridge to my own power. I must translate my own fears, mediate my own weaknesses. I must be the bridge to nowhere but my own true self. It's only then I can be useful.
Bug reports are always like this in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, I have a problem in my tavern. There's a bunch of dead cats in there, and I don't know why. And so they send me a save or whatever. What we ended up discovering was that the cats. So I had just added this new feature in the taverns where there's actual service at the bar, right? So the tavern keeper will get a mug, fill it in a barrel, bring it to the table, hand it to a dwarf, and the dwarf will drink. But I mean, oftentimes the dwarves are like called out to go do a job, right? And so they'll take their mug, just pitch it on the floor because they don't care about like cleanliness, because I'd have to teach them how to be clean, right? So they pitch it on the floor, and of course that spills the contents onto the floor, right? So then you got like alcohol over the floor of the bar, and that's fine, right? That's how bars are sometimes. But the cats would walk in there, and because of this other thing we added to make like lava more realistic or whatever, the alcohol would actually get on their little feet, right? So the cats have this alcohol now soaked in on their little feet. And because of this other, you know, so there was this whole other thing. Back when...
This might be one of the most smartest men I've ever witnessed talk. He looks like one of the smartest. He sounds like one of the most intelligent fucking men I've ever witnessed even speak. I'm talking Carl Sagan, motherfucker.
Getting, like, when you get, like...
Way more than even Gary Gygax, I think.
Blood splattered on you during a fight or something. We had this problem where it would be like, there's blood on your eyes or whatever.
Yeah, so like you can't see your target, so you've essentially blinded yourself by killing so efficiently, and that happens in real life too. and then you're blind, you don't see the orc coming behind you. Why not?
The blood.
I want that kind of realism in video games. Like, the blood should be a consideration. Like, I like Tarkov. I don't like the gun nut right-wing fucking nature of Tarkov. I just don't. But I like Tarkov. I like the realism. I always have. I like the realism of the arcadey feeling of Rust. I like the arcadey realism of Rust, you know? And I am a big believer in realism, and I don't know why we can't. I don't know why we can't have good realism, you know. It'd take.
Incoming Tal. Incoming party invite.
Fuck. Why? Oh, where's the fucking lilac? No! I didn't bring the lilac. Son of a bitch. I've got to come back to Windy anyways. I mean, it's not like I can warp here. I've got to come back here anyways. I mean, I don't know. I should go get the lilac, though. I kind of should. Damn it. I should kind of go get the lilac. Fuck. I don't want to blow 1,000 CP on warp. It's a really self-destructive behavior. There's going to be this oh shit moment where I'm like, I can't die. And I really need a warp. And that's when I should use this scroll. It's not right now. I warned him it might be fucking 40 minutes or something. Whatever. I'm just happy to get a party invite like that's upwardsly mobile. Fuck me. I'm gonna have to run all the way to fuck Dunes. Like, or all the way through Dunes. I gotta go all the way through past Shout. They want to do Rollenberry. God damn it. I've got to run all the way through past Shout. Plant Reaper. Oh, I need my lilac and my marguerite, and I believe that's good. It would be good to buy regen, but whew, that'll be at least 10k. Son of a bitch. Oh, I didn't do this right. Why can't I fucking... oh, there we go. Okay, so, yeah, change to, like, what? What's the... No! On the way, I'll turn into lilac to get out of waters. Oh, it's so annoying. I meant to warn him it would be like an hour.
You've been examined.
So I gotta do the Paschal entrance. That's Lethane. Is it Lethane? I don't know. Kronstadt's the entrance to Paschal all the way through to fucking Rolandberry. I could do... What's that one up there? It's Jugner, right? Yeah, it's Jugner. Sandy's Jugner. Jugner's cool because it connects to Rolandberry. But I mean, Jugner's longer. Way, way longer. Fuck, does Bastock own anything? It won't matter, I can't warp back there anyway. It's not like I want to warp, I want to set a fucking home point. There's no way, we don't own Durfland. Where am I gonna set HP? Fuck! Oh, I caught it in time. That's not what I'm doing. Because Lethane, all the way through Lethane, all the way through Jugner, half of Rolandberry. Dem, Pash, half of Rolandberry. They're the same. It's the same. Oh, that chocobo, son of a bitch. I don't have any money. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, every time I try to farm, I get a fucking, like, blind party invite, because they can tell I'm one of the better ones here. Everyone can tell. I know it's conceited, but it's, like, dude, like, I speak this language. I know these kids. I don't know these kids. I know some of these kids, but I don't know, like, all of them. And but I do know they're skilled. I know fucking Dyna people when I hear them, you know? They speak in a different way. They're thinking about the min-max, you know. They're trying to min-max a level 20 party to its ultimate fucking core. 3 black mage bursts, magic bursts, and a white mage burst, because they literally talked out the strat with me, which I thought was really awesome, based off the idea that it doesn't really matter because magic bursts don't get resisted. So no matter what, we just set up, you know, skill chains every mob. All 4 magic bursts go off, including the, like, 3 black mages and a white mage cast arrow for detonation, which is the Final Fantasy fucking, you know, that's a mono burn. It works too. It fucking really works. So, you know, like, and so 4 arrows come in on magic burst, like 68 damage each. They come, like, you know, whatever, 74, something like that. They come through a goddamn 300 fucking damage in another 5 seconds or whatever. And the mob's health bar is like 600 or 700, something like that. So, you know, it's like basically a yeet and delete. It does like 60% of its bar or some such, or occasionally it's really crazy because, like, they crit their weapon skill. We don't get resisted. We get an actual land on the spells and stuff, and then we hit for like 84 or something, two of the three or four of us, and suddenly you're looking at something a little bit better, even like 330, 340. So it's, you know, a little bit better. I mean, like a little bit better, like 20, 30 damage. It's not much, but I mean, you do it enough times. You do it, like, you know, throughout a whole party, you do that like 60 times. It starts to really add up, that extra like 35 damage you pull off the, you know, off of the, like, non-resists from the black mages and stuff. That shit adds up. 30 extra damage, you know, on 60 different skill chains is a lot. You know, that's actually a lot. It's like 1,800 extra damage. That's another, you know, like, that's another whole, like 3 or 4 whole mobs. That's like 1,000 free XP out of the, like, you know, whatever we're gonna make. Like, the 20,000 that we make, like 1/20th of it is free. And that was the strat they stepped with, which means you can tell they're fucking thinking about it. You know, they're like really thinking about it. They're like, how do we do this in a way where we can just cash in on Black Mage Burn all the way to the fucking top? You know, and I'm inclined to do it with them a little bit. I would like to ride Black Mage to 75, because this is a little known secret, but I've had Black Mage to 99. But I've never sat and played Black Mage in endgame. I've done many other classes. Samurai, I played Warrior for 3 years on Nas and shit. 3.5 years, something like that. Warrior, I've done BST endgame. I've done Warrior endgame. I've done White Mage endgame. I've done Bard endgame. I've attained 2 different mythics, the Gallarhorn and the fucking, what's the White Mage one called? I don't even remember anymore now. You know, it's like whatever it is. I should remember, but that was so long ago, and I did that way later in the Abbey era. But I did Bard when it was current, and my big swan song was Gallarhorn. You ever got Gallarhorn? It's actually kind of insane. It's way worse than the insane achievement in WoW. That's at least doable in like 3 weeks, or, I mean, this is more like 3 days. This is like 3 days of crazy grinding, but the insane is not that bad. Fucking, you know, you know, so anyways, I digress, but I have some experience. What's this? It's like, it's acting all weird. It's like, yeah, there we go. I've had endgame experience on many classes. Thief. I played Thief in one of the premier Abyssia link shells in the world under Thayet, who was the greatest. I lied to my friend Sinstar the other day, right? Because that's a friend. I hadn't seen Sinstar in 10 fucking years, but I did say something to Sinstar that I did kind of mean, but I didn't want to insult him or her. I always thought Sin as a girl, because when I knew Sinstar, she was on a Ranger Mithra. But, and she was the top ranger in the world. Nobody had gear like her. You know, I mean, she was full, you know, she was full relic and all that stuff at +2 or whatever the fuck that shit is. And all of the best Abby stuff, like Epona's and all that. And, or not Epona's, but whatever, that whole era, Epona's era of best Abby ZNM gear, right? So, like, all these kids care about retail, but it's very difficult for me to fucking care about retail when like, Classic actually was a revolution and still is. I would posit that it wouldn't harm the world if 100 million kids played this game. I think this game is far fucking superior to anything like Pokemon. For instance, I think WoW and Ffxi are extremely superior to something like Pokemon in the respect that they both have pet systems in terms of both mini pets and pet battle systems that are something like 100 times the depth of the best Pokemon game. Ffxi has a 600-hour Wonderland. I mean, it's more than that. It's like 5,000 hours or something. Ffxi has a 5,000-hour Wonderland called Beastmaster, where every mob in the game, except for humanoids, basically, which is a lot, but not that much. There's more critters than there is humanoids, I would say. So it's harder to find humanoids because they drop gil. So, but you know, where I'm going with this is Beastmaster is like all of the Pokemon games combined and more. It definitely is. The Japanese that wrote the Pokemon are probably the same people that hang out with the Pokemon. Like I said, the people that hang out and made Pokemon are probably hang out with the Square Enix boys who did Beastmaster. I guarantee it. They at least probably talk at trade dinners and stuff like this at the very least. They're compatriots. You know, they work in the same thing. They're very interested in bringing depth to kids games, and that is an element of the Japanese design aesthetic that I love with all of my fucking soul. You'll never see something truly fucking scary in a Japanese game. You'll see things that blow your mind and things that kind of rupture your sense of what's right and wrong and make you feel violated and stuff like that. But they'll push the limit with you and stuff. But they'll never just bloody gore. They'll never just cover you in bloody gore or titties. Even though that kind of culture is in their lexicon. You'll never find that in video games because there's this wonderful assumption that kids will be playing it. So, you know, they didn't fuck around with Pokemon. They just added the entire Pokemon fucking system and a lot more to an already really good MMO. So, you know, it is to be said that, you know, some of this is like kind of lifestyle. So I did some of this lifestyle stuff like Bard, Gallarhorn, White Mage AF2, White Mage Abby ZNM full set, Thief Abby ZNM full set, full Magian Trial Dagger gear across the fucking board, full upgraded on Thief, right? Full upgraded Samurai, full upgraded Red Mage, full upgraded Warrior on Nas, right? Full upgraded White Mage on Nas, full upgraded Bard, Mini Ring, all that shit except for Gallarhorn on Nas. And then on Wings, I finally went again BST after 15 years again or something like that. And I took BST to 75 and Dancer to 63 or something like that. Now, I've had, in my lifetime, something like 27, I think, 75s, right? But only about, I would say, 7 of them I actually play with a passion. But those 7 I play with a fucking passion. That'd be Samurai, Bard, White Mage. I'm learning Black Mage like that, but I still got probably 5,000 hours on Black Mage before I feel like some of my friends like Meeks and my good friend Ailey's like this. Ailey plays Black Mage. My friend Ailey's one of my best friends. Never talk to her anymore because she's just too fucking busy, and she's still on Wings, I think, but or she might be here. I need to reach out to her. Like, yo, are you on Horizon? She'll be affronted. She'll be like, why didn't you reach out to me? I'd be like, yeah, I have been rude to her. Hey, are you playing? I'm just gonna reach out to her. Like, I love my friend. I really love her. She's like one of my best friends, and I never talk to her anymore. We like grew distant because I play across 20 different games. It's kind of like that with my best friend in real life. I left Fortnite with them It's good for the stream too. I'm not talking to my friend, tell her like I'll play Fortnite no bill with you. I left the team. I left my my organized, like concerted 4-hour a day like clockwork fucking Fortnite team, which is one of the more fun like things I ever did in my life. Was go, get 500 fucking victory royales on no build across the board, solo, duo, trio, squads and stuff. 500 fucking victory royales, that's something I'm extremely proud of. Like whatever it is, it's like 422. I'm rounding upwards, and I'll be honest about it. That's important in a gamer's lexicon. You don't want to brag, really. I'm not trying to over brag. I think I got something like. I think it is actually 500. It is like 500 fucking wins across the board if you consider them all, like solo, duo, trio, and squads, right? I would say it is like 510 or something like that. But my squad wins are 422, I believe, or three. It's either 3 or 422. It's either like 400 or 500 something wins. And so I played with them for 4 hours every night for like a year and a half. I didn't do that. Oh well. Yeah. So I just didn't want to run into a fucking gob and die. I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do. I don't have Signet. I don't have a fucking home point. I don't have Durfland. I don't have fucking Juno. If I die, I'm dead. I don't have. If I die, I'm dead. I mean, I can't pull hate. I have to be so careful about this. I can't be fucking nubbing it up, just chain casting, pull hate, and die. Because they don't have a res. I'm not going to get a res out there. I'm going to be like, alright guys, I fucked you for an hour. And I'm really scared of this party, actually. I think they put a lot of pressure on me. Well, I mean, actually, the pressure's on everybody. They're fucking around trying to, like, sniff me out. Like, yo, are you endgame? Do you have the skill to roll with us on a fucking min-max tip that you're likely to die in? And I'm like, yes, very clearly I used that kind of language. I was like, yes, I didn't fuck around with it like I always do with all my other talking and shit. I was like, yes, I didn't say anything else. I was like, yes, I will do this, But it's extremely risky to me. I can embarrass myself. I can embarrass my fucking stream. Unlike them, I have a lot more at stake. I can embarrass myself. I can embarrass my fucking stream. I could walk for a whole nother fucking hour past the hour that I've already walked here, or whatever, 35 minutes or whatever the fuck it is. And like, and then embarrass them, piss them off, force them to recruit somebody else to replace me, kick me, talk shit about me in their link shell, never ever invite me to a party again. They're the big clique or whatever the fuck, and they're looking for new homies for their replacements for their statics or whatever. This is the Ffxi endgame. Is why I don't like it. You begin to understand what the pressure actually is. A death fucking counts. It might mean 40 fucking minutes. It's not some rust run back to your fucking body or whatever the fuck. It's oh, you're fucked. There's no white mage because nobody has raise, you know? And it's a brand new server and nobody has fucking raise. You can't get a resurrection. It's too fucking early. And if you did, you'd have to pay him 10,000 gil, which when you got like 70 gil, you know, I've got like fucking 896 gil. I'd have to bribe him like 5k to even get him to come out there and shit. You know, they won't do it. Because if they die, they're like, oh, fuck, I was just trying to go raise somebody. Instead, I lost like, you know, like a fifth of my bar or something in a single second, you know? So they're not willing to do that. So it's essentially like, this is an element of Final Fantasy XI that you don't see in World of Warcraft or any other MMO, I would say. I've never seen it anywhere else, not even remotely, where like you're on a flying high trapeze of magic burst, like skill chain, mana burn, synced up mana burst combo for detonation to run arrow across the board, even the white mage for a mana burn tip off of a weapon skill opening and stuff. And so, and then all 4 mana burns come in and destroy the whatever it is, the crawler, and like most of its bar in under 5 seconds or whatever. You can only do it every like maybe minute 35 seconds or something like that, but it adds up. And so having the kind of skill to understand what it is they want, what the agenda is, what the flow of the battle is. Have you mana burned before? Have you been a black mage before? Do you have arrow was a question they asked like 6 times. They were like, do you have arrow? If you show up here without arrow, he was very clear about it. He didn't say it, but the implication's there. If I show up to this fucking party and I say I didn't have arrow after all, they're gonna fucking troll me and they're gonna put it on the goddamn public Discord or something like that. And they're like, this fucking asshole wasted an hour and 10 minutes of our... They're definitely gonna put it on their Discord. Never party with Skycat Live or whatever the fuck, because he fucked us around for an hour and 10 minutes, died on the first fucking mob, and lied to us about having arrow. And that shit gets around. You would be surprised. In a small community like this, where it's like 4,000 people, something like that, like, dude, that shit gets around. It gets around. People remember. Like 5 months later, you'll be rolling in a party, and someone will be like, you sucked so much dick 5 months ago at this job that I literally wanted to leave the party. But now you're so much better at it that it is honestly a gobsmacking pleasure to be, and an honor to be in this party with you right now, watching you own this shit on Samurai. I've had moments like that before in the Whispers where they're like, I thought you sucked dick at this, but it actually turned out that I kind of think that you might be the best in the world at it. I've had moments like that a lot of times, actually, right? And so, you know, so the embarrassment factor is high, the reward factor is low. All you get is like a level and a half. They could disparage me in the community, ruin my stream, and all this other stuff. So it's high, risky stuff, but I like that. I feel like it's higher, like reputationally, stake-wise, in the community and on the server, to represent myself. One of the reasons I took the link shell off and broke the pearl, besides the fact that the weird porn child sex guy kept talking about child sex and stupid shit like that, is this capacity to, like, you know, focus. I want them to know I'm focused. I'm not fucking around on link shells. I'm not fucking using other people's money. I'm not fucking, you know, bribing other people. I'm not cheating or botting. I'm not relying on other people to get me my gear or my XP. I'm strong enough to do this by myself. I show up to the party without a link shell looking anti-fucking social. But the point is there. I'm not fucking around. I realized I was talking too much in that cute little green link shell that only had like 3 problems, but they were killer problems, you know. So I left the link, and I was like, nah, I can't be in here. I talk too much, and on top of it, some of these people actually really strike me as actual QAnon people. Like, as in, not like the people who believe in QAnon and want to stop it, like the people in Jeffrey's book. You know what I'm saying? That guy struck me as a Jeffrey's book guy. It was really sick. The things he was saying, only a really weird, sick, demented, like fucking mental patient would have been saying. And I didn't instantly do it, but like 20 minutes later, I just broke the pearl. I was like, yeah, that left such a bad fucking taste in my mouth. And also on top of it, the day before, you want to talk about link shell fucking drama, the day before, they blew up somebody and kicked him for like a Dunes party or something like that, because the guy yelled at the other guy and kicked him out of the party. And so they're willing to kick some dude for a party kick on a link shell member, like a co link shell member, but they're not willing to kick the child sex guy. Makes me think that A, they're not friendly to people who are learning at all. B, they don't give a living shit about what the quality of their link shell chat is. C, they don't really have the power to excise that cancer, and he's like in their crew or something. And D, they don't give a flying fuck about the 85 people reading his child sex stuff. And that applies to me that either the leadership is too busy to care, which is a common thing in Final Fantasy. The leader was like literally the leader's best friend spoke up for him in the link shell chat, and I really liked that. Actually, it really spoke well to me of that particular crew. I will not talk shit about them. I think they're actually really awesome people, except for the child sex guy. They were all really cool. They were all really good crafters already. They were like level 30 crafters in 2 different crafts and shit like that. Day 4. I mean, they were skilled people. They were good people, but I couldn't be there because the control that's needed was there. It was overly there for a small thing and entirely missing for the thing that, broke the camel's back. And the reason he was saying the child sex stuff is obviously I have the word live in my name. So he's thinking, oh, the neckbeards watching Skycat Live's fucking thing, who are all 40 years old playing Final Fantasy 11, will think it's funny if I make Ann Keller jokes about rape and fucking and other shit like that. And I didn't think it was funny. I thought it was like really evil villain funny, as in odd funny, not laughing funny. And nobody said a fucking word. So I was like, all right, you're going to kick some kid for kicking a link shell out of a party, but you're not going to kick the child sex dude? What the fuck is that? And I broke the pearl, right? So now I'm link shell-less, which isn't... So I show up to the party looking like kind of anti-fucking social, And that's not too good. But it also speaks to my willingness to, dedicate, you know what I'm saying? And that's the sort of vibe that these guys pushed. Absolutely. Anyways, and so that's that. So so to talk about things I've previously done, I have taken a lot of 75s or 99s, depending, either 75, 80, 85, or 99, or whatever, 90 and 95. I never did 90 or 95, but I did 99. And in Seekers, I kept going, and I kept playing Thief and Bard, which I would say is a whole nother 275s if you consider the ROE, all the job points, all the extra stuff, the 1 hour and the other 1 hour, and all this other new retail stuff that they added. Can I set here? I can't. We don't have this. I really have to be conservative, So, it's just sort of, this community's like that. It can be kind of incestuous. It can be sort of not nasty. It can be sort of nasty in the respect that their time is so valuable to them that they just won't fuck around with you about it. They won't do it. And 40-year-olds won't fuck around with you about their time. They've got kids and lives and mortgages and rent and shit like that. They're worried about what their kid just did, smoking weed in high school and shit like that. They're not thinking about, they're not thinking about me, like my life, which is video games 16 hours a day. Some of them are, absolutely. But most of them actually have lives, I would say. So they just don't have the fucking time. They're just as skilled or better than me, some of them. But they just don't have the fucking time to fuck around. So I come walking a tightrope in this party where if I die, I fucked them for 2 hours, That's a high cost. You ever fucked a gamer for 2 hours of their fucking time? I've never done it on purpose, But it happens on accident a bunch of times in Final Fantasy 11. And so I'm really trying to avoid that vibe. So I'm going to play it super fucking chill, As in, not doing enough damage chill. Because I really can't afford to eat it, I can't. They'll be so mad. They'll be like, you're garbage. They're going to kick me. I can feel it. And I'm not worried about that. I'm just saying the stakes are higher for me for some reason. And I just want to point it out to my audience and shit. In the respect that, I like those. Like I have the confidence. Like Zelly was talking about confidence today. Like she was kind of hinting at it. Like she thinks I don't have it. But I think she's mistaking my pragmatism about odds because I'm an extremely good fucking gambler. When I see 73%, I fold. You know what I'm saying? Because I figure, the other, 27%, that's actually kind of a high number. 27%. Think a quarter on a dollar. If you had 4 quarters and you flipped all 4, it's like a 1 in 4 chance that you might pull a heads and 3 tails, or 3 heads and 1 tail, etc. like that. And that's what we're talking about. If you pull that fucking 4th quarter that wasn't that head that you needed, not too good. So, so I don't like that hand. I don't like that, I don't like that 10 ace of diamonds. It's a good run. It's an outside, it's the nuts, it's the outside straight. You're not going to catch it. It's the nuts, right? It's so I think she like I obsess with what women think about me all the time because they're the only people I actually care to think. The only people I care, the only people's opinion I care to like garner would be female. Like I don't really care what men think about me. They never really impressed me very much, So, like, etc. So I'm out here to impress the ladies, not to get laid or whatever the fuck. I'm talking about I want women to fucking respect me, because that's the classy people. I want the classy people to fucking respect me. So, like, the challenges are a bit higher for something like a streamer, So, it's a higher tightrope that we walk, but I mean, but that's where I live, that pressure. And so she was, like, kind of hinting today at my, what's the word? It's like, confidence, And I would say that I don't think I lack that at all. It's actually more like I am far more pragmatist than your average motherfucker. Like, if I see 72%, I fucking fold. And the guy sitting next to me is like, what the fuck did you just do? You just folded a pair of aces, right? I'm gonna be like, look, man, I have a 10 ace, but the 7-3-9 ace fell. I might catch trip aces, but it's 72 fucking percent. I'm not going to catch it. That 28's going to fuck me, and I shouldn't catch it. I'm sorry. I should catch it, but I won't. It's just not good enough. It's not good enough. To me, a good hand is like 86 or higher, right? So, like, Rust is like that for me. All of my life is like that for me. If it's not 86 fucking percent, if it's not a motherfucking sure bet, you know what I'm saying? Like in my love relationships, in my dealings, in my business, in the LLC that I built, when I was a drug dealer, if I'm not sure, I just drive off. I don't give a flying fuck what it is. Like, I don't care how desperate I am for the $400 or whatever the fuck in under a second. If I sniff anything at all wrong in either my stream or otherwise, I just bail. I either bail or I kick, one or the other. Because, like, I don't like hands that I can't win. And I think a lot of... It's funny, she kept saying it today like it was psychological. A man who can cook and a man who has confidence. But see, the difference is, I don't cook because I have so much confidence I don't really need to cook. I'll just make my own dinner somehow. That's how much confidence I actually have. It's like literally the cooking problem stems from the confidence. I'll just figure it out somehow. That's how confident I am. That I'm gonna be okay. I'll just figure it out somehow. I don't fucking care, So some women they'll take my frank appraisals of what my odds are and what my abilities are and what my fucking looks are and what my sway is and all this other stuff, and they'll be like, you don't believe in yourself. And I'm like, nah, motherfucker, I know I'm better than you. Not that person, right? I'm talking the royal you. I know I'm better than them. I've got the trophies and the accolades to prove it. The confidence is not an issue for me. It's actually quite the fucking opposite. I struggle and struggle and struggle to feel anxious at all. You guys see it? Do you ever see me be anxious? I'm anxious if I feel like I'm losing a fan, because I feel like that is the streamer's lot in life. I get anxious when I feel like I'm losing a fan, because I'm like, well, it's their fan, whatever. People who watch my stream, I don't want to call it like I'm a movie star or something like that. I'm talking about the people who watch the stream, right? I don't even care if they fucking hate me. I still really care if I don't live up to their expectations or whatever the fuck, because obviously what I'm doing is of not much interest to most people. I would say I'm the most niche guy you'll ever see on YouTube, or not the most at all, but definitely, in terms of gamers, I'm probably more niche. I would say the games that I play, the way that I play, my attitude, all that fucking stuff, it's all niche a little bit, sort of. Rust is niche. It's all sort of niche, So I know my niches and I stick to them, and I'll be like, nah, I'm not landing that girl, right? And the girl will be like or whatever, and the girls will be like, that's a turnoff when you sound like you're down on yourself, or it's really a turnoff when you say that you're mentally insane. You should have more confidence in that, believe in yourself more. Nah, I've just got the actual goddamn fucking I've got the actual fucking paperwork. You know what I'm saying? I got the actual fucking paperwork from a mental health facility. I'm actually insane. And it comes across as not having confidence. But then there's the paperwork in my drawer over there that saying that I'm better. It's sober and more sane. You know what I'm saying? Did I break my dot macro?
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I love this song. I always have. I love that I can listen to it while I'm nuking. I love Final Fantasy XI. I think it's not the greatest game ever made. I think it is the highest quality game ever made. It is the most wholesome, wonderful little experience I've ever had. More than Eve, more than Rust. One of my problems with Rust is I came up on a game like this for 20 years where everybody was nice to each other, and I just don't know any other way to be. The average Rust player is like, hold on, let me destroy you. And I'm like, that's not where... I just don't come from that sort of place, you know? I do. It's called World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft taught me to use all kinds of terrible slurs and treat people badly and scream and all this other shit. I was never like that before World of Warcraft and being a raid leader. No.
Your skill has increased.
How much is 0? It's 18. Okay. I need to look at Betty Grub. You are weak to dark. That's unfortunate.
Your skill has increased.
I love Black Mage. It's so much less stressful than White Mage. You have to spend all your time thinking very tactically about what's happening because you have all the time in the world. You only have to cast about 5 spells each mob or whatever, and each one takes about 7-10 seconds something. And like I don't know, I like that vibe. It's good. It's more peaceful. Maybe I should just take Black Mage to 75 and let them carry me. But I thought I would go hard on Bard. But the more I think about that, I don't think I want to go hard on Bard anymore. I think I'll probably just earn my scrolls and go Black Mage, because it's Flavor of the Month right now. And on top of it, like, I can't commit to Bard in a way where I can be on Horizon every single day. Especially on, like, you know, when Insurrection Day comes, I'm going to quit streaming, you know? So... whatever. I mean, I'm gonna make my YouTube debut, and I might be able to stream while I'm doing that, but I sort of doubt it.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Good party. I like them. I like that they're not talking. I like that they're focused. I like that they're doing what they want to do. You know, they set a goal and they're reaching it. It's good. I have a high opinion of all of these people. And that has not happened yet on this server. Yet. I'm sorry, I've not been in a party that I thought was very good yet. This is the first one. Good to have a good party, you know? Especially day 4 of launch. 2 a.m. and I'm on a fucking Black Mage on some private. Yeah.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I love that I finally found a career. I love that they're trying to take it away from me. They've been doing it my whole life. I'm used to it. Take my career away, please. That's what they've always done. Kill my job. Force me to be homeless on the streets. If that's your vibe. You gotta destroy something. Please let it be me. I deserve it.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
$29, damn, getting there. Fuck yeah.
Your skill has increased. You've been examined. Your skill has increased.
Oh, that's right. Oh. Don't need to talk. I'm on stream. So, oh, that's gonna make it hard. Can I flip it around? I'm so high. Flip it around. There we go. So hopefully, oh, my finger's over the. So I gotta kind of watch here. Doing like 7 things at once. I apologize. I'm so sorry. So, okay, so that that should be good. Bear with me here. Why am I not doing anything? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna so I'm right at the front of the driveway of our house, the front of our house. And so that's what you're about to see on the left. So you're gonna be looking the left side of the road. And let me sit down. I'm so sorry. I'm like, it's really not the easiest thing for me. This, excuse me, just a second. Okay, there we go. Am I being okay? Yeah, I'm okay. So, and then we come forward, so I'm going to drag the mouse now. So notice I hit the little white arrows to come forward. Notice that it's like up there is the address. And then we're going to go, oh, did I pass it? No, so we're going to tilt the camera. There's the front of the house. I'm trying to get the screen where you can hopefully see it, hopefully. Yep, and we're good on that. Excuse me. So, and then, am I getting all this? Yeah, so, I don't know if I can get it closer, but, yeah, like that. There's our car, there's the Prius. And so as we go down the road a little bit, sorry, I'm trying to do like 6 things at once here. 1 second, bear with me. Just 5 seconds. Sorry. Okay. So, oh, what happened there? I got a white screen now. Hold on. What happened there? What? Whoa. Now my screen died. Ooh, what happened here? No, just pull it. What happened here? I had all of this pulled up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sorry, it went away or something. Oh, F11 is why. There we go. I'm so sorry. So this has got to reload. It, like, crashed. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta sit down. Well, I'm so sorry. I might have to do this tomorrow, but, see if I can pull it again. So there we go. So it's kind of annoying. So like what you want to do is you want to put the address in, right? And I'm going to show... my fucking fingers are in front of the thing. There we go. So my fingers are so annoying. I'm trying to like do 7 things at once. Here we go. So so it's weird because like I need to go down the street. That's our street. And so you go down from this picture, you go down with the arrows. And hopefully this helps you understand what you're kind of looking for. You got to go down kind of far because for some reason it won't let me actually type in the address. It's fucking crazy. So you come all the way down here until you reach the second digit is 8, right? Or whatever. Yeah. And so we come all the way down. 66. Let's see, I gotta be careful. You see how this could be kind of dangerous doing this right now, but that's okay. I think that's us, isn't it? No. I'm sorry, one more block. So, and then I've got 2 views I'll show you. I'll show you the front and the side. So hopefully let me give you a little bit better view here. So is that, did I get there yet? Oh, did I pass it? Oops. I can't tell. It's like, wow. Yeah, go back that way. And then, did I pass it? What the hell? No, I'm not there yet, I guess. Oh, yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm sorry. It's very hard to do this. Ugh. Hurry up. It takes so long to get it to go forward, but yeah, I mean, so we come down this street all the way, almost there. So this is our cross street here, and then I'm so sorry, the screen white crashed, or this would have been over by now. There we go, and then so we come down. So this is our place, and if we look left from like right here, hopefully the apple trees don't block it too bad, but that's us. It does block it. Oh, okay, now I gotta put the camera down again for 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'll read what you said. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, so, okay, so we're back here again.
You've been examined.
Okay, I caught it, and then, oh, I'll look in just a second. Bear with me, I'm almost free. Oh, jeez. So what did you say? You said... Oh, yeah, okay, you got a screenshot. So then, well, but before we go then, so then you kind of see what we're looking at there. You get a better idea with the white car, white Prius, right? So if we come down here, though, another good view, right? is down here. If we come here down this road, you'll see the side of it. If you take a right down this road, I don't know if it'll let me though. Yeah, I'm trying to go down that road, but I don't know if it'll let me. See it? I wish I could go down this road because it provides a really good view of the backyard, which is, you know, that. See it? I'm sorry, like right there. That's the backyard. It's huge. It's like 4 acres or something like that. The house itself is, you know, I don't want to talk about this. It's too private. But if that's okay, I'm gonna go because like they're kind of pressuring me. Sorry. I'll catch up with you in a chat here in a minute. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to do like 12 things at once. It was bad timing, but tomorrow I'll send you like a full-blown, you know, video of the all of it from side and front, a couple of videos and stuff. But yeah, and you know, peace, IOY.
Your skill has increased.
Excuse me.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
I can't believe I'm only 20. This is taking so fucking long.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Why sit your full health and full mana? Because you're not doing anything at all. I'm just saying. Who the fuck needs a red mage melee? That's a red mage, right? I'm fairly sure. What do we got here? We got an RDM, Thief, or White Mage, Red Mage, Black Mage. Why do we have 2 RDMs? That's not too good. He did have a point, though, about how it doesn't really matter. The RDM doesn't get resisted, so their arrows are just as valid as mine. It's kind of crazy. I don't know why it would be like that. Why would Red Mage... I mean, I know why, because skill chains are for everybody, I guess. It's part of the core ethos of their... You know, their whole deal is like, bring everybody in, sync each other's weapon skills... 1, 2, 3 chain, magic burst. You know, everybody gets in on it, even the red mage, which I do like, I would say. I don't know why the red mage should do as much damage as me, because I'm a black mage. I don't get to heal like him, so I don't pay the fucking hybrid tax. I should do, like, I would say, like 26% more damage, something like that. A little less, maybe call it 18. A little bit less, more conservative, probably about 16% more damage, but I should do 16% more damage. Well, I don't know. If you run the chain, I'll burst. I don't care. I have the mana. See, so like it's the error is not in the design. The error is in the way that the party leader sort of worded it. Which is, he said it in the right way so that we all understood what he meant. And he was trying to explain something that's sort of tricky in terms of RPGs, which is that no matter what, when you're magic bursting, there is no resist, period. Right? So, but if we were to compare the Czech param, right? CHECKPARAM, right? Oh, is it 2 words? I'm sorry, it's 2 words, right? Or no, check parameters, right? I thought that was it. Or maybe it's just param. Fuck, I thought it was check param, isn't it? I thought. That's the word. They just don't have it or something. They're like, they don't want us to see that, which is weird. Because they chop and screwed all of it. They don't want you to know what your stats are. It's sort of crazy. It's a little bit... What was that? That was Sishin into...
Incoming Tau.
Oh, thank you, Kamari Jack. I fucking love you, Jack. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it was like check param. I'm typing it in, right? Check param, right? That's not giving me shit, man. Look, it's glitched. Oh, that's right. There we go. The carrots. That's right. That's right. I'm dumb. Thank you. Thank you, Kamari Jack. And I want to say what's up to my friend Kamari. I'm getting your name right. Right? You're Kamari Jack, right? I believe so, right? Sorry. I meet so many people. It's hard to keep it all straight. I know several Jacks and I know several Kamaris, believe it or not. So like across 2 servers. So but yes, the check pair on me, right? So we take a look at this and we see that it's kind of small screen. I apologize. I should probably make my chat bigger, but so we take a look. My primary I'm looking for. I've never looked at Black Mage check param before. I never messed with check param until Nas. So I don't know. Oh no, that's not true. I used to do it on Fenrir for my bar, but that was it, right? And it was a while before they added that too. I think it was like Wings, or I don't even know when Check Param came in. I'm not really totally sure on that, but anyways, I'm looking for my elemental magic skill, which is not reflected in those stats. Those are all get off him. Zoom out a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I can't pull hate here. I'm like walking on a tightrope where I can't die, or it fucks the party for like an hour and 10 minutes or something like that. So yeah, if I pull hate, I just sit because I'm like, yeah, if I die, not only do I lose the respect of my friends here, but I might actually take a reputation hit on that one because nobody here is dying. If I pull hate and I get 2-shot on Black Mage, that might have repercussions for me in this particular party, so I'm trying to play very... I was telling people earlier, that might have, like, reputational repercussions for me in my future if I were to fuck up and let this party down. So I'm trying to be sort of careful and, Anyways, so we're talking about... The party leader mentioned that there is an interesting thing going on here, which I don't believe is true on retail, although I don't really know. Let's take a look at the actual wordage of the magic burst, which would be reflected here, which I believe you can see on my stream, but let me verify, trust but verify, right? There you go. Yes. So I think, we're all on the same team here. So we're taking a look at Ffxi. How are we doing? Yeah, full mana. Okay, get up. Why did we... Oh, okay. Fuck. I'm being a little bit, like, lax, but I don't care. I wanted a full mana bar. I've only had a full mana bar twice this whole fucking party, and, like, I kind of want to start over. Yeah. Like, those guys, they're all I, like, every once in a while, I'll just sit through a whole fucking mob. I don't care. Because I'd rather, like, get out to start fucking nuking again, Rather than try and bag off 36 mana or whatever and try to barely make the magic burst. Sometimes I'll just force them to fucking wait, because, like, it doesn't feel too good dumping all your mana... Try to stick this blind, but god damn, like I feel like I actually should be. I feel like Black Mage, if they want to stick blind and like sleep and Ooh, 200, damn. 200 gust slash is huge. Fuck yeah. Anyways, don't know the language on Magic Burst directly. It's been a long, long time since I've actually looked at a Renkei, what we call in the scenes, we call that Renkei. R-E-N-K-E-I. It's a Japanese word for combination of attack, I believe, or some such. It means, you know, a skill chain, like, essentially. It's like a combo. Combo would be a good word for it, I would believe. Combo would be the simplest American way to say it. Skill chain is like combo. So we go to the Ffxi Magic Burst, and we look at what's called Magic Burst, or Renkei. The target is typically struck with an elemental resonance that can result in a skill chain if a proper subsequent weapon skill is used. And for those that don't know this, the real reason that this is the greatest game ever made technically is the only other game that ever had, well, there's two other games that I can think of that have this elemental chart. The elemental Renkei chart, right? If there's some doubters and haters in here to trying to resurrect the Final Fantasy XI scene, there is one image that I would posit I've only ever seen 3 or 4 other places, and it's always MMOs and that kind of yeah, don't overdo it. Yeah, just let it go.
Your skill has increased.
Sorry, bear with me. I'll get to it. Black Mage is, while it's easy, it is a little bit focus dependent. I would say more so than other classes, because you gotta watch your mana, you gotta watch where the health bar is at, you gotta watch what your friends are doing, you gotta watch if the mob's actually gonna turn and fucking one-shot you, you've gotta watch what your resists are and all this other shit. It is good, but I mean, it's definitely focus intensive. I like the focus though, because it's something that you do over a slower period of time. But so we pull the deepest chart that I've ever seen outside of Dungeons and Dragons. I've only ever seen a chart of this, of this magnitude. That's not a good chart. This is a better one to understand, kind of. Open the image in a new tab, right? So this is the Final Fantasy XI Renkei chart, where one melee opens up with one weapon skill, another melee closes with the other weapon skill, and it creates these bridges in between that are elemental, and then we return to the definition of the actual Renkei itself, which is Magic Burst, right? It is if the proper, every weapon skill in the game, and there's something like 200, well, probably more than that. Probably, I would say like 300 or 400 weapon skills in the game or something. I don't even, fuck knows. I've never been a savant encyclopedia Brown about stats. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, so like, or not stats, but like figures and stats and stuff. I just don't remember numbers too well. It's one of my weaknesses. Though I will say I'm good at math. I will say. So there's about 400 weapon skills in the game. They all kind of correspond to this chart that the game doesn't tell you about until this chart was well thought through. This is, I think, the greatest breakthrough in all of RPG history, is the understanding and the grokking and the deep penetration. I know you guys like deep penetration, right? The deep penetration of the depths of this chart is monumental in terms of RPG. I mean, the system is making the system was monumental. Excuse me. Understanding is monumental to a much lesser degree, but it is monumental to understand that this depth, it doesn't really exist except for 2 or 3 other places. I've seen it other places such as Path of Exile, but it is not an elemental weakness chart. Path of Exile chart. Oh, I'm missing my cue. I got the burst. Whew. I'm all tabbed all over the fucking place and shit. Still catch the burst, bitch. Most of you guys don't, not you guys, excuse me, not the people in the channel, I'm just saying most of this, bunch of the people on the server don't even know what a fucking skill chain is. Which is okay, it's a 20-year-old game, I'm not a fucking hater, you know what I'm saying? I get it, I don't know what the fuck's going on in Gothic 2. I don't know why you would. I don't know why, like, you know, I don't know, I mean, a lot of these people played this game forever, but not all of them. I definitely, even just in the last 4 days, met something like 20 brand new players. Which I like seeing. And I know because I recruited like 4 of them and taught them how to equip their link shell and taught them how to talk in the link shell. Now, they might be trolling me for the stream. I'm guessing at least one of them probably was, right? But I don't know that for sure. I'm just going to want to believe in the best in them and just assume that my fellow humans weren't making a joke of me or whatever the fuck, and assume that they actually really didn't know how to equip the link shell or wouldn't have asked. It's kind of embarrassing to ask, you know? They didn't know. So I'm like, oh man, like something like 20 people that I dealt with didn't know what a link shell was. That's a very fucking good thing. That's the best thing I've ever heard out of the Final Fantasy scene in like 10 years or something, is people who don't know what a fucking Renke is. It's the best thing Final Fantasy XI's ever had, is brand new people. We haven't had that in... That's not true. On retail, there is something like 20,000 new players on retail, I would say, that have only been playing for like 3 to 5 years, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. Ever since Seekers, right? I mean, or whatever Seekers hit. Seekers hit like, I think 2014 or something like that, but it's been a little while now. It's been like 7 years. That's the last expansion of Final Fantasy XI. But yeah. So... to get back to the Renke discussion here, while I nuke in a launch party. So yeah, I've seen charts with this sort of depth, but the difference is, notice the blue, the purple, the yellow, the green, the black, the white, all this other stuff, right? These are all elemental things. So if you want to kill a ice elemental, you will look for something called liquefaction or fusion, which is on the fire side. So your samurai opens up with, I'm sorry, your dark knight open, oh no, it would be your warrior opens up with raging rush, and your dark knight closes with sickle moon. This is the opener, this is the closer, and this is the... I'm sorry, I did this wrong. I apologize. Excuse me. Was that fusion? I can't remember. No, that's detonation. I need liquefaction, which is, yeah, I believe that. I see, even myself, I must admit, my understanding of the Renke chart is weak because I did not sit DPS my whole career. I picked up a thief in... the first DPS I ever played in Final Fantasy XI was a thief at in the Abbey era, right at the start of Scars of Abyssia, or whatever the first Abyssia thing was. What was I gonna say? I'm sorry, I'm going on a very long stream, like one of the longer ones I've ever done, and it's a bit, you know, mentally taxing, and I'm at the end of it here. I'm about to go to bed, and it is, you know, whatever the fuck. I don't even know. I'm fucking far in though. It's it has been, oh, my stream reset when I reset, so I'm something at like 22 hours or something like that. Launch hours, you know? Launch hours. But, oh. Yeah. I don't know. Just keep fucking nuking, then. I don't know. There it is. You guys take too fucking long. Haha, Grub got one shot, bitch. Yeah. 70 damage. What'd I pull on that? That was detonation. I pulled me a nice little 64. 64. Did better than the Red Mage, but I have like one piece of ink gear. These guys actually have, I think, at least Herman's. Let's look at our friend Kato here. Much love to my friend Kato sitting next to me. Wonderful little Taru, obviously. We're gonna use it for an example, and I hope he's okay with that. But we're just gonna look at his gear real quick. See, he had the same gear that he has the Footman's Tunic, which I haven't bought yet. But all the rest of it, we have comparable gear otherwise. So you know, it's good. So really, I mean, he's got a cloak that I don't have. Other than that, we're basically the same. You know, so he's got like one more int than me or something like that. Well, he's got a lot more than that. He's a Taru. He's got like 14 more int than me. But yeah, or whatever it is. I have no fucking clue. Right now my int is sitting at... Intellect is your magical damage is 25 plus 3, so... I'm guessing he's probably like 29, something like that. But I really wouldn't know. I've never played a Taru. I'm sorry. I did play Red Mage Taru to 75 on Nas for my power level, but I didn't, I did not, I never even got her past 73, actually, as I recall. 74. I never did get her to 75 because her entire reason to live was to keep Alien and I in Matt's caps. So, yeah. But so, like, my experience with Red Mage at a higher level is purely power level. That's it. Because that's what I think they're good for. Convert, I don't think they're good for anything else except for like that really clutch bind or they're super important. They refresh, they're like the most important class in the game, I must say. But I don't personally value them very much, being a bard and a fucking white mage. I don't really value them that much. They're like kind of wishy-washy support in terms of their mana regen and stuff. So it's sort of like weird. Because it takes to run 4 refreshes. That is 36 seconds or some such, 28 seconds, I forget. I'd have to be sitting on like a 75 Red Mage to remember. It's a little bit less than that. It's like 26 or something like that. But it's, that's a long time. That's like half a minute of just rolling buffs on your party just so they can cast their spells. It's actually particularly like sort of annoying and troublesome sometimes, like keeping all the buffs up because you have to run, sometimes 5 haste, 3 refreshes, a regen or 2. You have to convert. You have to, so Red Mage is like a lot more busy than my usual style of play.
Your skill has increased.
I don't know what to do here. I gotta pull hate off him, I guess. I can heal him, but I don't want to get one shot. They should have skill chained. God damn it. God damn it, these things resist a lot, though. They actually do. Like, that Blizzard did 15 damage. That's fucked up. I've been pulling 60 sometimes. Like, I don't really get that big resist, But oh well, that's good. It means that Black Mage is at least fucking interesting and not just borked like Wings or Nas. I wouldn't say it's borked. I would say they retooled Black Mage. And it probably did need to be done, I would say. All the different worlds that I visit every day on a stream. It's just funny. It's like 50,000 tabs and 50,000 topics. Notice that if you're trying to kill, I'm not going to chain this and try to be particular because I'm not going to pretend that I'm a samurai expert at this stuff because I never did really care about my samurai. I played samurai in the Abbey era just to get certain Magian things done and certain damage things done when I just leveled to samurai to 99 in a day on Worms, and I just played samurai for like 4 months. But I didn't do anything like very, I would say, job specific that would teach me the class on samurai until Nasomi when I took Sam to 75. But I didn't play it well, I would say. I didn't pay for any of the gear or the attack gear or any of that stuff. I had an entire, dust set for my warrior that absolutely did translate, not dust set, but SH and all this other stuff that did translate well to Sam, and at least for like welfare gear that you could buy off the auction house rather than doing all the Soboro and fucking like gear stuff. Because my main thing on Nas and in Wings was like spending time with one of my best friends. It was never about the XP or the Mats cap. For her, it was about the XP and the Mats cap. For me, it was just spending time with her because I think she's just the bee's knees in terms of culturally really cool. She's a Final Fantasy expert, a Link Shell leader, a wonderful friend, a Dungeons and Dragons card shop owner, and a wonderful person. And so I mainly just spent time with her on Nas, and during COVID, she was my COVID buddy. We co-opted every night all throughout COVID. It was wonderful. It was a really good way to surf out the disease, It ended good. It was like 2 years of Final Fantasy 11 and and just dealing with COVID and working and stuff. And it was a good time for her. It was a good time. Well, yeah, I don't know if I won't speak for her. Let's put it that way, right? But I would say it was a fairly good time, And So, anyway, let's go back to the chart here. I digress. If you're trying to run liquefaction on an ice elemental, your melees open up, and you get synergy with your mages, because if the melee's open, the mages close. And one of the things about the closing of the magic burst is that I do not believe you are resisted in any way or form. And resists in Final Fantasy are a real and dangerous thing that can be definitely the difference between a win and a loss. If you get resisted on a bind or a sleep or a sleep ga or sleep gauze, you know, if your sleep spells all get resisted and stuff, suddenly one spell is the difference between you and an unwashed horde licking your balls, you know, in a second. Suddenly 13 mobs are on you. And you're like, oh, fuck, all 16 of them or whatever resisted my Horde Lullaby, which is you know, like a bard mez spell that keeps them all. Everyone's tired. This kid's begging to go to bed, and like the thief is like, "Please, I'm 29 and 400 to go." And he's like, "I really want this. I really want the advanced job." You know what he wants? He wants probably, I would say, either Sam or what's the big one? Probably BST. I bet he probably really wants BST. I kind of want BST real bad. Because I was thinking about Wings of Fury or healing Wings of Fury. I was like, dude, if I showed up on the motherfucking block like 6 weeks faster than everybody else, dual Astral Rings off of Wings of Fury BCNM loot drop, I will be a motherfucking pizzamp. Yeah! I want 2 Astral Rings and all your money. This is a robbery. I need about 40,000 Jill. This is a robbery. Okay. But yes, the RDM has not cast anything but roughly about 14 arrow spells. He has not cast a spell the entire party. I would love to sit on an RDM and do nothing in melee all fucking party and collect like 3 levels and do nothing. Why can't I do that? If I did that, they would have kicked me. They would kick me instantly. But this bad RDM, they just like him for whatever reason. He's just new. Why would you ban him? Oh, right. It's the end of the party. Yeah, that makes sense. Congratulations. Anyways, we go back. So, this wonderful synergy between melee and magic is missing from, I would say, every other game out there except for Genshin Impact, EVE Online, and to a lesser degree your ARPs such as Diablo and Path of Exile. And the Path of Exile chart is not the same thing as this Renke chart, but it does have the fucking depth. Excuse me. It does have the depth. I've always respected the Path of Exile chart. I really thought what they did with it was monu-fucking-mental, kind of like the way the Renke chart was. So you see depth in RPGs every once in a while. I would say Blizzard's new skill chart for Dragonflight, with the 2 spec abilities and such, or 3 spec abilities and stuff, where you make sacrifices to get the X's to where you want them to buy to whatever thing you like about the class, as opposed to things you don't like about the class. I would say the initial overall bringing us all to the table thing, where if you don't want to be, like, if you're a sub-rogue but you don't want to be prep, you don't have to be prep. You don't have to run preppy this, because, you know, that's not your style. You don't like running huge alpha strikes because they're predictable, right? So, where's the other one? You guys didn't fucking nuke, or what? I'm out of mana. So we pull this and we open in a new tab, but like, so every once in a while you'll see depth in charts like this. This chart, I would say, is a monumental thing in terms of its depth. The same as the Renke chart is. And then, of course, there is the elemental resistance chart in EVE Online. EVE Rat resists charts, right? It's about the same. This chart is just as deep as the Final Fantasy XI system, as you can see, though it is an entirely different thing. But it is resists, as in kinetic, thermal, or electrical damage, or EMP electrical damage, or I don't even. I'm sorry, my brain's across like 15 different topics right now, including the love of my life. And I'm sorry, my brain's literally on 15 different topics right now because I'm a very good multitasker, and I'm literally thinking about 7 different topics at once right now. I am so terribly sorry. So this whole thing, while it looks deceptively simple, it's not. It's basically the exact same elemental chart as Final Fantasy XI. It's just not about combos. It's about weaknesses. If you try to kill a shield thing with shield damage weapons, you're gonna do very little because the shield. I mean, so if you shoot like shields are extremely good at stopping bullets and explosions and stuff like that, but they're not good at stopping EMP because the EMP just eats right through the fucking shield and leaves the ship completely, vulnerable, right? So one of the beautiful things about Eve is that, like, that same sort of elemental resistance chart for Final Fantasy XI is in Eve. It is the only other game that respectably did elemental weaknesses, except for, I will say, I do believe Genshin Impact does deserve a place at that table. The elements in Genshin are fucking perfect. They work exactly how they should be. They're full-blown combos, such as let me set a grass meadow on fire and then send a huge wind alt through the fire to create a firestorm, right? And you burn in the fire tornado of my rage, and then I douse the fire with a blast of water and shock you to death. There's one other game like that. It's like Magicka 2, Magicka 1. Elemental games are the core. This was a good party. I'm gonna thank them. They're breaking up. So they're breaking up. So good Japanese honor. This is a Japanese game. I don't know why we can't use the same wonderful mannerisms like bow, kneel. Like I kneel before you. I honor you for bringing me into your wonderful XP party and including me. I consider it an honor being a part of this community and a part of that party. And every time that they invite me, I get that old same flash in my heart that I did in 2002 when I think I'm wanted. I'm a part of something. I'm being social. I'm talking to them. I'm running elemental bursts and running crowd control, and I'm really worried about my white mage, and the tank is really low, and I really care about this a lot. And that's what WoW never did that. I would not say. Eve does it. Eve does it more. Eve does it way more. But I would say Eve is twice as hardcore as Ffxi in that respect. You can lose. Like Final Fantasy XI, the worst it could be is maybe you get stuck in a raid for 6 hours, or not a raid, but like a bad dynamics or something for 6 hours where you just die so much you lose an entire level from 75 down to 74, right? And you really want something in Sacrarium like Swiftbell, but you die 7 times. And you're extremely unhappy about this because it'll take you 7 hours to get, the 7 deaths back. So you're extremely unhappy, but in EVE Online, you could lose a ship that took you 3 months to grind in a second. Yeeted and deleted instantly, too, on top of it. You play at a much higher stakes in terms of your time, right? EVE takes what Final Fantasy XI did. I would say they came out about the same time. I would say they were probably really big influences on each other in certain ways, I would say. And, one of the things I always kind of thought about Final Fantasy, about EVE Online is that they definitely liked the idea of you shouldn't be alone, ever. Ever, ever, ever. Because you could lose 3 weeks of work in a second if you don't have proper backup. It's forced sociality through the survival system, as opposed to the necessity of 6 people to kill a monster in this game. And that game is more about, if you don't have assistance, it's cold out there, and your likelihood of winning is fairly low. So you can solo, and everybody does, and there's solo content. But it doesn't pay well, and it's not a good use of your time. It's better to just go out with your homies and go mining together, Better to go out with your homies and go kill stuff that drops good loot, that kind of thing, than it is to go try and solo level 45 mobs or whatever the fuck Final Fantasy 11 equivalent, 55 level mobs, Final Fantasy 11 equivalent of that would be, that it's a bit different. It's not the same thing, but the stakes are the same in terms of you could really like basically get your goddamn heart broke, right? If you die, you could really care. I'm talking like the way you might care, or say if somebody broke your skateboard or something like that. Not the end of the world, but definitely like, oh man, it's going to take some days to recover from this, and I'll have to go to the skate shop, and I'll have to oil up the fucking gears, and I'll have to like, and I'll have to like go skating and break the board in, and get the grip tape the right way and all this shit, and then you fucking broke my skateboard too on top of it. It's not just that you broke my skateboard, it's that I also have to like break in a new one now. So you're irked. You're like that level of irked when you die in EVE Online or Final Fantasy, because you're like, god damn, man, that was like 35 minutes, poof, gone in a second, and it's harsh. It's real harsh, so it's not harsh, excuse me, it's just, it's actual consequence-based gameplay. So getting off of the Rankade shard, basically, I'm getting off this subject now, but it's good to see the depth, and if people wonder why, they think, oh, you've been playing your crappy game for 20 years. No, motherfucker. There's actually really a lot more depth to this motherfucker than, say... than say this. Now, this is a deep, well thought through billion-dollar system for a billion-dollar company for a billion-dollar game, etc., etc. Brand new, current, released, 3 weeks ago or something like that. Real life time, like right now, 3 weeks ago today, or whatever it's been about 5 weeks now, something like that. So this chart, while deceptively simple, is also deceptively fucking crazy in terms of its like forced choice. You have to kind of, if you like this, you're going to lose that. Do you see it? If you like this over here, you're going to lose that. If you like this over here, you're probably not going to get this, If you like this over here, you're not getting that, etc. And so you see a really deep system here, one that Blizzard should be applauded for. That's better than they've ever done before. Pretty depthy. Kind of reminds me of something else, doesn't it? Kind of reminds you of something else, doesn't it? It's not the same thing in any way or form. But I feel like they basically just took this and chop and screwed it through a fucking, like a talent chart, And made choices where you can't just run Evisceration to Nightmare Scythe. You can't just throw any weapon skill into any other weapon skill. You've got to connect in this fucking chart, right? This WoW chart is built entirely the fuck off of this concept that Final Fantasy XI slayed 20 years ago. And they're getting a lot of money and a lot of props off of it. But I look at this and I think, yeah, I've seen it. So anyways, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen this before. I've not seen the exact thing, of course, so that'd be plagiarism. It's a modified Rankade chart spit into a talent chart as opposed to an elemental weakness chart, which is also in WoW done to a much more base bad level. You don't go nuking ice elementals in WoW anymore. It's not like that. It used to be. It's not like that anymore. You don't really go. You don't go roll fire mage to kill ice elementals like you would in this game or whatever. It's very elementally weak, right? All these RPGs except for Genshin, Final Fantasy XI, EVE Online. I would say to a lesser degree are various ARPs such as Diablo 3, Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal, Path of Exile, Grim Dawn, Lost Exile, or whatever is it, Lost Exile, or whatever the fuck that game is, Lost Ark, right? All of our ARPs, they do it on a much lesser level, though I have some Diablo friends who would take me majorly to task about Diablo 2. Diablo 2 did have the elemental weaknesses in a very powerful, very verifiable way. If you threw an ice ball, if you were an ice ball Sork, and you throw an ice ball into a crowd of Cow King, you're gonna freeze all fucking 36 of those fucking mobs solid, and they're gonna fucking stand there while you wail on them with all your other spells for like a good 5-6 seconds or something like that. Elemental damage and magic is extremely important to the RPG shebang, whatever, you know, like the RPG execution. And all these new RPGs are coming out that do this to a lesser degree, and there's ones that have it in deceptive ways, such as Elden Ring, Elemental builds, right? You'd be surprised what a Blood build can do, a Faith build, you know, best strength ring build, or sorry, best strength build, best dex build, sacred relic, holy sword stuff, faith and dex builds and such. So, like, you know, holy will really fuck up a demon in Dark Souls, and I never see Dark Souls players using this that much until Elden Ring. And then you did see it. You would see holy confessors. I was one of them. I'm a holy confessor. I ran holy and bleeds. And I would say Elden Ring, it got Game of the Year yesterday, I believe. It should have got Game of the Year yesterday, not because it's a good game. I think it's a fairly extremely good Dark Souls game. I would say it's a perfect 9.6, something like that. I wouldn't say it's a 10 because they let the one-shots get out of hand, and they fucked up on a tactical thing where they didn't let the community know that you have to put 36 vigor into a character or you can't play the game. You can play the game, but you're gonna die 40,000 fucking times as opposed to like 400 times, right? If you don't push 36 vigor pretty much fucking immediately, and nobody figured this out except Seth Greensoch. I figured it out because he hinted at it, or sorry, he directly told me on a video. But I was already thinking it when I went looking for it, and I had been thinking about it that day when I went to look at Elden Ring, Seth Greensoch's Elden Ring video, which is like the best video on YouTube, I would say, in my opinion. It's like the best video game video on YouTube is Seth Greensoch's depiction of Elden Ring. We could even fucking watch it if I wasn't so busy. You know what I'm saying? So, now what level am I now? I'm 20. That can't kill Gauspit. I need to buy Gauspit. I need money. I have to go back. I came to Juno so that I can... I am going to log here, I believe, and watch videos for the next 20 minutes before I go to bed and dose my sleeping medication and wind down here and stop feeling like a crackhead running 24-hour shifts, you know? Because I swear to God, I'm not on drugs. I smoke pot, but I don't smoke pot like all day on a bong, or, you know, do dabs all day. I use hashed because I have PTSD, anger issues, and an explosive anger. So like hash helps me stay a little more level, but I've got more explosive anger than many people combined. So it's sort of really hard. I do what I can to kind of keep it curbed, and you know, it's not rage at other people, it's anger. Like anger over being treated badly. Righteous anger, I would say. It's not rage at other people necessarily. Sometimes it is. It's more about like anger and stuff. So I have to watch my sleep schedule and my pills and all this stupid shit. So gonna start winding it down here, guys. And it's 3:30 in the fucking morning. I think that's about right anyways. Ooh, Eco Warrior. I can't do this for the next 3 hours, but I really want to do this. Anyways, I want to give him advice, but it's incredibly rude. I'm not going to tell him what to do and yell. That'll make him so angry, a lot of other people so angry, and it would be hypocritical of me. I fucking can't stand being told what to do. But he's trying to run this in the middle of the night. He should fucking wait till middle of the day tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Like Saturday or Sunday or something, right? Friday. Oh no, yeah. Sorry, tomorrow's Saturday, not today. So yeah. So I guess it's like I would say like you want to run Eco Warrior, do that like exactly 12 hours from now, which would be 3 p.m. in the afternoon, in the middle of NA, which is who are playing this server. I would think. I would say it's a global community, but I would guess probably about 60% of these are NA, if I had to guess. So it's like, I don't think the JP are here. I don't think the JP believe in private servers. I don't see them that often at all. It's sort of tragic. I would think that it's a nationalistic thing. They want to support Square because Square means jobs and money and the lifeblood of Japan. So I would think that, and also it's dishonorable to run on private servers. As unfortunate as it is, I don't give a flying fuck about the dishonorable. I have my reasons and shit, but it is sort of dishonorable to just steal code and reuse it. It's a little dishonorable, a little bit. So. They didn't steal the code; they just released the server, which is fine. I actually respect, I respect them a lot more than Darkstar. Kind of, it's a little bit, but so I can see how the Japanese wouldn't really want to support the private server scene because it actually does hit them. That lack of money because Square isn't pulling in monthlies is actually affects their country. So I would see how Japanese would not want to run this, specifically because dishonor is bad in their eyes. And the other reason being that the money actually is important to their throughput. So I don't see a lot of JP on private servers. I see a NA, which is weird because in my day, when I ran Final Fantasy XI, like 60% of the parties were JP. And you never said a fucking word of English at all. Now I've been doing NA parties pretty much exclusively. I've been in a French and a Russian party over the last few years and stuff. But overall, I have not been in anything but an English-speaking party for 5 fucking years, and that is so not Final Fantasy XI. It is absolutely not Final Fantasy XI. And I think the Americans and the English and all this and all this and the Aussies and such get kind of full of their own opinions of themselves and stuff. But I would not call the Final Fantasy XI private server community entirely a global scene. I would call it a Western scene, right? And that's not too good because the Eastern wrote this. And I'm hoping one day we can reconcile when the retail servers go down. We've all got to go somewhere. So they've got to either remaster that or relinquish this. And when the Dishonor ends, I expect an influx of something like 200,000 Japanese to this server or whoever's doing best at that time. People aren't thinking about this. When retail finally bows out gracefully like Terra, right? There will be an exodus, the likes of which the privacy I just don't see the preparation of in the private server scene, short of Wings and Nas and Eden absolutely did not prep for that. You can't have dual boxing when there's 40,000 people. You can't do that. Or even 4,000, really. You can't do that. You can do it, but it's not wise. It breaks the game. It cheapens everything. It gives an advantage to people who have more time and all this stupid ass shit. You can't really actually dual box Final Fantasy XI. It's not very fair. Like for instance, an excellent example of this. I have a good example of this, right? I would like to do a shout out to a dear friend of mine named. I can't remember his name, but he was the raid leader for one of my endgame link shells on Nas Triumph. That would be the leader. Would be the other great final one. I know about 10. Kamari Jack's one of them, by the way. I know the 10 super vets that I've known about 10 super vets on Final Fantasy XI, and 5 of them are here on this server. There would be Kamari Jack, Sinstar, is a member of the big one. I can't even remember the big LS name now. You know, all these names across 20 games. I don't care what their names are. I don't care what the LS is or guild. None of it. Like, that's the thing about, if you're not playing only one game, you can't actually remember this stuff. It's so annoying because you're just not. It just doesn't matter to you. You know. So, but they were Omen, right? So Sinstar is the leadership of Omen. Sinstar is my old leader of the best link shell in the world, Kupo, on Fenrir. And I know that's biased. I know Ashura's got something better there. That's Japanese and not NA, right? But I would like to think that Sinstar is the greatest player in the world, and if it's not Sinstar, it's Kamari Jack, and if it's not Kamari Jack, it's goddamn Pice is one of them, and then my friend Ailey. I would say Ailey is absolutely like in top 3 on this list. My friend Ailey's or whatever Honey is like definitely on this fucking list, and then there's a couple more. There's Sinstar, and then I'm being disrespectful to people, but I'm a guy Asperger's, and names are the first thing to go in my head. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So there's about 10 super vets that I know of on the server that I've already seen, and that's crazy. You know, it's just crazy. It's, you know, so so with the death of the retail, they'll have someplace they need to go, and that's the private servers. That's why we do this. It's the depth of the chart. Tell me that's not the sexiest piece of RPG sex that you've ever sexted up your sexting ass. I've seen a few more comparable things, but not too much, you know? I wouldn't say. The ship chart in EVE is deep like this, but etc. So we're done with this. I'm getting off this topic now. I'm going to log off this game because I'm kind of deadlocked in judo until I'm no longer brain dead from 24 hours straight of Rust and Final Fantasy 11 and being attacked by somebody and all this other shit, and a 2 mental breakdowns and a like about 8 hours of partying or whatever. I am not doing too good, and I'm definitely going to acknowledge that now that I'm going to log off this game. So, but I am going to stay here for about 20 minutes while I take my sleep meds and let them kick in, and we're going to watch something funny, because there's some points in this video that I think changed my life, and I'm feeling like funny. So we're gonna watch something funny here before I go to bed. I'm gonna take my pills, and when the video's over, I'm gonna go to bed. But I want to before I go, I want to dearly thank the people who helped me provide content for this stream today. It is difficult to come up with enough entertainment to fill 24 hours in a day. You know, I don't know what I'm at now. I know I've clocked 18 and I'm at 6 right now or something like that, I think. Let's see. I'm currently at, I don't even know. 6 hours and 50 minutes on top of the original 18 that I did since 6 in the morning. So here we go. We move on to the funny video, and I will log. But I want to thank the people who held out and helped me support good content for the stream and stuff. You guys, the audience itself is. Oh, and I'm so sorry. I haven't been on Twitch. I got banned. I'm sorry. I got suspended off Twitch yesterday for a week for hate speech. Probably because I used the FA, and I'll leave the last letter out. Because I came up in the World of Warcraft scene where that word was used 3 or 4 times every single time somebody's used the sentence, you fucking F it, you know? The girls would say it. The cute girls would say it. The cute girls would call the main tank an F it. Seriously, cute left-wing liberal girls would use the F it word because it had nothing to do with gay. You know what I'm saying? It was about lame duck bundles of sticks. It was never about like sexual orientations in that scene. If you got called an F word, it had to do with your ability and skill and your countenance. It had nothing to do with like your sexual orientation or any kind of proclivities like that or whatever the fuck or whatever your life choices are. It was not about disrespect in the World of Warcraft scene. That's a PvP term we used to use to call somebody an asshole that had more weight to it. You know what I'm saying? But now it's, well, it always was a terrible epithet, you know? But, I came up in a scene where they used it like candy. They used it more than the word the. They'd be like, yo, what's up, you effing F it, you fucking F it, you know, like I'm about to screw up here again. I'm not about to, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, don't be an F, that's really blah blah or whatever, you fucking blah blah. You know, it was like that. Seriously, like you would hear some normal player, a leftist liberal even, and like inside of 2 sentences, you would hear the homosexual F word, epithet, derivative, or whatever, you know, like something like 13 times in 2 sentences, and it was like that for 13 fucking years. So if I use those words and you get me banned off Twitch with it, please understand it is not some disrespect to my beloved homosexual brethren. Some of my, well, all, like, basically almost all my friends are gay. Like, all my best friends are gay, not me, but they are. And like fucking, you know, and I marched with them before. I really support their thing, and I just don't like being called homophobic. It is just not the case. Now the language is used more by my gay friends than it is my straight friends, which is weird. So it's like, yeah, I didn't mean to use the N word or whatever the fuck, and I'm not a black man, or I didn't use the N word, but I'm saying like you know, it's sort of weird. Like when you hear the word a lot, it's hard not to use it. That is the issue here. It's not that I have hate in my heart for my beloved homosexual best friends and brethren. You know what I'm saying? For my beloved brethren who have been in my life, my whole life, and I've fought battles for them and believed in them. One of my friends killed himself because he was gay and shot his father a second later because his father forced him to be in denial for 40 years. I've got problems. Like, one of my best friends is dead because of this closeted, like hidden homophobia that the culture has. I don't have hidden homophobia. I'm not hiding any of that. I love my gay friends and stuff, and I have to reiterate there. I love my gay friends, and I am supportive of my homosexual friends and their community and stuff, and I don't wish to be lumped into some kind of other category that I really hate because I slipped up and used some language because people in Overwatch scream the F word all goddamn day for 6 fucking hours when they die. Or Fortnite, or whatever the fuck. Or my friend Smithy. Smithy wouldn't even put up with this shit at all. He would just destroy it. This whole thing. So it's like just sort of weird. And it's not about gay people. It is not about gay people. It's just the freedom to use whatever goddamn language I want, as long as the intention is not there to harm anybody. That's desensorization. And that's kind of where we're at now. I'd rather just, like, at this point, just own the words and, you know, and use them if it's your demographic. As opposed to, you know, like, I don't know. It's just sort of weird. Like, this was a topic that used to come up in my scene when I was a kid in the commune a lot. We would stress a lot about how all bad words are either penis, vagina, or gay people. You ever thought about that? All cuss words are either genitalia, male and female, or gay people. All of them. There's bitch, which is, derogative to women because that's a female dog, right? And women are not female dogs, and I don't like that correlation, and I don't call women that, you know what I'm saying? So there's a couple words that have special, or like damn. Damn has to do with like hell and demons and stuff. There's like weird shit that doesn't really qualify, but most of the rest of all of the really good 7 words that you can't say on TV, George Carlin bit, are all genitalia, women, things, or gay people, right? And so we worried for a long time about how to take the power back of those words, and how being a crass American was actually maybe seriously detrimental to the society and the culture and the children and our peers and the people around us who were were easily influenced or a little bit more, kind of suggestive, right? Or not suggestive, but we're a little bit more I would say steerable or whatever you would say. So we actually used to, in our commune, literally try to come up with ways to rewrite curse words so they didn't have this horrible connotation to especially gay people. And on top of it, I'll yell the F word all around my gay friends, like my purely straight up homosexual friends. I'll use the F word, no problem, because they know They know I'm not homophobic. And I don't call people that. I don't call gay people that. I call straight people that. I've never in my life called a gay person the F word. God's honest truth. Not to their face, not behind their back, not ever, not in my mind, nothing. It's just never occurred to me to call a gay person the F word. It's only rich, white, straight, male, lame, duck, bundles of sticks. You know, the actual definition of the fucking word. They're lame bags of dicks. Excuse me, bags of sticks, right? And, like, that's, to me, you know, and that's all I have to say about this. Like, I do not wish to be painted as a homophobe and stuff when I'm willing to march in gay pride parades and all this and support my community and die for die for their fucking cause and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'd probably die for their cause if it meant getting the fascism the fuck out of my face and accept all my beloved brothers and sisters into the fucking fold and stop the pariah horseshit and all the prohibition. You know what I'm saying? So, and then that's where we're at now. We're gonna stop this whole political bent. But I would like to say what the actual truth is. I doubt anybody fucking listens, but I'm definitely gonna speak my fucking truth. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Elden Ring, Seth, right? We're gonna watch Seth's Elden Ring reviews, the Dung Eater edition, right? This video, while not like the most amazing video, is very, very, very good. It's not the best video on YouTube at all, but it is absolutely, I think, maybe the most well written. If you listen to some of the things that he says, and I'm gonna pause it here.
The following is highly experimental and may come off as disjointed or schizophrenic. I don't care. Elden Ring, the newest hot release by Hideo Miyazaki of Ghibli Studios, famous for classic animations such as Howl's Moving Mausoleum and Vader Totoro. Really outdone themselves. This game features not one,
giant crabs,
two
crustaceans, possibly more.
I haven't unlocked the ability to swim, so I cannot confirm or deny that.
I love that joke. It's actually a really good, subtle joke that nobody laughs at, but it was a very good joke. He was like, there's two giant crustaceans, possibly more. And what he really means is there's potentially like 600,000 of them if you keep playing the game. And so there's this hidden little thing. It's like a call to arms to RPG kids who blew thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, tens and tens of thousands of hours playing RPGs, right? Dungeons & Dragons, Final Fantasy, whatever the fuck your thing is, WoW, EVE, etc. Like, you know, whatever your fucking deal is, Gothic 1, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, the list just goes on, Bloodborne, etc. Like all these good RPGs out there, and if you spend hundreds of thousands of fucking hours, that joke about maybe, you know, there's two crustaceans. Yeah, two crustaceans in an RPG. Yeah, sure. We could all hope so. But it's probably more like 600 fucking thousand.
The game begins, and I make my
and so nobody laughs at that joke, but they should. It's actually extremely well written, and it is a little like, it's like a dog whistle, right? It's like a dog whistle to RPG freaks. I'm talking most RPG players wouldn't really understand the joke, but I get it. It's like, yeah, it is funny because, yeah, it is actually more like 600,000 crustaceans by the time you beat Elden Ring like 20 times or whatever, New Game Plus 20 times. It probably is something like 600,000 fucking lobsters or something dumb like that. It's not that crazy high. It's going to be more like, you know, 4,000. Which is still just, it just boggles your RPG mind, you know.
His name, his class,
some boo boo.
Naturally, is Wretched.
Wretched!
Consider prisoner, but I chose not to. I take the key as my starting item and live to regret it after I get immediate access to a side dungeon and get run over repeatedly by a speeding train. I chose instead to go the other way. After camping a few times, Melina comes by and offers me an accord. I turn it down because I think it's funny. I then proceed to kill Morgott and Godric before I realize I haven't leveled up. How was I supposed?
Do you know how many times this has happened to me in every RPG that I play? Some gated thing about some quest or something like that. And so you go 18 hours into some fucking thing, and you're like, why can't I finish this quest? And then you realize that you never accepted it in the first place. You did the entirety of all of the fucking work for nothing at all. You wasted 8 hours or something dumb. And it's because you never did accept the quest in the first goddamn place. And I call this non-intuitive design. Blizzard promised that they wouldn't do that anymore, but they absolutely do. And I caught him at it in Dragonflight. And definitely this thing about, oh man, I never accepted the quest in the first place, because I kind of did the entire chain. I just got to the end to turn in and found out that I never did hit the accept button, and I kept wondering why I wouldn't level up. Yeah, that's why.
Supposed to know I had to say yes. Miyazaki. Just because I'm offered the ability to talk to a woman doesn't mean I'm going to take it. I think that's a symptom of bad design. Conversely, I fell for the oldest trick in the book.
It was funny if you're incel, I think, and I don't like that fucking word. I think that was a dog whistle to incels. And I don't approve of such things. For two reasons. One, the main one. Republicans tend to do this. It's not a Democratic or liberal thing. Republicans tend to dog whistle. You don't catch Democrats doing it other than, we need, infrastructure. We need pro-choice. We need the, Senate. They'll die on their heels, but generally it's the Republicans who really push that, So... Anyways, so yeah, and I don't like that, and then that's one reason, and then the other one is what is to happen if it becomes socially acceptable to not try to breed? And I believe that is exactly what the incel fucking community actually is. It's some kind of banding of pariahs to at least comfort each other, if not outright excuse the inability to functionally date the opposite or same gender, right? And I think it's like rationalization and acceptance of something that isn't too good for mankind's future. A little bit. The Japanese are struggling with herbivore culture. I'm struggling with herbivore culture. And, I fear that this may be racist, maybe not racist, but culturally insensitive, so we're gonna spend about 10 seconds here and see if there's something of value, but I sort of suspect not. I don't know. We're gonna give it a chance, though. Somebody gave me a chance, so I'm gonna give them the chance, I'm not a hater.
Warring stuff again. Talk a little bit about the herbivore man, a little bit about American men. A problem that we're having here as well is it started back when the war ended, basically. Before that, we had a lot of men. I might even say it went back as far as the end of the samurai. In the late 1800s, they started taking samurai swords, and basically in that time.
You want a hot take? I'm gonna give it. I don't care if people want it or not, or even if anybody's listening. I'm just gonna fucking say it. I think this man is not an incel. I think he doesn't smile. I don't think he's capable of smiling, and I think that's what he's battling. And I think I think he would be absolutely dateable if he just fucking smiled. But this guy's so goddamn dour. Like, I'm crazy and angry. I'm way more crazy and angry than this guy. This guy's way more in control than I am. But you're going to see me smile all the time. All the time. More so, the more I get laid and the more money I make and all this stupid ass shit where the pressure's off of me so I can play more video games and all this, right? So it's like I'm going to smile more and stuff. But I look at this man and I don't see an incel problem. I don't see a fat body problem. I don't see a facial problem. I know women who would date him. But I don't know any women who would date him, though. Because look at this. He's going to go the entire 28-minute video without actually smiling, and that's how you get a girl, kinda. There's like 3 ways to get women. One, you're just full-blown attractive to them, like you're like, Edward from fucking Twilight or whatever the fuck guy, Cedric Diggory or whatever the fuck guy. Or, which is good, but that's not this guy, and it's not me either, right? So I fail A, he fails A. We're gonna move on to B, right? B is personality, which I think he does have. And I'm going to leave it right there. I'm not going to talk about it, and I'm not going to add any more details to that. I'm just going to make the bold statement that I think he probably does have a very, very good personality. Except for the thing I previously mentioned, which is that he's not smiling and he's not funny. And that's my third thing with women. If you don't smile, or men, maybe he likes men. I'm not trying to lump him in some, but that's the thing with the opposite gender and stuff. Even with men, it's like this. If you're dour all the time and you're way too serious and stuff, and you're fucking like and you're just kind of looking like like you're studying in a math class or something, instead of like living your life in every moment and being happy and I'm happy, I'm good. So, that kind of stuff, and like living your life and shit and having your ups and downs, and and generally you're happy, and other times you're homicidally angry, but overall you're just generally like kind of a happy, smiley person. You think things are cool and you like it, and it's good, and you find reasons to smile, like the Fibonacci sequence, or Pi, or Pokemon Red, or Super Mario Brothers 2. It seems to me like a game this guy might like. Or something like that. I don't know. Minecraft, or I don't know. So anyways, oh my god, is that a Rock Band guitar in the background? I think it is. It's not a real guitar, is it? I don't believe that's a real guitar. I can't tell. It is a real guitar. It is. What's in the background here? That's DVDs he's gonna burn, I guess. Yeah. So anyways, so this guy might argue, I would think, and I'm not gonna put words in his mouth, we're gonna see what he says, right? But he might argue that he's parts of the herbivore culture, or the even incel culture, I would say. But what I actually see here is a lack of wanting to appear human. I think he literally is obsessed with supplying the image of not dour, but serious and thoughtful or something. I don't know. How's that working out for you, being clever, or whatever, being clever or something like that? Hits you with the Brad Pitt from Fight Club, right? How's that working out for you, being clever? I don't know. It seems like he wants to be clever and kind of like, like a little bit spiritual, kind of smart and stuff. I had a friend who's like this, but he's dead. And, and I think he's written this book in his head about why things are the way that they are, when I think if he just smiled, he'd probably get laid within a month.
Japanese men were very proud, very strong.
See, he's got it. He's got the now notice, you can see it. It's right there. It's right on the surface. But he has somehow lost connection with his own humanity and laughter and happiness and all this other stuff. You can see it, right? See the normal look on the face, right? It's not too good. So we come back a little bit. We're gonna examine the face here a little bit more, and you almost see it. See, he got animated about something, and we almost got a smile.
A problem that we're having here as well is it started back when the war ended, basically. Before that, we had a lot of men.
There, right here. See, he's going to say something that matters to him.
I even say it went back as far as the end of the samurai.
He thinks that we've been herbivores since the end of Samurai Age. I posit that Clint Eastwood is the exact opposite evidence of that.
In the late 1800s.
Clint Eastwood had movies all the way up until like fucking 96 or 2005 or some shit.
They started,
etc. Letters to Iwo Jima and fucking Gran Torino and stuff. Like that toxic male culture. It's not dead. That's my problem with this statement, with incel and herbivore and all that other stuff. Is this like trust me, the red-blooded men who want to fuck like animals, they haven't gone anywhere. You might live your life like that, but I don't know.
Samurai swords, and basically in that time, in the 1800s, Japanese men were very proud, very strong.
He likes Japanese men. You could tell because he almost broke a smile when he's gay and he likes Japanese men, which is okay. I don't know. I don't have any gaydar. I would just say that's my appraisal of this. Is the closest we got to a smile was when he mentioned samurais and Japanese men. So I'm just gonna run with that and assume that it's, well, kind of like a Freudian slip or like an indication that he might kind of like Japanese men. And I'm just gonna, hopefully I'm not trying to insult him by assuming that he's gay or that he's straight or something like that. I'm just making my guesses. They're guesses at best. Specifically because the only time I've seen him be animated in this entire conversation is when he mentioned swords, samurais, and Japanese men. So I would say this guy's probably an Edo period nut. He's probably a huge Japanese historian and such. A weeb. Although I don't like that word. I'm sorry. There's another word that I never would use in polite culture that the Final Fantasy fucking 11 community uses all goddamn day, and I hate that word. Do you understand? My communities use these words. I don't. They just slip in my language because if you hang out with them in the fucking Discord for 7 hours every single fucking day, their language rubs off on you. Trust me. And I think you're trying to bust my ass and cancel my career over slipping up on some like language and shit that doesn't even have the same definition for me as it does you. And it's sort of weird. It's like a little bit weird. Can you take like do you need to be that serious? Like ban me over hate speech and stuff. But I mean, like I don't know, man. Like it's not like I believe these things though.
Manly. And when they started taking their swords, they not only took their swords, but they cut their hair. And in the samurai culture, it's followed over into the sumo culture. When they retire from sumo, they cut their hair. You might know that there's a big piece of hair that comes up on the top of their head. When they cut that, they've actually become retired.
That man needs a barber real fucking bad. I would say that he has not worried about his appearance in 7 years. I don't give a flying fuck about my appearance, but when I take a shower, I inspect every inch of every other day or so. I inspect every inch of my body. You know what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons why I'm so healthy. I would say I like really I check this stuff out. I really look at all of my body just make sure there's no problems or anything like that. And while I am as slovenly or worse than this man, I would say probably way worse than this man, right? I would say $20 at the barber might not be too much of an investment. He looks like a monk to me.
And when you take a samurai sword and you take his hair, which they did all the time, they would actually cut it with their sword. It basically emasculates them. So I think that's where it started, basically in the late 1800s. But they were still very manly. The fathers would, tell their sons, manly things, And what happened was after the war, they stopped doing that. And the mothers started to more and more coddle their children, and especially the boys. And now the problem that we're having here in Japan, it also probably has a lot to do with the culture as well of women not wanting to be with men and men not wanting to be with women, is they're like grown children. Basically, you have 35-year-olds, 40-year-olds that still act like they're 10 and go to their mommy's house every day for dinner and stuff like this.
That's what I do. But see, the difference is, if I didn't live with my mommy for 29 years. I left home when I was 16. I came back for 2 years when I was 22, and then I came back for 2 years when I was like 36. So it's like 4 years of the last 26. So yeah, of the last 26 years, I lived in my own apartment with a girlfriend. 22 of them. I'm not a mama's boy. It might look like that, but I'm more of the I gotta go to fucking work for 12 fucking hours and then pay the fucking bills and go support my drug habit and like take care of her and then you know and then play video games for 12 hours still, you know. And so mama's boy? No, just because my mom makes me dinner doesn't mean I'm a mama's boy, because I don't ask her to do that. She really, really, really wants to. It's actually an imposition for me to go sit up there with them. But I do it because I love my family, and they really need me right now. So, but I mean, like literally, I am not a mama's boy. I pretty much resist this still. I resist it. Some days I just straight don't go. And she'll be like, you didn't come to dinner. And I'm like, no, I didn't. And I'll leave it at that. Because I just don't want to go. And I don't have, I'm sorry, I just like, you know, I love my mom, but I don't want to go see her. I love my, excuse me, I want to go talk to her about interesting things when she's in a good mood to do it, when she's not too, you know, not feeling too low blood sugar or any of that stuff. If she's in a good mood, she wants to talk about things, right? But and I love visiting her. I love spending like an hour with her and talking with her about stuff that she did when she was young, and you know, and stuff, you know, like learn from my elders and stuff, right? Like that mother-son stuff, right? And then there's this period where we begin to understand that I'm just not anything like her in any way or form. I am my father's son. I'm sorry, that is incredibly rude to her. I have both my parents' intellect, but I would say my mother was a lot more intelligent, in the respect that I believe she's read something like 60,000 books. I know, because she's got like houses full of books. Houses. We have a storage locker that you fit on the on a top of a fucking cargo ship in our backyard. Full, just full, you know, of books and stuff like that. And she watches every television show that's appropriate for her age, you know, every single one. She watches all the news. She goes shopping every day. She cleans the house every single day. And she's definitely a workaholic. And while I love my mother, that's pretty much the exact opposite of me. I never had enough time to read 50,000 books. I read 50,000 books every day when I play MMOs. And she rode my ass about that for like 15 years until I had her ass sit down one day. And I was like, you want to see what I do? And she was like, how do you read all that? And I was like, I don't know, but I do. And she was like, it's like a book. And I was like, yeah. It's like reading a book that's boring, because it's just a battle. It's like, books are cool because they're not just battles. There's actually like shit going on, stuff in the players' hearts, and you know, stuff going on in the background, byplay and such. But like, you know, but in battles, it's just, oh, some dude walked a sword at some other dude, and you know, it's just like, there's not too much depth to it. And so I spent my life reading battle text instead of books, and I'm stupid because I have a degree in goddamn literature. Instead, I read books of combat text all day on MMOs. So I don't ever want to see a fucking book ever again. I don't ever want to see a book ever again. I read Great Expectations when I was in the men's dorm, and that was it. That's like the only book that I've read in like 10 fucking years, which is weird because I have read like 10,000 books between the age of like 1 and whatever, like 2, 3, something like them. Marie Sendak age, you know, like or Where the Wild Things Are age, all the way through to like War and Peace and Tolstoy and Dostoevsky and everything, and you know, Kafka, and I wrote my thesis on Kafka's Hunger Art. Like, I wrote my thesis on I wrote 2 different theses because I went to a very prestigious college called St. Thomas More. I'm sorry, St. Thomas. And I wrote my thesis on Utopia by St. Thomas More. And my thesis statement was what St. Thomas More's was, basically, though a little bit different. He was focused on the entire process of understanding what makes a utopian culture. I was focused on what he thought was the problem, which was that you can absolutely have a utopian culture if you shut everybody else out. But life is what happens when you're not making when you're out making plans, and all the stuff is eked out in the details and such of the byplay that happens in times that you can't control right after whatever you were planning flew out the window, right? And so in my esteem, you can't actually predict pretty much anything at all. You can't actually predict how anything's going to go at all, except for like maybe dice rolls and shit like that, you know, that are very simple like that. It's like anything life-wise you can't see coming. So it's sort of weird. I forgot what I was going to say about this, but like, you know, books is what I was talking about. So like that's the difference between me and her. She definitely did read like 60. She still reads like a book a day. She goes to the library at least once or twice a week, if not like 4 or 5 times. She's a not just a bookworm, but she's like a goddamn like full blown like genius. You know, she cannot stop feeding her mind, even at the age of 87 or something like that. And I hope to be the same. My father was a genius of a different level, more an artistic genius, not really say a noggin genius, though I would say his intelligence was off the charts, like mine, you know. So, etc. So, and I'm not trying to kiss my own ass. It's like some kind of compliment or whatever. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I'll like, you know, I'll sit down and I'll be like, oh man, I know so much more about so many more things than the people around me sometimes. I'm like, oh. But anyways, let's get back to the fucking video. But I don't want to get off on this one right away. I just wanted to talk about this incel herbivore thing going on in the background. But what I really see is somebody who's given up. And I see a fucking coward, right? I've been between 320 pounds and 370 pounds. I'm 378 pounds to the fucking, you know, whatever to the gram, right? I'm like 378 pounds to the gram. I'm not a big fat man. I'm not wheezy. I'm a big fat man, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like pretty spry for a fat man, I would say. Like I would say, bring a physical confrontation, I'll probably win. I would say, even though I never do anything but play video games. I'm pretty strong, pretty big, pretty healthy, right? So where I'm going with this is, even at 378 pounds or some such, between 330 and 378 pounds. I was fatter than this man and uglier than this man when I slept with 32 women in the space of, basically, like, I don't know, 13 months or something like that. It was like a year, a little bit longer, something like that. I slept with about 5-6 women each month, or whatever it was. Or whatever it was. It wasn't 5 or 6, it was like 3. It was like 3 or 4, I think, basically. It was like, yeah, it was about 3. It was about 12 months of about 3 a month or something like that. It was like weekends, right? It was like usually like weekends I would go get laid once, right? Because I was like, my whole life I just stayed with my significant other, and I was like, I really like being in long-term relationships, and I really like cuddling my woman at night, and I'm such an affectionate motherfucker or whatever the fuck, and I really like women, and I really like cuddling women, you know, etc. So I gave into those parts of my personality, but there was also the side of me that was like, if I smile and I act like I have a personality and I act happy, it doesn't matter how fat, ugly, or drug addict I am, I bet I can get trim. And that's incredibly expensive. Incredibly insensitive what I just said. I bet I can get laid is what I actually meant to say. But the shitty toxic masculinity culture around me, that's what they would have said, is get the trim. You know what I'm saying? So I say what they say, just like the cuss words. I say what they say. I'm good at like copying people's linguistics because I'm a bit of a linguistics guy. So it's weird. It's hard for me to stop using words that other people use when it's language. You know. So. And I went through this phase where I did bang like a different girl of a different type every single weekend for like a year, and it added up. It wasn't every weekend, but it was a lot. It was many, and I learned that if you smile and you act like you have a personality, or just give in to your actual personality and charm them and shit, you're actually like you're like for instance, one of the things I say is like, yeah, I would tell them I'm thick, I'm a drug addict, and I like using the word thick because that's what they use. That's a female term, so I'd be like, yo, I'm thick, because I think they understand it. They understand that term better than fat, you know. So I'd be like, yo, I'm a thick dude. I really like BB dubs or skinny. I really don't care. And I don't have too many scruples or whatever the fuck. And I'm just out here to get laid. And I'm a good guy. I've never harmed anybody. And I'm trustworthy. And I'll give you my phone number so you can trust me. And we should fuck. And you'd be surprised how well that works. Women desperately want to fuck way, way more than men. Way, I would say. In my experience, anyways. Women are so much more hornier than men. I swear to God. Women want to fuck all the time. It's actually kind of crazy. Like, when they're actually attracted to you, and they're healthy, and they're, like, young stuff, maybe, like, 30, 25, 30, so 35, something around there. Like, women want to fuck, like, every day, and I would say I do, too. But, not a lot of my man friends are actually like that kind of, they're more kind of, like want to bang on a Saturday night kind of thing. But women are actually horny, like, men just get seduced, right? But women are actually fucking horny. Like, well, I mean, we're horny. We're all horny. But it's, like, sort of weird. But, like, women, like, I think have it worse. I think definitely, like, for them, it's definitely, like more of a body function than it is for us. We just pop a boner and think about sex. They actually go through a whole hormone change. Shit smells and hormones and stuff. Yeah, they go through a body change when they're horny. For us, it's just bong. So I learned that honesty goes a long fucking way, and confidence, when you just list not your faults, but you just list what you are. And you're just straight up honest. You don't lie to them about it. You just tell them who you are, and then you're like, hey, I'll make you laugh, I'll make you smile, I'm a good person, and all this shit that other men just want to say, hey, can I fuck you in the ass afterwards or whatever. I go, hey, I'll make you laugh, I'll make you smile, I'll get you high, stuff like that. You'd be surprised. That's all it takes. That is the confidence that this guy does not have. And he's translated it into some kind of Japanese samurai code in his head. But all it really is grow a goddamn pair. I don't care how ugly you are, you can get laid. It's, like, very true. There's 3.5 billion women on this fucking planet, or men, or whatever your fucking thing is. And if you think you can't get laid, it's because you're telling yourself that you can't get fucking laid. I was never attractive at any point when I was, like, 33 years old. I was fat. I was, like, 330 pounds or so. I was a little bit less, like 320 pounds, something like that. A little bit better than I am now. About 50 pounds less than this. And I'm tall, so it works, right? And I was a drug addict, and that didn't work, but it worked. I definitely got high and banged girls all night. I got girls high and then banged them for like 12 hours and shit. It was the most fun I've ever had. 12 hours of banging on speed. It's terrible, but here we are, And so, and my thing is, if you can't work up the fucking balls or whatever it is, the strength or the chutzpah or the whatever, then insert balls here. Insert these balls in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Because like at that point, you got to wonder if it's self-defeating behavior, or Japanese culture, or all these things you're reading, or these concepts that you have, or maybe if you smiled, told a dumbass joke, and like hinted at how cool of a guy you were because you're confident. You'd be surprised, pretty surprised. And after about 15 or 20 times or so, I got better at it, right? This whole dirty 30s thing that I went through. And at that point, I lost my fear. My fear was, my whole life, for some reason, I've had a crippling fear of casual sex. Because, STDs and pregnancy and... promiscuous and judgment and I'm a man whore or whatever, or she'll be a slut if she sleeps with me or whatever. It's all that stupid shit, the taboo shit that all the other people put on it that just isn't necessary in the first goddamn place. So when I dropped all of that, I started talking the talk and walking the walk. And suddenly the numbers went up, as in, I was like shooting for 6s. And suddenly I was seeing 8s. And then at the end of it, it was 9s. And I began to feel like, like Antonio Banderas or somebody, Neil Strauss or something. And I'm like, am I a pickup artist, right? And no, turns out I'm not a pickup artist, and I'm actually not. I mean, I'm good at being around women and talking to them. I'm not scared of them. I've never had a problem talking to women. I've never been a problem getting laid, kind of. So you look at kind of like the balance of it. I don't know what the chemical balance is, but it's to me it's well, I know what a lot of the part of the problem of the fear of casual sex is that my chemistry is such that I cannot get erect if there is not intimacy. and I am not proud to admit this, it's erectile dysfunction to a degree, but it's psychological in nature, it's not fucking physical, in the respect that if I don't get cuddling and deep kissing and passion, I can't get it up. And you'd be surprised how the confidence will empower you to fucking tell them that. And when you get the power and the strength to tell them that, that's what they give you. But they won't give that to you before that, right? If you're strong and confident enough to say that to their fucking face, they're like, right? They'll deep kiss you while they fuck you, right? But if they're just there for casual lay because they're more horny than you, they won't cuddle you, they won't kiss you, they just want you to fuck them doggy style, right? So, you know, and by the way, it's 4 a.m, so I'm going to stop all the sex talk because I think maybe it's like 6 a.m. on the New York coast, so I'm going to stop with all the sex talk here. I realize it's sort of inappropriate on a video game stream, but it's 4 a.m. I can talk about sex if I want to. I'm an adult, you know, and all that. But, like, and I don't see any effort here. I don't see any of that fucking effort. If he actually wanted any of this, and he's talking about he is an herbivore man, and I think there is an implied sacrifice of his masculinity here where he follows this culture that he wasn't born in, which I do respect. At least he's doing something, you know. But I find it quite sad in the respect that if I were to go to someplace like Japan, I don't know why, but I tend to be Japanese girls' type for some reason. I've had sex with 3 different Japanese girls, and one of them was my girlfriend. And I would say that for some reason, the tall white guy thing is a thing for them. The way that I would say Japanese or Asian or Mexican or Latino or Jewish girls are for me, white guys are for them. Everyone's got a fucking type, right? And I've definitely discovered that I've got some play in the Asian female like community for some fucking reason, even though I'm incredibly fat, slovenly, and like a gamer and stuff. It doesn't matter. For some reason, they respond to me, and I don't know why. They just always have. It's just something about the chemistry or some such. And I think this man is essentially in the breadbasket. That is that culture. He's in the center of that fucking culture. And I feel like he could run if he really wanted to, he could run a fucking, like a slew of women through those folding doors if he wanted to. And I don't think he wants to. And he's trying to identify as that. And I think of it as, it's a timid boy. He needs a book for timid boys. There's a really hilarious joke in Disenchantment about timid boys and how really bad that actually is. Timid boys. Fucking Disenchantment. Matt Groening, the Simpsons guy, is really special. We used to write for, Cracked Magazine and shit like that. Mad Magazine, right? Disenchanted. Timid boys, right? The timid boys joke was actually so good. And they're not going to... I'm sorry, it's not disenchantment. I'm not looking for disenchanted. I'm looking for disenchantment, right? The book for timid boy... The book for timid boys. And like... And like... They're making fun... And he makes fun of the Boy Scout manual. Which he makes that, and he comically makes fun of by calling it the book for timid boys, the Boy Scout manual. I love it.
Warm embrace of a woman's lap, only to find out 100 hours later, it's actually a debuff. What did they mean by this? I guess I'll have to consult a 40-minute lore video to figure out the true symbology behind this item description. I tell you, passive storytelling... at its very best, especially when half the characters either disappear, die, or start T-posing during your playthrough. This might bother people who believe there's a story, which is the equivalent of finding a bunch of random notes and thinking to yourself, damn, that book was wild. Halo's plot is crazy. Have you not read all the secret terminals? On the bright side, Dark Souls lore channels now have a steady source of bread for the next 4 years. I assure you, you'll know every side character better than your own family. I don't remember which war Granddad was fighting, but I do know Patches. I know that, canonically, he is circumcised. Honestly, I don't judge. I still get to have my wife Ronnie. What I'm criticizing is the involvement of this fat fuck. Celebrated offer, helping to weave the narrative experience. Okay, let's see what this dude wrote. Sunset found her squatting in the grass, groaning. Every stool was looser than the one before and smelled fouler. By the time the moon came up, she was shitting brown water. The more she drank, the more she shat. But the more she shat, the thirstier she grew. And her thirst sent her crawling to the stream to suck up more water. I rest my case. J.R.R. Martin is the greatest author who has ever lived. He has also never finished his books. And so, fittingly, From Software has embodied the spirit of J.R.R. Martin by never finishing a single quest line. Elden Ring is an ambitious platformer, and if you disagree, you haven't played the game, because half this game is jumping with a head start, or falling into a hole, into a canyon, into the place you originally wanted to, but accidentally jumped before doing so, adding an extra foot to the height of your fall, which turned it into a lethal descent. There's nothing I love more than jumping awkwardly off rooftops. But how do we spice it up? Archers. You love archers. They're on every roof, and they've got tracking. And guess what? The sewer levels are back. And this time, they're essential to the plot. Yeah, I'm thinking Game of the Year. Calling them out in your game, Torrent. Absolute genius. So, anybody Googling Elden Ring Torrent gets...
This one particularly is a really good meta joke. Why would Elden Ring call their fucking horse Torrent? How did that get past testing in the American office? The American office should have caught this. They should have been like, oh, what's the wiki for the horse gonna look like? Oh, Elden Ring Torrent. And by the way, this is very much so Seth's way of saying you should download this game.
A bunch of horse pictures instead. I can't wait until Elden Ring 2 features the popular and beloved character Codex de Nuvo. Pre-cracked no virus, but why are we here?
Oh, dude. Oh, wait, I gotta take another screenshot.
We're here for the difficulty because we're hardcore gamers. Take it from me.
He's gonna say something here, or not here. Maybe it's later actually, but I think he's gonna make something a point about how video games aren't hard. We make it up in our head that they're hard, but once you're actually in the flow state, you can pretty much kick any game's ass, like pretty much all the way through, no problem, no issues. You know, it's attaining the flow state that's hard. The games themselves are not hard.
Me, I've already beaten the final boss, John Elden Ring.
John Elden Ring.
So I can give a few pointers. Have you ever used a weapon, armor?
Have you ever used a weapon and armor? Well, fuck that. Toss that shit out the window.
Fast travel, potions, or open the world map? And I'm sorry to say, but you're playing the game wrong. This game is meant to be played level 1 as a wretch. Using a single club, no upgrades. If you disagree, I'll call you a casual. If you ever hear someone talking like this...
Oh, come on. It did not make the entire fucking game a joke.
Take pity on them, because...
If you use the strength build, come on. Are you fucking serious? It's like saying two-handers kill things faster. That is utterly goddamn bullshit. It's bullshit. It's what those big two Zweihander warriors want you to believe that they're essential and that they do the best damage and shit. But it turns out in the end that the mages and the heavy plate with the doubles, the two-hander and the Dark Knight and the Ranger and the Black Mage all do the same damage in this world. They basically all do the same fucking thing. Convince me otherwise.
This behavior is characteristic of someone who stacks no paper and gets no bitches. This game isn't hard, not because it's not.
This game isn't hard,
but because video games fundamentally aren't hard.
That one changed my life. And it changed my life that day when I heard it. I was like, I keep telling myself that this is a hard game. Now I'm going to tell myself that it's just not. It's an easy game. And that I am just imagining that I'm going to lose and that it's hard. And it was all in my head. The minute I kind of got that all out of there, I pretty much ran through the last 35 hours of it or whatever. It just slaughtered it. And then I went another whole halfway through it. No problem. But until I learned the vigor thing that he's going to talk about and all this other stuff.
You know what's hard? The circumstances of life.
Yeah, that's hard. That's really hard.
Getting a degree, having a stable family, being born with a baby arm. You're born and one arm develops normally into an adult arm, but the other is this stunted mini child arm, which stops growing at 3 years of age. So you're this freakish monstrosity. You'll be known around town as Baby Arm Man.
Baby Arm Man!
All you'll ever have is baby arm stock photos. Harder for them to get a kid to pose for that.
It's harder for them to get a kid to pose.
It's a lot more convenient to have a malformed monstrosity on standby. Furthermore, I genuinely believe that pattern recognition is a form of cheating. Your Homo sapiens brain is literally destroying the difficulty of the experience by compensatory adaptation. I hope that people consider this in the future and later learn to recognize that the truest From Software experience would be a lobotomite run, where prior to playing, we perform a frontal lobotomy and sever your prefrontal cortex. Sometimes, the only option you have to preserve the purity of your experience is brain damage. Multiplayer enhances the experience. Sometimes you'll see white phantoms briefly appear. These are players from other worlds going through their own journey. Once, I saw a white phantom appear, teabagging a dead NPC. In this moment, I knew I was playing a masterpiece. Messages and appraisal are exactly how Reddit
Seagrass
users believe karma works.
How Reddit users believe that karma works. Ah!
You upvote and you get actual physical nourishment from the karma.
That is how Reddit people think. Sometimes I wonder if Reddit is actually COVID.
Oh look, a message on the floor. Maybe someone out there will tell me.
And I'm saying that with a straight face. Sometimes I wonder if Reddit actually just kind of caused COVID. It's like that kind of crazy. It's sort of crazy. It's like a lack of boundary to the point where the whole thing is like a nebulous, dark matterous hole. You know, I'm not saying the content's like that. I'm saying that the, whatever.
Something useful. Then you open it and read it, only to see dog butthole.
Dog butthole.
Followed by Fortnite.
Fortnite.
According to a true story, once upon a time, Miyazaki's car broke down in the middle of a road. This was during winter, so no help was to be found, when suddenly 3 strangers appeared out of nowhere, sucked him off, and left without even saying a word. And that's how Miyazaki got the inspiration for Souls multiplayer. Gameplay. Flawless, stunning, effervescent. Just like Bloodborne was a complex allegory for sexually transmitted HIV, Elden Ring is a rich synesthesia between seeing Swampland and remembering Blighttown or hearing Leyendell long after you've left the capital, because my ears are still...
You can tell he tried so hard to write these jokes. I think he probably spent like 4 months just thinking of every little thing that he found funny, putting it all together, and like picking the funniest stuff and then rewriting another 10 or 15 times, and then picking the funniest stuff and then rewriting 10 or 15 times, and then picking the funniest stuff and then rewriting 10 or 15 times, and then finally at the end he mangles it somehow, chops and screws it a little bit and adds something else, and you have Seth Greenstock. It's pretty much the only actual...
Still ringing from the sound of those fucking trumpets. Actual, real critique. No jokes, no giggles. I think every boss should have a stake of America outside the boss room.
This is his own honest opinion about this game, and I do agree. You guys can say what you want about your goddamn walking sim and how realist it makes your fucking game or whatever the fuck, but still, the walking sim in this was absolutely fucking real, even with the horse. It was almost bordering on too much, right? And, yeah, Stake America would have definitely made this game better at all the bosses, because every time that you die at the boss, you have to do the entire dungeon again. I like that idea of perfection, but it's not my style. I'm fucking around halfway AFK, got a girl in my lap or a fucking joint in my mouth or some shit. I'm thinking about 7 different games, and I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do tomorrow and all this other stupid shit. And like, fuck, ouch, ooh, that was sharp for some reason. Why was that so sharp? That's scary to me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, what in the hell? It's a piece of thorn bush. Man. Hurt.
It's true, but sometimes I gotta walk, and traditionally I do not consider cardio as part of a boss fight. Now,
yeah, I don't really consider running to the boss cardio either.
the walks are more generous than any other Souls game, but just because somebody chose to take a smaller shit in my rice doesn't change the fact that it's still there, inside my bowl, steaming up my Tupperware. I would also have originally said that the death screen is quite long, but then I realized it's working as intended. You see, when you die in PvP, you have no option but to watch helplessly as someone spams point down and repeatedly defiles your dead body. My complaints are pretty mild. If, like me, you didn't realize Vigor has a non-linear scaling, it would have...
Vigor has a non-linear scaling, which... I feel like he probably spent an entire day learning what that meant, because that's what I did. I was like, seriously, they put some kind of stat fuck up in Elden Ring, the likes of which we've never seen. And I was like, so through the first 3 weeks of Elden Ring, I was like, this is so dumb. It's not that it's hard. It's more that if I take a hit, I die. Even though I'm in full fucking plate, heavy-ass gear, two-hander strength build shit, right? And then I heard him say this, and I was like, no fucking way. And I looked into respecs, and I went to go respec, and I dumped like, I think it was like 42 points into Vigor or something like that, and it was a completely, I'm talking day and night difference. Different game, different bosses. Suddenly everything's fun. Suddenly it seems fair, like Bloodborne and all this crap. And I was like, why wouldn't you tell anybody this? It should say right in the Vigor tooltip. It's stuff like that is why I didn't give them a 10. It took me watching a Seth video to crack Elden Ring. It shouldn't have been like that. Bloodborne wasn't like that. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Demon Souls, none of their games. I beat all of them. Sekiro and motherfucking, you know, all that. And, like, none of those games are like that. None of them are. We're like, I don't know, man. It's weird. We're like, you have to put points in HP. Because pretty much, I can't think of any class in any Souls game that would actually want health bar. It's not tanks, because there is no such thing as tanking in this game. It's you versus the boss. Maybe you have two guys who are helping you chunk that bar a bit better than it would have been if you were just alone. But, you know, like that's the gist of it. There's not really tanks in this game. It's not a Holy Trinity game. There's no heals, really. I mean, you can heal, but it's not for much. I mean, I know because I rolled healer. I was Holy Confessor with strength build at start, and then eventually Vigor and Faith. And Bloody Claws. And this whole thing about this whole Vigor thing,
to know that going 10 to 20 makes no tangible difference, but 20 to 40 is all the difference between taking a blow and getting one-tapped by most of the game. I wish.
Right? And I was like, no fucking way. I never, ever, 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 ever would have expected this particular tip. But I'm going to say this. It sounds hyperbolic and, you know, and fraught with, like, you know, hype, right? Like, I'm going to hype this guy. But I'm going to say that little tip about the vigor is the best tip and trick I have ever received in any game. It blew my mind. The amount of throughput in it was just fucking crazy. It went from this experience where I was dying, like, 8 times an hour or something like that, and I was just kind of adding it in. It wasn't like I suck at it. It was more like if a hit landed, you fucking die. It didn't matter. Like I'm talking sometimes, like, you roll past them and your back's turned to them, and you're like 3.5 feet around their left side, around the corner, and they'll take a step, and something about taking a step with their back turned is like that, like, swings their weapon slightly, which pegs you in the face even though you're 5 feet behind them. You know? And you die instantly, entirely, from 100 to 0 on a single little brush that the mob happened to tag your body with that wouldn't even really discernibly be, like, you wouldn't even really discernibly understand whereabout hitbox-wise the boss even hits you, because his back's turned to you when the fucking blow lands. And you're seeing an example of this here. Do you see how it's very easy to technically, a lot of the time, have your target's backs turned to you, or your back's turned to the target, or some other totally, like, not very, you know, some other totally not very, you know, like, anyways, this whole vigor thing, that was just crazy. This was the best tip and trick I've ever received.
I knew that at the start. Luckily, this...
I did know that at the start. When he told me that, I was like level... I was like 8. I was like 38 hours in or something like that. And I was trying to do it completionist every boss and every, you know, all that. And I was like, nah, I'm not going to do this completionist. I stopped. And then, like, there's this period where I was like, oh, a Seth video hit for Elden Ring. And I haven't been playing that much Elden Ring because I've been playing Rust like 12 hours a day every day with my clan all summer and all this, right? And, or was it summer? I can't remember. Yeah, I believe it was summer, yeah. And so I go back to Elden Ring, and I'm watching the brand new Seth video, and he cracks the game wide open for me. And while the first 38 hours felt like the slowest 38 hours I had ever done, way worse than Dark Souls 1 the first time I played it, or any of that stuff, it was so slow because everything was one shot. He makes a point of showing the example of this, you know?
Immensely to know that going 10 to 20 makes no tangible difference, but
like, notice the hits, right? See these hits?
Mild. If, like me, you didn't realize Vigor has a non-linear scaling, it would have helped immensely.
Like, non-linear scaling means you put 1 point in and you get 16 points in the actual stat, which is so fucking weird. Non-linear scaling. Look at the fucking phrase that either he or whatever fucking, you know, Ffxi life nerd came up with to fucking, like, define this crazy choice in their, like, in their engine, where when you put a point of vigor in, it actually pops your shit by like 16 points of vigor or something like that. So 38 points of fucking vigor is actually something like 600. And that's a big part of it is like the only part of the game. If you don't know that, you can't beat the game. You can beat the game, but you got a long 200-hour uphill deathy battle of, you know, the giants all one-shots you. Everything one-shots you. The basic skeleton at the start of the fucking game one-shots you, just like every other fucking mob in the entire fucking game. And so 38 hours in, I'm screaming and screaming about one-shots, and I just stopped playing, and I turn the game off, and I'm like, I am so sick of one-shots being the only goddamn fucking mechanics you guys can seem to come up with. It's a cheap cop-out. And what it actually turned out to be was non-linear fucking scaling on a vigor HP stamina stat that actually pumps 600 health out of, like, you know, 30 points, right? Or something, whatever health is. Not the health, but like the actual vigor. You get like 600 vigor for 30 points spent. Or something like that. But it's not like you get 600 strength for 30 points hit, like, spent, or dex, or anything else in the game. But apparently, for some reason, they really needed vigor to fucking scale for some fucking reason. And scale upwards, like upwardsly mobile, too. So far so that I would say that if you're a New Game Plus type guy, you just don't ever fucking spend anything but points in Vigor at all. Because who cares what your fucking damage is? If nothing one-shots you, you're fucking fine. You just keep meleeing until they die. It's like a zero-sum game, RPGs. Now, notice the hits that land here. We're going to slow it down a little bit to see, like, what he's actually talking about, because it's hard conceptually to totally understand. But when he has no Vigor spent and he min-maxes Strength, right? Look at his health bar here. It's up here, right? Look how small that motherfucker is, and that is definitely going to kill him.
10 to 20.
Full-blown one-shot, and that's how the entire fucking game was, right? So then he puts 10 points, or no, so he puts 22 points into Vigor, which isn't much. At this stage in the game, for this fight, you have something like 60 points to spend, or something like that, right? So, you know, it's all relative in terms of where you are in the game on your own particular playthrough and such. But this whole thing about, like, if your bar doesn't look like this, you have no chance of enjoying Elden Ring. And they should have said something about it. This is a hidden thing that I would wager probably 8/10 of the community, and people including people like Asmongold, because I watched Asmongold do Elden Ring, right? That was one of the few times I ever watched Asmongold actually play a game, right? He's not a gamer. So, but yeah, that's incredibly, I like Zach, and that's incredibly rude to him, what I just said. He absolutely is a gamer. I'm just saying, I'm poking fun at him for the last 5 years of fucking whatever, 3 years of React content, and maybe a few videos about Bennett Toddy, or whatever, Elden Ring, and some Lost Ark and stuff. So it's like sort of weird, so I learned this on a set video. I go respec and I pump 30, or I believe it was 42 points into Vigor, and then I started telling everybody I knew about this, right? And then I started seeing a revolution in the score of Elden Ring from this thing that was sort of mystifying people about how good it was or not, and into being the best RPG ever made. But you would have to understand that Vigor scaling thing in order to understand that if you don't dump all first of your 50, all 40 of your first points that you get, that's 40 levels. Some people beat the game by that point, right? But if you don't put 40 points into fucking Vigor, you are going to get one shot by the weakest mob in the fucking game. I don't care how much strength you have. So if it accidentally manages to land a hit when your back's turned to it, or its back's turned to you, and you get some kind of weird spin chop thing like it's doing here, you can't foresee the hitbox actually colliding, and it hits you. Your bar is deleted. It's yeeted and deleted instantly. It doesn't matter if it's a crappy skeleton that dies in one hit, or this guy. They all one-shot you, because you basically have the stamina of a garden slug. Not the stamina, but like the health bar of a garden slug. Unless you pump the first 50 levels of your RPG experience in this game into Vigor. Why? No tangible difference, right? So this was 20 when he had a short bar, right? See it? This is 20. 20 Vigor, one shot. 30 Vigor, one shot. 40 Vigor.
40 is all the difference between
half the bar. So you might be at 37 Vigor, right? You're getting one shot. If you don't touch to 42, the entire game is a broken experience. That's a bad design flaw that caused me to take some points off of that fucking score, and I doubt any other streamer besides Seth. That's not true. I bet Ffxi knows. I bet all the real Demon Souls people, or so the Souls-likes people that get new game plus 200 and shit like that on Bloodborne and shit, they know about this. It's fundamental and elementary to them. But I would posit and wager that probably something like 90% of all of the sales of Elden Ring probably didn't complete the game because they just didn't know about this Vigor thing. That's, to me, bad design, right? The only bad design with the game, short of it was very walkie sim. There wasn't that many mobs.
Take
Look at all this dead land around this single boss, you know? That's how this game is. I mean, there is a lot of mobs in it. Don't get me wrong, it's very filled with mobs. But it's not like MMO plentiful mobs. It's usually dead land like this most of the time.
Oh, and getting one tap.
Like a quarter of the bar in, but if you were to put another 8 points, that's 8 levels. If that's not that much, it's like an hour and a half of grinding in off of the militiamen, vulgar militiamen and stuff, right? So why would they make this choice? It's weird and it's full of odd, idiosyncratic stuff that's hidden, that kind of sort of cripples the game horribly, and I deducted half a point over this, unfortunately, because I believe I did put about 40 wasted hours into the first bits of my first playthrough before New Game Plus, where I banged my head against one-shots for like 36 hours straight or something like that. Just one-shots from every mob in the fucking game, and so I got real good at not getting hit. Now that was a skill that I already had, but I mean I perfected that motherfucker, as in PvP targets couldn't even hit me, you know. And I ran a claw build where I could warp around like the mage from Diablo 2. There was no limit on it. You could just warp around endlessly and cut 15-foot jumps wherever you wanted to go instantly, pretty much. So I was like, bump, 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 and I would go slash, 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 snickety slash, like Wolverine, and then I go warp, 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 like an arcane sorcerer, right? And it didn't matter if I did no damage with my crappy 10 damage blood claws that crit pretty nice if you run a stacking blood debuff to its entirety of its resistance is weird because the bar fills, but what's actually happening is the mob's resistance to whatever that is has been reduced to 0 just due to the sheer amount of poison or bleeding or whatever the fuck that you're doing to it, ice or fire or whatever. So its resistance to that is now being reduced to 0 because you basically like Wolverine cut him into pieces at that point, and he's bleeding very badly. So why would I'm okay with the vigor change. What I'm not okay with is why would I at 22 vigor die 40,000 times? Like, you know, why would it be suddenly like 7 levels later you just decide to put all 7 levels into vigor because you're so sick of getting one shot that you pump your HP bar even though you're a min-maxer who wants strength damage and stuff, right? And suddenly you're unkillable. Fairly quickly, too. I would say at about 42 vigor, you're basically unkillable by anything but the giantest, most aggro fucking bosses in the fucking game. You can just hold up your shield and block anything. If you take any damage, it's like maybe like a fifth of your bar. It's never chunky down to 0 kind of thing. Your health bar is huge on top of it. And it was just odd, that weird design choice. I've been tripping about it on and off when I think about Elden Ring.
In most of the game, I wish I knew that at the start. Luckily, this game is very generous with its ability to re-roll your character. If you're still paranoid, you can back up your save at no risk. I've done this more than 100 times without issue, and recommend you do the same, because despite what anybody says, there's a million ways to brick your save. I've done it. I can reproduce it. It's still there. Also, Easy Anti-Cheat is a very good anti-cheat because it's very easy to turn off, my friend. And may have done exactly that, and more. Tell me, Seth, was he punished? Is he banned? No, some of the later fights have interesting hitboxes. Not like I care. I cheesed through that shit. This game makes you realize the greatest companion you'll ever have is yourself. So why not make a copy? Lore. Before continuing, we have to stop and talk about the best character in the game, Dung Eater.
You know, I'm going to pause this video. I love Seth with a passion. It is now a bucket list thing. I don't want to meet him, But boy, I would like to shake his hand. I feel there were certain things that he said that changed my career and changed my life. And the luminaries always do this to me. The musicians too. The really crazy virtuosos, they'll do this to me. They'll change my entire fucking outlook on love in a single song. And stuff like that, you know? Strong shit, you know? So we come in here and we look at our documents and we look at our my games and we come to oh no. I don't even want to think about this. This is so fucking scary to me that I just don't even want to think about losing my 160 hours save. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm just gonna ignore this for now and pretend like I didn't think about it or see it, and maybe the scary problem will somehow just resolve itself. Because if I threw 160 hours away, I am gonna freak the fuck out on From Software and Steam. I'm gonna be like, I want a refund. Give me my $60 back then. That's not too good. That's the proof that I have lost my save, which is very bad. Where does Elden Ring keep its save? Save file. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Avoid spidery thoughts, and I'm just not going to think about that. I don't believe I can handle it.
Some dung eater, ferocious, feaster of feces, devious, Doo-doo devourer, dung eater, consumes excrement, feces, shit even, nihilistic, and with a wicked sense of humor. His greatest desire is to eat the poo-poo, and of course, murder you and defile your dead body. I think there's a lot we can learn from Dung Eater, but as a society, we're not yet ready for that conversation. Builds. There's many builds. Strength is terrible until you realize you can power stance through the entire game and block everything else with barricade shield for 0 stamina. Going strength, unfortunately, puts you at the highest risk group for naming yourself the Black Swordsman and cosplaying as your favorite slice of life anime. If I see you doing this, I'll summon you intentionally so I can kick you from my world. Dexterity. Do you enjoy katanas? How about double katanas, each one longer than the last, using realistic, historically accurate sword techniques from feudal-era Japan? What about epic PvP compilations? Say no more. Get a river of blood today. Intelligence. Some would say a great deal of their enjoyment comes from learning the moveset of every boss. A rhythmic dance between sword, swipe, and parry. A lethal symphony, silenced only by death. Others would disagree. I'm confident that if you ask any player running sorcery what's their favorite boss, they'll recoil in surprise and say, I don't know any. I just sit at the back and spam Azure Comet. Faith. Incantations are very good. Abusing the animation of Catch Flame to cast them instantaneously is even better. And before you say it, I know. It's working exactly as intended. You know what else is intended? This. Also this. And this.
Okay, guys, I am about to pass out, and I've reached my limit. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go to bed. Thank you so much for the wonderful support and cradling me through all of my various problems and craziness and such, and being an excellent audience. And I'm loving every day of this. And you know, despite having to leave soon, I really love this.